future shifting, changing what we do. If buying isn't owning, then being a pirate isn't stealing. When the servers go dark and the lights
Alright, well, it works. I'll take it.
we mirror the archive. We keep the signal real. Guardians of the games that made us feel. Grew up chasing pixels through the glowing screen. Watch the empires rise and fall in every scene. Now the plastic's fading, collections disappear. Childhood save files locked behind a digital sphere. I want my son to hold what I once held, cartridge in his hands. The stories we once spelled. Unfiltered worlds, the battles fierce and true. Before the future came and took the joy from you. Burn it to the metal, press it into plastic. Shelf it like a treasure, make the future elastic. Physical forever, no update can revoke. Hand it to my children, the fire I once spoke. If buying isn't owning, then being a pirate isn't stealing. When the servers go dark and the licenses fade away, we mirror the archive. We keep the signal real. Guardians of the games that made us feel. Stack the shells high, 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 pass them down the line. Real ownership for the blood that follows mine. From playground dreams to the wars that time forgot. If buying isn't owning, then physical is owning. Hold the line.
You'll never be a woman, my dear. No matter how you tweet it or how loud you cheer. You can change your name, your clothes, your entire career. But biology, I'm afraid, remains stubbornly biological. You can take the pills and grow the hair, demand new pronouns with a righteous glare. You can ban the words that make you blue, but XX and XY still don't care about you. Oh, you'll never be a woman, though the activists all scream that you can. You can wear the dress and buy the purse, but you'll never quite manage the feminine curse. You'll never be a woman, no matter what the surgeon scalpel achieves. You'll never know that special monthly grief, and no amount of TikTok fallout will make anyone around you believe. So wave your little flags and march in all your parades. Demand the dictionaries rewrite the rules that nature made. Call it inclusive, call it kind, call it true. Everyone knows it isn't but you. You can scream at the stars and curse out the sky. Demand that the cosmos rewrites how you were born and why. You can cancel the scientists, teachers and moms, but XX still means ovaries, not oppression or bombs. You'll post your dysphoria in using filters and flair. Yet biology just shrugs with its unfeeling stare. No hormone, no vote, no law passed in haste can turn a man's skeleton into a woman's waist. Oh, you'll never be a woman, though the activists all scream that you can. You can wear the dress and buy the purse, but you'll never quite manage the feminine curse. And really, that's what makes this whole performance such a terribly amusing show of self-importance.
How much? How much? I work, I sweat, I pay, I bleed. So some couch potato gets free TV. You vote for more, call it fair. My overtime's gone, you sit in a chair. How much of what I earn is your fair share?
The Green New Deal, it funds spiders on crack. Can you believe it's real? How much of what I earn is your fair share? How much is yours? Men can get pregnant now, haven't you heard? Now empty your pockets, you're part of the herd. Priests fund clinics while they pray for grace. I paid for rockets, I paid for domes. All I want is to pay for my home. How much what I earn is your fair share? Nah, keep your hands off mine. Off mine. Off mine. Off mine. Off mine. How much is yours? You better not keep taking mine, or we'll rise up if you cross that line. I know your game, I know your plays, I know the end your ways will chase. Nah, keep your hands off mine.
In AD 2014, war was beginning. What happened? Somebody set up us the bomb. We get signal. Main screen turn on. It's you. How are you people? All your base are belong to us. Ha 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 ha. Take off every meme.
We dwelt within the realm of light, where joy and freedom burn so bright. A sanctuary forged in pixels bright. Our safety, our escape, our endless flight. We bathed in worlds of
There we are, Nike. Hey, man.
Baby shark, baby shark.
But from the outer void it came, a spreading darkness without a name. Like the black thing from forgotten tales.
Oh, man. Chicken attack.
Accusations, public scorn, one innocent soul was crushed and torn, driven to the final silent night, a casualty of their holy fight. This is the first stand for the light we built with our own two hands. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of game again. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was Gamergate. Then rose the herald voice of stone. Total biscuit called across the zone. His words cut through the digital night, awakening the sleepers to the fight. From the very heart of the light they came, a warrior cast forged in digital flame, ever vigilant, ever pursuing the dark, sworn to hunt it, to tear it apart. Then from the glowing heart of light arose a weapon forged that no shadow could oppose. Beam swift spells of truth and savage mirth, the one true blade that pierced the darkness first. Viral thunder rolling across the plain, laughing chaos driving out the pain. The darkness howled and recoiled in fear, for memes were something it could not endure. From the light they drew their ancient rage, rip and tear across the shadow's cage. Like the slayer born of crimson hell, our crusaders charge where demons dwell. Doom incarnate in pixel and steel, they ripped the darkness, made the shadows real. No mercy for the creeping blight, the warriors of the endless fight.
Hey, Nike. Start after this video. It's one of my videos made. Just yeah.
The people of the light rose as one, struck the first blow, the battle won. That wound cut deeper than the darkness knew, a sting that burns and echoes through and through. For the curse that Pandora set in motion, the ever-shifting storm of false devotion now turns upon its makers without cease. Yesterday's champion of darkness, today's released. This is the first stand for the games we love and the joy we demand. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of Gamergate. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was Gamergate. The first stand. The warriors still remain. The first stand. Gamergate.
If I Nintendo and Sega lighting up the night. PlayStation rising, Xbox join the fight. Console wars raging, pure childhood delight. Cartridges to discs, the golden age we knew. Now the future's shifting, changing what we do. If buying isn't owning, then being a pirate isn't stealing. When the servers go dark and the licenses fade away, we mirror the archive, we keep the signal real. Guardians of the games that made us feel. Grew up chasing pixels through the glowing screen. Watch the empires rise and fall in every scene. Now the plastic's fading, collections disappear. Childhood save files locked behind a digital sphere. I want my son to hold what I once held, cartridge in his hands. The stories we once spelled. Unfiltered worlds, the battles fierce and true. Before the future came and took the joy from you. Burn it to the metal, press it into plastic. Shelf it like a treasure, make the future elastic. Physical forever, no update can revoke. Hand it to my children, the fire I once spoke. If buying isn't owning, then being a pirate isn't stealing. When the servers go dark and the licenses fade away, we mirror the archive, we keep the signal real. Guardians of the games that made us feel. Stack the shelves high, pass them down the line. Real ownership for the blood that follows mine. From playground dreams to the wars that time forgot. If buying isn't owning, then physical is owning. Hold the line.
You'll never be a woman, my dear. No matter how you tweet it or how loud you cheer. You can change your name, your clothes, your entire career. But biology, I'm afraid, remains stubbornly biological. You can take the pills and grow the hair, demand new pronouns with a righteous glare. You can ban the words that make you blue, but XX and XY still don't care about you. Oh, you'll never be a woman, though the activists all scream that you can. You can wear the dress and buy the purse, but you'll never quite manage the feminine curse. You'll never be a woman, no matter what the surgeon scalpel achieves. You'll never know that special monthly grief, and no amount of TikTok fallout will make anyone around you believe So wave your little flags and march in all your parades. Demand that
Alright, we're good. I'm gonna hit us to Gunpla. I'm honestly, I've been looking at the Star Citizen drama, and I'm not really into it, but I'm a little pissed at it, honestly. It's funny. I thought I wasn't even invested, but they fucked up so bad that, I am. Go figure, right? So on that note, hold on. We gotta get the window capture up. Okie dokie, let's go.
It's me again, and usually at this point I've already made like 2 or 3 other videos about why I got suspended on Twitch, and I've been farming this a lot, but unfortunately something that has nothing to do with Twitch at all actually took precedence over this, and that's why I haven't really made any comments or said anything on anywhere about any of this. And so first part of this video is going to be talking about that, and then the second part is going to be talking about the Twitch suspension. I got suspended for 2 weeks. I'll probably try to appeal it, see if I can get it down to a week. We don't really know. If not, maybe I'll stream on Kick or something. Maybe I'll just take a vacation. I'm not really sure. I haven't decided yet. But anyway, that's the TLDR. So about 3 or 4 days ago, because the day that I got suspended, I actually didn't even go live. Now, why is that? Well, it's because the day before that, I had a health symptom that was identical to my dad's health symptom before he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. So this, I got really upset. I was freaking out. And so I'm laying in bed, I'm fucking petrified, I am like panicked, I'm looking things up online, I'm messaging people, I eventually go to the emergency room and I go through all of this, and I don't want to get into the details of what the symptoms were or anything, because honestly it's kind of gross, but all you need to know is that that's pretty much what happened. And so I fell asleep on the futon over there, and I wake up, and this is like the day I got suspended, and I had been, like, at this point, I had not been on my computer at all in like 24 hours, right? Because I was so stressed out and upset about this, all I could do was just lay down, and I didn't know, like, am I dying? Is there something wrong with me, right? And so I look at, and I see the reflection, like, this is just stupid, but like, I can see the reflection of this monitor from this monitor, and I can kind of see, like, are there new messages? And I saw that there was like a post about like a tweet, and I'm like, I just had a feeling that I was getting suspended, right? I just had a feeling, and I looked and I got suspended, and I was like, this is the first time I got on the computer. I'm like, well, how long is it? I said 14 days. I said, thank God, right? Thank God. Now I'm gonna have 2 weeks to deal with this problem, right? So and honestly, that's the way that I felt. Like, I wasn't really even stressed out or upset about it. I'm still really not. I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, Twitch is fucking retarded, and what do you expect, right? But anyway, so all this happens, and, I immediately just got off the computer. I didn't really think about it, honestly. So, because I was so worried about this health problem, then fast forward to the following day, I talked to some couple of people that I know.
Well, I didn't see that.
That I could ask
Somebody
about
typed
this,
something, but
and,
I didn't see it.
I get one person, I go, and I finally go to the emergency room after talking to one doctor, and they looked at everything. They basically said, calm down, retard, it's okay. And I'm okay, especially this morning. These symptoms have totally gone away. If you want me to be honest, like, just completely, like, 100%, like, just transparent, I'm still worried. I am. I'm 36 years old. I have had really no health problems ever in my entire life other than my teeth. And I see all of my friends that are like, now they have this issue, now they have that issue. And it's like, when is it going to be time? My mom used to always say, and this would always upset me, but it's true, something's going to take you home, right? And it does really scare me a lot. And I, like, a lot of times I like to think of myself as being above that, right? But whenever you're faced with it, I realized that I was very much below it. I was extremely scared. I was very upset, and I was really worried. And so I've been dealing with that for the past about 3 or 4 days. And now that it's at least partially resolved, I'm probably going to get a follow-up appointment and have, like, a bit more, like, testing done about this to make sure that I'm okay. But otherwise, like, that's pretty much the reason why I didn't make any comments about it. I was just so preoccupied with that, like, I just didn't really even give a fuck about Twitch, right? I mean, it's funny how, you know, you can have something that's like, you know, one of the biggest parts of your life, which is like my stream, and then like something else can happen, and it's like the other thing just doesn't even exist anymore, right? It's very, very weird paradox of life. Something else can happen. Anyway, so that's pretty much what happened with me, you know, a couple of days ago, or a few days ago. That's why
what's going on here?
That day. And
it
so,
switched
you know,
over where you were when I was watching it. Oh, okay, cool. I am really glad that I decided to fuck around. I saw your post. I heard that I got a message, Hank, but my current, I guess I don't have my shit right. I need to fix that. Hold on. Because I did not see your comment on my stream. So I'm going to have to pull out. Let me just pop this out. Get the, there we go. And it should show up. Thought it was working. I guess it's not. There you go. Now I can see you, and we're gonna keep going. Cool. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, I just saw this too.
And so anyway,
I thought I'd throw it on
suspended
first.
For 14 days. That's what happened. You know, again.
And the thing is I don't disagree with what he said. Like, I mean, like, if you're gonna sit there and just make excuses, well, you can't do this because they're doing this. Well, you can't do anything because they're doing this. Well, you can't do anything because they're doing this. It's like, so you want me to surrender and die? That's your option, yes. No, it's not. I'm sorry. Go fuck yourself. And that's what these people are, like, literally trying to advocate. And then they're mad at him for not going with that. That's what this is about.
You know, wow, a 36-year-old man has a health scare. This has never happened before in the history of humanity. But yeah, that's pretty much what it was. So anyway, the second part is going to be about why I got suspended. So I got suspended because, and just to add some context, because it's been very editorialized on the on Twitter and everything like this. But basically what I said was that, you know, so Cuba, which is, and a little bit of geography here. So Spain is like on the top of the Mediterranean Sea. Strait of Gibraltar is like right here, Spain, right? And so underneath that is Morocco. And in the very, very tip of Morocco, there's a city that's owned by Spain, and it's been owned by Spain for hundreds of years. This isn't like something that's new. This isn't like a recent occupation. This has been going on for, like, you know, since before, like, the, you know, it's like the Ottoman Empire time days.
Well, I don't even like the fact that he's saying that, because the entire conversation's just going to go to, well, I hope he dies. I hope he has something. That's what the left is going to do right away. He's like, I might have a health concern. The entire left on X. I hope Asmongold dies from what he's concerned about. Why? I mean, I don't even have to. I can look. I bet you I could find it if I looked. I bet you I could find it so fast if I actually put any effort at all into finding it. And that's just what these people are. They're sick, and I'm sick of. I'm sick of having tolerance for sick, horrible people who weaponize my morality against me to take inch after inch after inch of ground away from me. Right? Like, at a certain point, just like the Spaniards in Spain, you have to realize, okay, you're not playing by the rules anymore. We had established rules. You've broken them time and time again. I'm not going to play by the rules either, okay? So we are now in agreement that there are just no rules. Because you didn't like the rules, you didn't keep to the rules, you violated the rules over and over again, and then chastised me for considering breaking the rules while you did it over and over again. Nuh-uh, you're the good guy, you can't do that. Nuh-uh, you're supposed to be good, you can't do the bad thing. Okay, as you do the bad thing over and over. No, I'm done. No rules now. No rules. You want it? Here it is. You wanted to play the game of power. You wanted to play power politics. You wanted to play, it doesn't matter what we have to do to our opposition as long as we stay in power. Game on. That's what you wanted. You were completely okay with it. 100%. When you had your foot on the gas. Well, my turn. Our turn. To you. That's how I feel about it.
right? I don't know. I remember reading the date that it happened, but it was like literally hundreds of years ago. So they've had this city, it's called Cuda, for a long time. City has a population of about 80,000 people. And 40 to 60,000, obviously just by the nature of this, it's not really verified how many, random migrants just all came over in about basically 1 day's time into this small city. Now, this has, in my opinion, like in any other point in history, this would be viewed as a military invasion because, of course, the overwhelming majority of these people are military-aged men.
In the videos I saw, I didn't see.
I think that if you have
In the videos of this that I saw, I was specific because I saw the comments saying there's no women, it's only military-aged men. So I would like literally go out of my way, right, to watch the video and look for any women or children I could in any of the clips that I saw. And I was able to find a grand total of 0. When I reviewed it, I found 0 women or children in that crowd. And I was looking, that's what I was looking for when I was watching these clips. I found 0.
Over your border and you just can't deal with it all. Like, you can look at the footage of this and it literally looks like it's World War Z. It looks like a battlefield, right? It's like a hell on earth type situation. There's trash everywhere and everything. I think I'm straight upset. I think you should shoot these people, right? I mean, like, I believe that. I do. I mean, this is a violent military invasion into a city, and after they got into the city, obviously these people were smashing out windows. They were obviously, you know, breaking into stores, stealing things out of stores. I saw like one video. It's always hard to know like what's real and what's not, but I saw a video and it's like, if you ever watch Troy, like whenever like a fucking Brad Pitt as Achilles like stabbed the dude in the neck at the beginning of the movie, that's like what happened. Like, one of these like migrants seemingly stabbed the random citizen in the neck with this knife, right? And they killed this person, I'm assuming, right? Or at least they're in critical condition. So basically the city is being terrorized by a mass invasion of military-aged migrants that have come over for, you know, various different reasons. And people are saying that you couldn't do that because, well, there might be kids in the crowd. And my response to that is that you should shoot them anyway. You should do this anyway. And it doesn't matter really what the collateral damage is. You should defend your borders, especially when you're being invaded by such a massive force of people. So this never really was a conversation about, like, you know, baseline immigration.
And like, I didn't see any kids in the crowd anyways, but they're like, there may be kids there. And it's like, okay, so let me get this straight. You're mad... You're mad at the hypothetical of shooting said kids who are invading that didn't happen, but you are not mad about the weaponization and forced military use of children in an active military campaign. Is it really?
Kids or anything like that, but the reality is that with a lot of these third world countries and a lot of their culture,
one is a hypothetical. Everybody's freaking out about it. One is actually happening. Nobody gives a shit.
In the world, if you use a Western frame of reference to look at the values and the morality of the third world people like this, you're going to render yourself blind. You will not understand their theory of mind. They don't look at things the way that you do. That's why Joseph Kony has his child army, and there was Kony 2012 and everything. That never really went away, by the way. It's still happening. You know, it might not be necessarily him, but there's other ones that are just as bad, if not worse. So the problem is that a lot of Westerners' morality is built off of the concept that everybody else thinks the way that we do, and unfortunately that's not the reality. And so what these people will do is that they will bring kids with them, and they will use these kids as effectively human shields in order to invade the country and then take advantage of the people in the country. I view this a lot like a trolley problem, and so the reason...
So, in layman's terms, they weaponize your morality against you to attack you.
What I mean by that is that basically you're choosing to stop the invaders here rather than creating a reward structure and an incentive structure around using kids, trafficking children, and effectively using them as political capital to fulfill an invasion goal, which is to effectively take over this country, not take it over, right? But like, like, invade the city and then use the city as a way
Thanks for
to
the
get
follow,
into
Slim
mainland
Hansen.
Spain and then disperse themselves all over Europe. This is, I think, a very bad thing, and I think it should be stopped by any means necessary. I think this is a horrible problem. A lot of the people that are coming over there, many of them could be criminals. We have no idea. People said Morocco emptied their prisons and
What are you working on, man? I've got the Gundam Assemble. I'm trying to get all the Gundam Assemble kits finished up. Oh shit! No, no, no! Ah! Ads. Sorry. I couldn't stop it in time. I only had 2 seconds, and I couldn't reach it, so it's probably starting. On Twitch at least. Hopefully it'll let me know when the ads are done. Yeah, ad break ends in 30 seconds. They're Dark Bird and Bicorn. Yeah, I'm using I'm doing the IBO set right now for Gundam Assemble. So I've got some kits. I'm actually working on a Sky Defender with a light kit. It's a really big, it's 172 scale. It's third party kit. That's the big one I'm working on right now. But I'm trying to get all these Gundam Assemble kits before the game starts. I'm trying to get all these Gundam Assemble kits that I have finished. I only have 2 more to do. This Gundam IBO kit is one of them, and the GQX is it. And then I'll have done all of them that have released before the official release of Gundam Assemble. And I'm really excited because my hope is, I love IBO design. I love a good slim mech. Like, IBO design is really good, but it's not my favorite Gundam series. Like, everybody loves IBO. And that's one of the reasons why I decided to do this build, like, stream and shit. It's because everybody loves IBO. And like, I like IBO, but the thing is, right, my favorite is one that almost nobody has seen. And it's Gundam X is actually my favorite. Okay, look, OG is like, it's like a tie between OG and X for me. Let's be honest. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I could pull it up. I just want to show you something, why I like X. And if I can pull up the one scene, I think you'll fall in love with it too. Hold on, let me pull up YouTube. It's basically there's a scene in Gundam X where they have to hit a space station on the other side of Earth, right? And this Gundam has such a power in its cannons, because that's basically what X is. It's got 2 shoulder-mounted cannons. And, other Gundams, they go in and they fight. The X Gundam is just raw bazooka power. Fucking, right? That's all it is. It doesn't maneuver. It just sets up and fucking blasts and destroys everything, right? And so this X, right, it fires a shot, and it uses the gravity of the Earth to bend the beam around the Earth to hit the space station. That's how powerful Gundam X is. Like, I watch that scene, and I'm always like, yeah, Hiro Yui, eat your heart out. Like, because it's like, it makes the, you said other side of the Earth. Yeah. Hold on, let me see if I can find, let's see if I can make this work. No, this is the first use of the twin satellite cannon. No. 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 God, it's so hard to find the actual, Okay, I need to... Hold on. I'm gonna have to ask AI what episode I'm looking for. Hold on, because that'll figure it out for me, I'm sure. I'm asking Grok to find it for me.
Let
We'll
those
see if
people
it
come
does.
over. I have no idea if they did that or not. I would assume many cases they did. That's what Russia's done apparently with Ukraine. And so I don't really think this is the first time this has ever happened. There's many precedents for this. A lot of people look at this from the perspective of human
YouTube clips. Okay, here we go. I think I found it. Okay, let's see if we can do this. So I will show you why Gundam X is the best.
ポイント3
3、2、1。
ゼロ 何をしている早く撃ち落とせ
来る。
超エネルギー体急速接近なんだとこれは一体サテライトキャノンだ
Right? This is what X does. It gets in position and it just blasts, dude.
コロニーレーザー破損率 0.1% 未満再起動までに17分を要しますコロどうした
And that's not even, I don't even think that's like the main shot. Let's see if we can.
連射など第2が来ます
There's no way to fire it repeatedly. A second shot is coming. These are just warning shots. And that's like their super weapon, like, and he's just toying with it from around the other side of the planet.
こんな遠距離のくせに微妙にずらしてやがる。あいつ意外と芸が細けえや。
直撃だぜやむをえん
やめと。ガロードのダチだよ。
ボトだよかった
Yeah, so he just takes it out.
来ます何
So Gundam X is my favorite because it's just the beast of Gundams. Yeah, this is Gundam Double X, right? Like it's just in a different class, bro. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's why it's my favorite because it's just. Like, it's the American Gundam. You know what I mean? Like, okay, we'll just put a really big gun on it. Like, it's the American Gundam. Right? Like, that's basically what it is. So, it's a fantastic, anime,
rights
actually.
or something like this. And I find this to be one of the most malignant and pernicious abuses and inversions of
Actually, hold on. Let me pull up my subscriptions. And, let's see. Let me find Gundam, the Gundam channel, because I have a Gundam channel. It's the official Gundam channel here. Let me pull this up. Gundam Channel International. They just put X up. Sure, it'll be on a playlist. Let me English sub After War X. Here is the full playlist. What did I? Oh, yeah, I have episode 1. Yeah, I must have already started it. Okay, so here is the playlist on YouTube to watch for free of all Gundam X by Gundam International. So you don't have to watch it now, but feel free to go ahead and like save it for later. You know what I mean? But like the official Gundam channel put Gundam X like 4 days ago. like up, and it's the first time I think people have had easy access to it, because before that, like, you couldn't get an English sub version, because like the only ones you could get were like Chinese bootlegs until like 4 days ago, you know, unless you downloaded it online somewhere. So it's pretty good timing actually for you. You go ahead and head back into Resin Stream. I appreciate you. Have a good one, dude. I'm gonna get back to the actual build, but I just wanted to show off to a fellow Gundam fan just how, you know, awesome Gundam X is and why it's my favorite. So you know, right? Alrighty. My camera moved hella bad. Let me fix that. We'll get
morality that we have nowadays, and I'll explain why. Never once have I ever heard about the human rights or the privileges or, you know, what's the right thing to do for all of the people in this city who are now having to be terrified in their homes, boarding their houses up. You have these migrants banging on their doors, smashing their windows, destroying their businesses, you know, potentially violating them, attacking them, and doing whatever they can to these people. You never, not once in my entire life have I ever heard about the concept of their human rights. I never hear about the people who have been the victims of these policies and this lax enforcement, whose lives have been effectively destroyed, and then for some reason we never think about them. We don't care about them. The only people that we care about are these invaders that are going around trying to take advantage of the country. And I think this is a profound inversion of morality. I don't think that any country has an obligation to take in migrants. I don't think any country has an obligation.
Okay, so I don't know if Asmongold's noticing it, but everything on the left is an inversion of morality, right? Look at the 7 deadly sins, for example, right? Pride is literally a celebrated month, for example, right? Healthy at any weight. Polyamory and sex work and all that, you know, OnlyFans and all that. I mean, you name them, lust, gluttony, every single envy, the entire socialist operation, right, it's a creed of envy, right? Like every single thing that the left stands for is actually a moral inversion, and you can demonstrate it. You can prove it. Every single one.
To let people invade their borders. And I think that at the capacity that was happening with Cuba, I do think that you should use lethal military force to repel a literal fucking invasion. Keep in mind, this is a city of 80,000 people, and 40 to 60,000 additional people tried to come in one day. That's an invasion, and I think they should use guns.
It is an invasion.
And I'm not sorry for saying that. And it
I agree.
matter what you try to use as, you know, emotional blackmail or something like that. Fundamentally, all of these different tools that these people use will never actually be applied in a universal way. These are the same people whose ideology leads them to thinking that 6-year-olds can transition to another gender. They're the ones that lead themselves to, you know, defending Hamas and terrorist propaganda, because terrorists like to use kids as human shields as well, because they like to shoot rockets from schools. The reason why they do that is because there is a reward structure inside of our society that puts the damaging and the harm to children and women at a higher standard than the harm to, like, a military-aged man. Now, in a general sense, I would agree with that in a peacetime reality, but whenever these people are launching rockets and large-scale invasions, I think that you need to look at this as a wartime event. And I would ask yourself, how many people got killed in World War II? How many people get killed in every single war? Civilian casualties and killing anybody who's not a combatant is a tragedy. It's a horrible thing to have happen. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that you're not allowed to have borders, and it doesn't mean that you can't make decisions to protect your own people, even if it comes at the expense of other people that are trying to do this in bad faith and use this And by the way, the usage of people like this as human shields is a war crime in itself. And that's, I think, the biggest issue that I have with a lot of these people that are criticizing this, is that I don't think that they really care about these kids. They don't give a shit about them. Like, these are the people, they'll bring kids to an ICE protest. Why would you bring a kid to a protest where there's rioting and there's flashbang grenades and tear gas being set off? And the truth is, and there is a reason for it, the reason why they do that is because they want to use these kids and the harm that these kids will inevitably go through because of collateral damage, and they want to use this as a political tool so they can advance their agenda. These people they're sick. They're sick, evil people. And I also referred to the people that use the human shields as animals. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. I think they're fucking animals. If you use children as human shields in order for you to invade a country or in order for you to do terrorist attacks, I think that you're a fucking animal. And I'm not sorry for it. And I honestly think that most people agree with me. I think that almost everybody does. But unfortunately, we've had this inversion of morality where these truly evil, malignant, pernicious people have been allowed to use this fake moral authority that they have to dictate that we have to allow terrorism, violence, and complete societal collapse. And if we don't allow this, somehow we're the ones that are evil. I reject this completely. And I understand that in doing so, there might be some people, this isn't a very comfortable thing to say. It's not a very polite thing to say. This isn't something that you'd read on a bumper sticker. But I think this is the nature of the world, and it's the nature of the reality that we live in. And I don't want to use a bunch of euphemisms and other types of vague and pacified language to discuss this in a way that is not authentic to its true harm and its true existence, which is what I think that's what it is. And I think that there are definitely criticisms people have of me that are valid, where like I probably do dial it up a little bit too much and maybe I could use different rhetoric, etc. But I want to let you know that I apologize for nothing. I meant exactly what I said, and I think that these borders should be defended with lethal force whenever it's being invaded by 40 to 60,000 people at the same time. That's an incredibly dangerous thing for all the people that live in that country, and I don't think that a government has an obligation to allow a bunch of invaders to pour over and potentially kill their own citizens. I find this to just be horrible, and ultimately it should be stopped. Also, there are a lot of other patterns, like I'll give another parallel to this as well, is that in a lot of gang culture, what they do, and this is, of course, nothing like this is a monolith, but many of people like this, what they do is they'll use children to commit crimes because they know the children will not be sentenced in the same way that an adult will do. And what my biggest argument for all of this is that I generally, and I know people might not believe this, I think most people do believe this, but the people that don't like me don't believe this, or they don't want to, is that I think that I really do have the most moral and ethical position on this. Because the moment that you create an incentive, you also drive a behavior. And in my opinion, if you don't capitulate to this emotional blackmail, you also don't allow these people to target and victimize these children by using them as baggage and effectively shock troopers in order to accomplish a goal. So, for example, if these kids were being charged as adults, the entire tool that these people were using, these gangs were using of having children commit crimes on their behalf, this tool would effectively be rendered ineffective. But we don't want to do that because it makes people sad to put kids in jail. But from my perspective, the way that I see it, is that it makes me sad to see kids that were abused, that are trafficked, and that are put into these situations because the people that are truly and profoundly evil, the people that know this, know that they can use these children because they can co-opt and use your morality against you so they can push their own evil designs.
And that's what I keep saying, isn't it? That's what I keep saying. We keep having our morality used against us to take inch by inch more of our I guess territory, our what we, if I'm a conservative, are conserving, right? Either way, to take ground is what I'm saying. Inch by inch to take ground. And that's what they're doing. And I'm done with it.
And I think that you do have to reject this in its entirety in order to have a society that isn't ruled by evil, inversion, and other types of just completely horrible people. And ultimately, you do have to sometimes make hard decisions like that, but ultimately making a hard decision like that should never have... that's my alarm. I was supposed to get up. It's 2:46 p.m. And so, excuse me on that. You do have to make these hard decisions. You do have to do things that are obviously, sometimes not the nicest things in the world. But I think that in order to do that, you do that in the goal to preserve a culture that is the best place that you want to live in the world as well. So that's the problem that I have. I don't think that I said anything wrong. I think that a lot of people actually would agree with me. And I think that the way that we've taken military action in the past, things like, for example, World War II, would indicate that actually this is not as much an objective reality that some people would make it out to be. And again, these are the same people that have no problem using children as props and having them, groomed by adults, about their gender, taking them to ICE protests, putting them directly in danger because there are rioters and criminals and violence there. Who would ever bring a kid there? And these are the same people that are saying that I'm wrong for saying that creating an incentive for people to human traffic children and use them as human shields is a bad thing. And so I apologize for absolutely nothing. I said it in a very abrasive way, and I'm going to continue communicating that way. It's how I was raised. The reality is that, I was driving my dad to the hospital. He was getting one of his cancer treatments. And he said, well, what's funny about this? And I said, what? And he says, well, now they can say you killed me too, just like they say you killed your mom. That's the way I grew up. That's the way I communicate. And that's the way I think. And I'm not sorry. And I understand that sometimes I use abrasive language. Sometimes I communicate in a way that's a little bit, harsh. And, people can say I'm mean. They can say I'm evil. They can say everything. But they're not saying I'm wrong. And I think that ultimately we should look at a lot of these uncomfortable truths with a lot more of a clear mind, rather than allowing it to be polluted by people that I think want to hurt us, people that want to put us in a position that is not advantageous. And that's the reason why I communicate the way that I do. It is hopefully to normalize this type of language and for people to see things for what they are rather than what they want them to be. And I think that's for better and for worse. So that's the reason why I talk the way that I do. I'm not sorry. It's probably not going to stop. I might try to I'm going to try to obviously tone it down a little bit because I don't want to get suspended all the time, right? Contrary to popular belief, it's great to have a vacation, but I don't want to have them all the time. And so, that's pretty much where things stand. That's the way that I feel. That's my reasoning for it. I view it as a trolley problem, and I think it enables human trafficking the moment that you capitulate to that type of emotional blackmail. So that's really the way that I feel. And I know this might be a harsh opinion. It might not be something that everybody agrees with, but I think it is the ethically correct thing to do, given the, the implications of doing otherwise. So anyway, that's the way that I feel. Now, what's going to happen now? I'll probably file an appeal in a day or so. Hopefully I can get unsuspended earlier. I don't really know. I'll probably, I can try to, I wish I could just talk to them. It's really funny. So Twitch emails me and they say yeah, you had an accidental content violation because you accidentally showed something on your stream you shouldn't have showed. And they sent me an email for this. So I said, I respond back. I'm like, oh yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. And so then I get suspended for 2 weeks. No email. I don't have any email. So this is the funniest thing, by the way. I actually don't even know this is why I got banned. Twitch has never communicated to me what the thing is that I did wrong that got me banned. I'm just guessing it's probably the thing that everybody was mad about, right? So I don't know. Maybe it's actually some other random clip that had nothing to do with this. But, that's generally what my thinking on it is. Will I be back? Yeah, sure, I'll be back. It's been nice to have a little bit of a vacation. I've been stressed out about other, life stuff. I feel like I'm in kind of a position in my life now where it's what am I doing with my life? Where do I want to be in 5 or 10 years, right? It's kind of midlife crisis type stuff I'm dealing with. I don't talk about this a lot on stream because it's stupid, boring, and it's also,
Me too.
it's it's indulgent, and I don't want to treat my viewers like my own personal diary, but I have been going through my own personal issues as well, especially right after losing both my parents, and I'm living here by myself, and it gives you a lot of questions for like what to do in life, and I don't want to get too into that, but just know that that's the backdrop for a lot of the ways that I'm dealing with things personally off stream. And so, yeah, and then all these things happen. I have this health scare, and it's like, oh my God, this is, am I dying, right? Is this happening? And so that's really kind of why I haven't immediately responded. It had nothing to do really with Twitch at all. I was worried about something that was a lot more important. So anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching. I'll be back really soon. I haven't really decided. Maybe I'll just come back and stream on Kick. I can just wait out the suspension. I don't really know. I'll probably get a few other like real life weekly and monthly quests done, and just try to relax a little bit, which has been great. I slept for like 10 hours yesterday, so I'm in kind of a good mood right now. And so yeah. Anyway, that's pretty much what the plan is, and yeah, that's about all I've got. I'll be back, and yeah, see you next time. But anyway, guys, thanks a lot for watching and sticking around this long. Sorry it's such a long video. There's a lot to talk about, and a lot that's happened. So yeah, that's the way I feel. That's where I'm at. That's what's going on, and I'll see you guys very soon. So until next time, boys. Peace. See ya.
All right, so for our next video, right, we've got a couple, and it's about Star Citizen, actually. I know a lot of people aren't usually here for Star Citizen. I am actually interested in what's going on there. Because apparently they did a Star Citizen live, and it went so bad that even though I haven't been watching any Star Citizen news for months, suddenly my feed was pushing all of it to me. And I was like, what happened? I looked into it a little bit. We're going to watch some videos on it. I like the game. I want it to do well, but it looks like they just had a funeral for the game that hasn't even come out yet, that made $1 billion, has been in development for 15 years or so, and is not made, and I'm pretty pissed about it because I probably got about $4 grand in the game. Yeah, I'm seriously considering trying to sell it now, but I think the best time to have sold it would have been like 2 months ago or a year ago. Oh well. So anyways, we'll start with the Star Citizen thing. I've never watched this Montoya guy. Let's see how it turns out.
It's your show. Wrap it up.
No!
Thanks for watching, guys.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. I am Montoya. This episode is brought to you by my Patreon backers, my YouTube members. Thank you all for funding my next purchase of the Stingray, Kruger Stingray, which will coming out soon, and my descent into madness in this multi-decade experience of trying to get a game we love. Mad. There's so much they could have done differently here. I don't know why I need to come on and explain this. I don't work at CIG. I'm just some guy on the outside. I'm emotionally invested and financially invested and time-wise invested. I run Test Squadron, which is the largest guild in this game. We have infinite patience and funds. No, we don't, but oh, this was rough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I have concerns. I have serious concerns. CIG has in the past been able to fix there were bad patches. We've had horrible patches, and they've come through and really had some great patches at times. This one is bad for a few different reasons. Now, I've always come on and said, oh, patch 4 point blah blah, 4 point this, the meshing you see in the instancing of the replication layer because of the mishmash server caused the door to not spawn because there's 1,000 food trays spawning in the center of the sun, causing the server to lag. But what happens if the devs can play on their own server? We've got a quad 5090 with 1,000 gigs of DDR5 running your game here. How will it perform? And look, it wasn't good. Jared preempted this. Let's just go to the beginning of the video here. Here he is. He's laying it down. He knows this is going to be rough. He's saying, we know it's bad. We're going to show you the badness of it. And look, to be completely fair, they did. The worst part of this was, again, this is on their dev server. If they were live in the PTU, I would say, oh, these are the problems I've seen. But for their server, for their internal server to be having issues means the problem is not you and me playing their game. There's too many of us in there. The problem is structural. The problem is fundamental. It's the scaffolding of the game itself, and that is a concern.
We hear you, whatnot. Playing today on the PTU doesn't really do what we wanted to do today. So we will be playing on an internal build. This is the game as it's designed to work. As the wonderful engineers of the project work to harden the brand new instancing system, which is the current...
Those of you who work in the corporate world recognize that face, this face. That's the face of the engineer going, here's what I need to do to make this work. And his manager saying, pin that and we'll circle back to it once we've had a meeting about this other thing that is something else that is not what you said. And 6 months later, he's still there going, hey, what about the thing I said?
Source of the various performance issues that you're experiencing with Siege of Orison today. We wanted to take...
I gotta say, the devs are great. They get a lot of poo-poo thrown at them because of the state of the game. But trust me, those of you who've been in the corporate world, there's engineers which know their stuff, and it's frustrating to them when things are not getting done. I wonder how much of this is basically structural to the actual company itself. Not that they grew too quickly, but they're a large company at this point. And how many layers of management does Elliot need to go through to get some of his ideas through? In the beginning was pretty quick, right? In the beginning, I think they worked pretty fast. But as the company grew, it's become increasingly complex. There are more layers. There's managers of managers of managers at this point. How much of what these guys need to do is getting stuck in the bureaucracy? I'm curious. Here is what went wrong. And let's just start playing some of this. The problem with what they did here. Where's that split cam screen? All right, here we go. Here's what went wrong. All right. Ollie should not be playing. Ollie should be sitting at the big screen, seeing what everyone else is doing. As the devs are going through this, Ollie needed to say, hey, why is your gun glowing blue? Why is a keycard not on the NPC? Why is this happening? Why is the staircase killing you? As the devs were hitting the problems, he needed to be on the outside asking them the questions. With everyone being distracted by the game here, no one is saying much about what we need them to be saying. I don't know what Ollie's position is supposed to be, but he shouldn't be the one playing the game here. He should not be focusing on dodging, ducking, picking up ammo, trying to find a key card, trying to use the med gun, trying to find the med gun that he dropped. That is not what he should be doing. He's not the live streamer that should be playing this game. He should be conducting from the outside, asking the devs what they are seeing, what they are noticing, how this can be fixed. That's what should be happening here. And I'm kind of disappointed that is not the case. I don't see how they missed that. They were not prepared properly for what this should have been. I am not a wonderful first-person shooter player. Like Jared in the beginning, Tribes 2, my game, absolutely. PlanetSide 2, yes, I peaked at PlanetSide 2. It's been downhill for me since then, and that's fine. I don't think devs should be playing and trying to comment at some of them can do it. Look, it's a skill. Some of them can do it, but it's definitely a learned skill. And Ollie is way better at recording footage and then talking over it, but he's also very good at it's off the cuff. Not in this situation. He's in the wrong place here. Ollie should be observing and asking the devs why things are happening or should not be happening. And now in the list of things happening should be happening, I couldn't watch this. I suffered from a bit of secondhand embarrassment here. I don't know why. It's not even me playing. but I just had a bit of secondhand embarrassment, and I was like, yeah, I can't watch it. We'll go towards the end in a second. But thank you very much to Hrubels919. Is that 919 for North Carolina? Go Panthers. I'll do this in my best Raleigh accent. I can't believe I bothered. I can't do that. I lived there for 10 years and I still can't do the accent. Anyway, give up watching after an hour. Same. At 10:03, the MobiQuest tracking. Okay, 10:03. Let's see. What's the bug over there? Let's go take a look. I'm not going to do all of them, but just some basic ones.
Dude.
Let's hear.
I mean, mine
Adrian.
says, the mission still says cool elevator, right?
No, you need to untrack that one.
The mission
Okay.
said call elevator. He goes, no, untrack that one.
It's like whoever
Nope, we're
presses
just gonna
the
go ahead and
yellow-
go to another video. Which is more followers.
We lost.
More followers. This might be good.
Wow.
So, we're at time. It's your show. Wrap it up.
Star Citizen's developers just did a live stream over on Twitch and then posted the VOD on YouTube where they played through their newest mission, Siege of Orison, without filtering any of the gameplay, and things went just about as badly as probably many of you expected it would. Unfortunately though, some of that probably came from the format that they chose, which Ali43, the former YouTuber turned CIG employee, may have played a part in. And I'm going to break that down a little bit later in the video because I've got a lot to say about Ali's debut. Now, the content that they chose to cover Siege of Orison is one of the new missions that they're adding in as part of patch 4.10, the next patch that's currently in PTU. And
Siege
it
of
includes
Orison's
a new
been out
tech
for like
called
2 years.
instancing
It
that
just
we've been
keeps
waiting on
fucking
for a
up.
long time. It basically allows them to create a much more crafted sequence of events that happens in a mission that I guess feels more like a game or a traditional dungeon if you've played other MMOs. What happens is you get 3 other people and you start a mission and it gives you your own basically private play space where you can play through the mission beginning to end, which takes around 2 to 3 hours depending on your pace. If you want more details, I've got a whole video on it already posted. The problem is that most people who've been trying it have had a pretty bad experience when it was under pressure. So I suspect a lot of people were going into this live stream expecting things to just blow up in their face, only they didn't quite in the way that many expected. You see, CIG decided to play on a developer server, a private server in essence, which upset a lot of people. I guess some people just wanted to see them fall on their face, and I understand that because it's coming from a place of justified frustration. But Jared explained, and I think that makes a lot of sense, that they just wanted to show us what the intention is behind the mission. And I think that makes a lot of sense, and in fact, gives us a look at the game as if it were in the most optimal, perfect situation, and allows us to better understand what issues are down to game code and what are down to poor server performance. You see, for the longest time, many of us assumed that desync or problems with our inventory or problems with just FPS performance was related to server performance, related to somebody else on the server doing something nasty. Well, it so turns out through watching this video, the biggest single thing that I took away was not what they talked about, not any information they revealed, but that Star Citizen has a lot of problems just inherent to the game itself. We saw low frame rates dropping down clearly into the teens. We saw inventory problems where things were still lagging. We saw the AI sometimes doing strange stuff or not reacting in a way you might expect, pausing or not even seeing somebody who's pretty close to being in front of them. Now, I think I've talked about in the past that I suspected that the problems with AI weren't purely about the performance of the servers, as I've had recent experiences where the servers were performing at 30 FPS, but the AI were still sometimes not reacting in a very convincing way. But I think the best part about this live stream is now we have absolute proof that CIG have got a lot of work ahead of them to get this game into a place where it feels like a polished experience. And I think this is where some people who were part of this live stream on CIG side probably thought that this was a disaster, probably people more towards the marketing end of things, because they were probably hoping it was going to be a flawless experience that they could use to promote the game. When in reality, I think it was good because of the honesty in the way that it's represented the game. I don't think it really helps anybody to only be seeing videos out of CIG that paint it in the most positive and ideal light, like those promotional videos the marketing team makes. I mean, as beautiful as those things are, they are really good looking, they really mislead a lot of people about the game's current state, maybe even sometimes the developers themselves who maybe don't play the game as much as us gamers would hope they could. And I think ideally what could come out of this is that the developers here on the live stream could use this as evidence to bring to their superiors, the ones who are making decisions on where resources are allocated, to say, hey, we need more resources to fix these very serious problems. Reality is, though, that they're still probably too focused on their single-player campaign, Squadron 42, to be able to shift those resources over. So at the very least, I hope that this shows how important this is, and that somebody over at Seiji is thinking, man, we've got to do something about this, and soon. Now, as much as I'm pleased to finally see real evidence of the current state of the game live from the developers, the thing that I missed the most from this SCL was the depth of information. There just didn't seem to be much going on in the way of new info about Siege of Orison. I would have loved to have heard more about what they've changed, how they've improved it, and why they've changed things in the way that they have. Sure, they made comments in certain points about little changes here and there, but by and large, a lot of the conversation was just centered around, we're moving here, oh, there's a guy there, and after 2 hours of that, it was hard to keep watching because it just didn't seem like there was much going on. And this is where I think there might have been a problem with the execution of the format, because I think the format idea is actually quite good.
I just fucked up. I meant to use white for Barbados, and I just sprayed it without just recover
an honest representation of its
it.
current state. But I think its execution
Just gotta let it dry.
just
Luckily, I did a
needed
very thin
a lot
coat,
more
so sorry,
time
big
to
deal.
cook. And I'm pretty sure
I
it
didn't
has to
mean
do with Ollie, because at the end of the episode, you heard what Jared said, this is your show. And I've got some thoughts about the way Jared said that, but first, I just want to say that I think Ollie had the right idea
going,
with
Moody
this.
Paul?
And it does make a lot of sense for him to want to do this kind of format. If you've ever watched his videos before, they're much more
Just good
informal.
base
He
coat.
doesn't
Yeah,
do a
yeah,
lot
yeah.
of like cinematic, highly cut
Blue
content.
and
Most of it's
black.
off the cuff and just really honest.
That
Him
one's
talking with a one-cut take. And he's always done a really good job with it. You can see by his views and the engagement from his community that people like that sort of honest look at Star Citizen. Maybe sometimes he was a bit on the positive side of things when people were feeling kind of negative, but I think that's fine to have his own opinion. I always felt like he came off as honest. But the thing is, for a lot of those videos, it was just him in front of the camera, maybe on a live stream interacting with his chat, but never really him leading a group of people, or in this case, a group of developers, as well as your boss who's staring at you the entire time, just waiting for you to trip up. Now, I'm not trying to create excuses here for him. I don't know the situation. There could be more to this story, but it certainly felt like he was out of his element and wasn't quite sure how to lead the situation. But I think part of that actually comes down to the way he was introduced by Jared. Now, at the beginning of the episode, Jared started the episode like it was a regular SCL. He introduced everybody, he talked about what the format was going to be, and used a lot of we and us, and this is our episode.
Welcome to another episode of Star Citizen Live. I'm your regular host, Jared Huckabee. And if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, well, that doesn't matter because we're doing something real different today. We are going back to our roots, back to the halcyon days of 2017, 2018, and a little show we used to do called Happy Hour Game Dev.
But I noticed there was never a point where he introduced Ollie and kind of queued him up for leading the rest of the meat of the episode, where he could ask questions. Like, say, for example, if Jared would have said, and now
Midnight in
here's
England?
Ollie, he's going to be working
you know,
with developers in the trenches, playing through Siege of Orison, and asking them the hard questions, or something like that. You know, just kind of
I'm gonna be
getting ready, getting
completely
him psyched
real
and
with you
prepared,
right now, man.
coming from a more experienced
I would much rather have a night out in England than a day in England. I don't know, something about the atmosphere of night in England sounds really, like, nice. I don't know. Yeah, it's just, and I'm not even talking about, like, seeing the city. I'm talking about, like, the actual, like, weather and atmosphere and vibe of like, just the environment itself. I really like California for that reason. When I lived there, like, there's a lot of things I don't like about California, but one thing I really liked about California is, dude, like, you could just sit on your front porch, and it's like perfect temperature with, like, the perfect light, cool breeze constantly blowing. Like, I don't know how to, it's perfect. It feels so good. Just, like, I don't know. And I imagine England would be similar at night. Yeah, you know? Like, Florida's nice. I'm in Florida now. Florida's nice. Like, I love Florida, but yeah. Sitting outside on the patio at night is, like, humid, not pleasant. You know what I mean? It's not the same. It's not. There's a lot of great things I like about. I like Florida more than California, but the weather in California you just can't beat. And I feel like England would be similar. You know, I think that's why none of y'all have air conditioners, because you know usually it's pretty nice. I imagine, right? Like, so
experienced toast to a less experienced
usually,
toast.
I know
That doesn't mean
it's not
all
been
of
the
the
case
problems
recently,
are on
but-
Jared. Not at all. It's just that I think Jared could have helped, and certainly the way that the episode ended with Jared
It does
coming
have
in
that.
and
Depends on
saying,
where you are, though.
you
Yeah,
know,
it makes sense.
This is your show. Instead of helping him out with the outro, just came off as it didn't come off well. It seemed like Jared didn't want to accept responsibility for how the episode turned out, which, like I said, I didn't think it turned out badly at all. I think the only problem was in the way that Ali led the conversation. If he would have periodically asked more prepared questions at certain points that were contextual, I think a lot of people would have enjoyed it a lot more, and it would have kept the conversation flowing a little bit closer to the subject of the video, which is the Siege of Orison experience. I mean, there's a lot, I think, to talk about here. There's a lot of questions to ask, like, so I know that you've done this as a 4-person squad. Do you have any plans in the future to include larger squads? And you could follow up about what they think they could do better in the future if they were able to improve on this further. Or how about, what are the next types of missions you see instancing really helping out to make them a better experience overall? I mean, there's a lot of things you could ask as it relates to this new tech. I think it's a really important and impressive technology that enabled them to do a lot of compelling things with Siege of Orison that they just could never do before. Like, one of the things they mentioned in this episode, which I thought was pretty interesting, that this was one of the first times that they were able to place the AI intentionally because they weren't spawning out of spawn closets like they typically do in the PU. And the reason why they do that in the persistent universe, the live environment, is because they don't want AI just popping out of nowhere.
But it's getting
in a
better,
way
mainly
where
due to a few bad
suddenly
summers
there's
in a
an AI
row in
behind you
homes
and
that are
they
designed
kill
to
you, for
trap
example,
heat.
or
Yeah.
just breaks your immersion. And I totally understand why they've got to
With
do
requirements by
that.
law.
But it
Oh, that
definitely
chestnut.
hurts in the way where
Aircon
you
is
wouldn't be able
coming
to set up,
slowly.
say,
Give it 5
snipers
years.
in a
Yeah,
sniper's
yeah.
nest, where
Well, I think mostly it's like, I mean, wasn't it in Britain that, like, they had, like, the top 2 or 3 floors with all, like, the high-end government workers, they had air conditioning, but everything below, like, those top 3 floors, like, didn't. You know, it's like, oh yeah, no, we get to have air conditioning, but fuck the plebs, they can go without. You know, yeah, that's you're gonna get air conditionings real quick with an attitude like that, or something else. The EU, all 7 floors below the leaders. Yeah, great. That's worse. It's a multinational issue. That makes it way worse. Okay, but yeah, like, ugh. And look, I'm gonna be honest, right? Like, I made a whole song. I don't believe in global warming at all. I made a whole song about it, right? I made a whole song about it with I don't believe in that bullshit. I do believe in microclimate change. I do think that, you know, you can overfish. I do believe in deforestation, stuff like that, right? I do not think that, you know, we're impacting the environment to the degree and to the extent that was predicted, because if we were, the ice caps would have melted 10 fucking years ago, and where I'm living right now would be underwater. And considering that that was supposed to happen 10 years ago, I don't want to hear any, like, backpedaling about, well, it's actually going to happen, like, in the next 10 years. Like, no, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, that's fear makes things sell. Yeah, that's one of the next things, because it goes into digital ID too. I don't know if you want to hear. Steven, pull it up. I'll play it for you if you want to hear. It's a song I made. I'm going to be that's the next. It's actually the next music video I'm going to be making. So I have not made the video for it, but it's the one I'm working on.
Yeah. They sat us down in senior year and dimmed the classroom lights. Put on that famous movie, said the end is near, alright. Al Gore stood tall upon the screen with graphs that couldn't fail, while something in my stomach said this fairy tale smelled stale. I raised my hand, a timid soul, and asked a simple question. The silence hit like winter wind and froze the whole damn session. The teacher sighed, the students glared like I had lost my mind for daring to ask ask questions about the gospel they assigned. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth. A most convenient load of you know what. They scared us good in high school seats. Woo! While the prophets cashed their checks and flew in private fleets. They swore the snow on Kilimanjaro soon would disappear. They swore the Arctic ice would vanish any year. They swore the ocean soon would swallow every coastal town. But 20 years have come and gone, and the ice is still around. Tuvalu cried, we're sinking fast at the United Nations Hall, while the coral reefs were harvested and sold off one and all. The islands didn't vanish, they just kept on standing tall. But the fear kept flowing freely, and the money flowed with all. The science was settled, they shout with righteous fire, while the data kept on screaming that the models were a liar. They dodge and weave and lecture like it was some kind of game, and heaven help the child who dared to ask again. They'll never say they're sorry, they'll never face the cost. They just move the goalposts and the grift goes marching on. The fear is long since faded, but the money's flowing still, like royalties from terror that they peddled with such skill. Now they found a brand new monster, shiny, bright and new. Artificial intelligence, it's gonna end us all, it's true. They scream we need more power, more rules, more chains in place, while they attack the ones who build it, trying to take us all to space. Digital IDs, their latest plea to seal our future tight, to finally close the vice and keep the future out of sight. The mild little cancel culture from the days of old has grown into a monster that will demand total control. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth. A most convenient load of you know what. They scared us once, they'll scare us twice. It's the same old grift, and the price is always choice.
Have you seen? So yeah, that's my current project right now. So I'm working on a music video for that one. Have you by any chance had a chance to see any of my other music videos? Like I'll throw them on. Have you seen any of my music videos? I'll throw it on real quick if you're interested. They kind of all lean in a similar fashion. The last one I did was about physical media. All right, well let me put this on for you, and I'll just clean it up, and I'll just let them play for like 10 minutes, sit here and smoke and relax. I'll be here though. Let me there's gotta be a way to yeah.
In AD 2000,
That's one, we'll get to it.
war was beginning.
Oh, this is this is the one I wanna show first.
Playground
I've got one called Sailing the Seven Seas. I'll show you that later.
Chasing pixels through the glowing screen. Watch the empires rise and fall in every scene. Now the plastic's fading, collections disappear. Childhood save files locked behind a digital sphere. I want my son to hold what I once held, cartridge in his hands. The stories we once spelled, unfiltered worlds, the battles fierce and true. Before the future came and took the joy from you. Burn it to the metal, press it into plastic, shelf it like a treasure, make the future elastic. Physical forever, no update can revoke. Hand it to my children, the fire I once spoke. If buying isn't owning, then being a pirate isn't stealing. When the servers go dark and the licenses fade away, we mirror the archive, we keep the signal real. Guardians of the games that made us feel. Stack the shells high, pass them down the line. Real ownership for the blood that follows mine. From playground dreams to the wars that time forgot. If buying isn't owning, then physical is owning. Hold the line.
And so yeah, so that's the end of that one. That's the most recent one that I made. If you want a real Anthem of the High Seas, this is another one I was thinking about making. It is a lot more subtle. Go ahead and tell me what. Well, I don't want to sit here and just play music for you, but I've got so many good bangers in as little as 6 months. Yeah, it really is. It really is. And I'm not even doing the best work on this. I'm still learning, you know? But I'm trying to work, like, everything I do kind of has a message, which I want to show you the Selling the Seven Seas one, but I kind of want to show you the other project that I'm working on. This is kind of a secret, but you've been listening, so I'm going to show you. All right? Or I'm going to let you hear it at least. This is the start. Let's see if you know what this is a reference to. I hope you like it. I hope you like it. Oh, what is going on here? Let me fix that. Just give it a sec. Trust me.
Every morning, just trying to build a life. Welded steel and honest work, kept his head down through the fight. They took his land, they took his name. They laughed while he went broke, till the only thing he had left was a Komatsu, and with that, he would bring the smoke. He spent 3 days and 3 nights behind a welding mask, turning yellow iron into something no one could get past. No speeches, no goodbye notes, no final grand manifesto. Just the sound of steel on steel and a heart that said, "Let's go!" He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine.
You got it.
They called him Killdozer as he came down the street, and for one single day, no one could stop the beast.
This is my side project. I'm gonna make a whole music video for this too.
They threw everything they had at him, bullets, bombs, and prayers. But he just kept on rolling like he didn't even care. Every building that fell before him felt the weight of what he'd lost. One man against the system, and the system paid the cost. They called him crazy when the smoke finally cleared. Said the man had lost his mind, that he'd gone too far, that's clear. But the ones who knew him best just stood there with a quiet respect for the man who fought the system till there was nothing left. He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming.
Good for him.
6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street, and for one single day, no one could stop the beast. He tore through the town like a judgment long overdue. No barricades or plans they made could stop him from getting through. And as if blessed by God's own righteous fury, no innocence would get hurt. The guilty reaped the whirlwind and got their just deserts. Years go by and people still talk about the man in the machine, the one who finally said enough when the system got too mean. Some see a madman, some see a saint who finally broke free. But everybody knows what it's like when you can't breathe. He rolled out of the shop like a storm nobody saw coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he rolled down the street for one single day. The common man could not be beat.
Yeah, so that's the side project. I'm gonna be making a video for that eventually. I was gonna make a video for this one. You wanted an anthem? You wanted an anthem? I'll give you an anthem. I already made a goddamn anthem. I did it just for that reason. And it's made to be completely subtle too, but it's still an anthem. You'll see what I mean. But this is another project that I did. Let's see where it is. It's going to be Sailing the Seven Seas. So it's in alphabetical order. Yeah, here we go. I just want to warn you, like, I'm very eclectic with my music taste. As you could tell, I went from country, we do all over. Like, I'll get into moods for like a week to a month, and then everything I want to listen to or make is in that category. So I was definitely like in a 90s club vibe at the time I was making some of these songs. But you'll see, I'll show you one or two more after this, because I'll show you the music videos I made. But if you want an anthem, I think this is your anthem, and I'll just leave it at that.
When
I don't know. I feel like that is a better anthem because it goes with the whole. Did it seem subtle to you? Did it seem like to you, if you weren't in the know, it would just seem like a '90s bop that you know? Because that's what that song was designed to be. I wrote every single song that you see here. I write the lyrics for. So like I do use AI to make my music, but I write the lyrics first because I think I'm trying to get a message across and it's my fucking message. So that's yeah. So it was supposed to be subtle, but it's supposed to sound like a fun little anthem, like, we're doing subversive shit, so our song's a little subversive. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I thought about it. Anyways, I'll show you. I don't know. Let's see if this will either make you hate me or you'll really, really like me. Now, this is just a GIF. This is a song that I literally made it intentionally, like, bad because I knew people on YouTube would bitch about it for that reason and, like, attack it. And I didn't want to put any effort into it. The song was done and I'm happy. So you're either going to absolutely hate me or I'm going to become one of your favorite streamers with this. So hold on. Let's see how this turns out.
In AD2.
You'll never be a woman, my dear. No matter how you tweet it or how loud you cheer, you can change your name, your clothes, your entire career. But biology, I'm afraid, remains stubbornly biological. You can take the pills and grow the hair, demand new pronouns with a righteous glare. You can ban the words that make you blue, but XX and XY still don't care about you. Oh, you'll never be a woman, though the activists all scream that you can. You can wear the dress and buy the purse, but you'll never quite manage the feminine curse. You'll never be a woman, no matter what the surgeon scalpel achieves. You'll never know that special monthly grief, and no amount of TikTok fallout will make anyone around you believe. So wave your little flags and march in all your parades. Demand the dictionaries rewrite the rules that nature made. Call it inclusive, call it kind, call it true. Everyone knows it isn't but you. You can scream at the stars and curse out the sky. Demand that the cosmos rewrites how you were born and why. You can cancel the scientists, teachers and moms, but XX still means ovaries, not oppression or bombs. You'll post your dysphoria in filters and flair, yet biology just shrugs with its unfeeling stare. No hormone, no vote, no law passed in haste can turn a man's skeleton into a woman's waist. Oh, you'll never be a woman, though the activists all scream that you can. You can wear the dress and buy the purse, but you'll never quite manage the feminine curse. And really, that's what makes this whole performance such a terribly amusing show of self-importance.
Yeah. So, I'll just say somebody really pissed me off one day. So I made that in a day and then posted it to X as a response. So, yeah. That's why it was short and I didn't put a lot of effort into it. I was just done arguing with the person, so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna upload this to YouTube. Here's the link. Conversation done. So yeah, it's perfect. I've got another song in the same styling because I really like that barbershop quartet slash that like 50s like irony humor. Oh, what's his name? There's a guy I'm a really big fan of. He did like poisoning pigeons in the park, and we'll all go together when we go. I can't remember his name right now, but I love that styling. So I also made a song. Let me know if you want to hear it, but it's called "Illiterate Pedophile Warlord." So yeah, there you go. Anyways, this is because, you know, I do economics, and so like my first video, I started with an economics point. This is literally my first AI video, and I had been inspired by fucking what's her name, the British UK chick that they made to be like totally like Amelia. Like, so this is like the concept for this video I was starting with was more or less like America's Amelia. Yeah, so this is where this started from. So this was like America's Amelia. This is where this started. Also with an economic idea.
I work, I sweat, I pay, I bleed. So some couch potato gets free TV. You vote for more, call it fair. My overtime's gone, you sit in a chair. How much of what I earn is your fair share? Your fair share, your fair share. How much is yours? Pacifists pay for war and fund both sides. Iron Dome, and so rockets can fly. Vegans pay for meat while they preach the Green New Deal. It funds spiders on crack. Can you believe it's real? How much of what I earn is your fair share? How much is yours? Men can get pregnant now, haven't you heard? Now empty your pockets, you're part of the herd. Priests fund clinics while they pray for grace. I paid for rockets, I paid for domes. All I want is to pay for my home. How much what I earn is your fair share? Keep your hands off mine! Off mine! Off mine! Off mine!
Got an ad break in a minute, and I can't really stop it now. I've been pausing it too many times.
How much is yours? You better not keep taking mine, or we'll rise up if you cross that line. I know your game, I know your plays, I know the end, your ways will change. Nah,
Oh shit!
keep your hands
Thanks.
off mine.
I appreciate it, man. As long as you don't have to deal with ads. You could also go on Kick and YouTube too. Just
In AD
a heads up.
2014,
This is a fun
was
one.
beginning. What happened?
So yeah, I'm trying to make music videos now. This is what I'm going
We
for.
get signal. Main screen.
Let's
turned
see if
on.
you get it.
It's you. How are you people? All your base are belong to us. Ha 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 ha. Take off every meme.
darkness without a name. Like the black thing from forgotten tales, it rolled across the stars and veils, enforcing wonder. Uniform shade, crushing every spark that disobeyed. It made its home where laughter reigned, twisted joy into chains of shame. Two Pandoras of the modern age. Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian lifted the lid on the forbidden jar, unleashed the howling storm of war. False accusations, public scorn, one innocent soul was crushed and torn, driven to the final silent night, a casualty of their holy fight. This is the first stand for the light we built with our own two hands. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of Gamergate. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was Gamergate. Then rose the herald voice of stone. Total biscuit called across the zone. His words cut through the digital night, awakening the sleepers to the fight. From the very heart of the light they came, a warrior cast forged in digital flame, ever vigilant, ever pursuing the dark, sworn to hunt it, to tear it apart. Then from the glowing heart of light arose a weapon forged that no shadow could oppose. Beam swift spells of truth and savage mirth, the one true blade that pierced the darkness first. Fire of thunder rolling across the plain, laughing chaos driving out the pain. The darkness howled and recoiled in fear, for memes were something.
Yeah, for real. I'm glad you get the point. Yeah, cool. You get it. I don't have to explain anything. That's nice.
From the light they drew their ancient rage, rip and tear across the shadow's cage. Like the slayer born of crimson hell, our crusaders charge where demons dwell. Doom incarnate in pixel and steel, they ripped the darkness, made the shadows real. No mercy for the creeping blight, the warriors of the endless fight. The people of the light rose as one, struck the first blow, the battle won. That wound cut deeper than the darkness knew, a sting that burns and echoes through and through. For the curse that Pandora set in motion, the ever-shifting storm of false devotion now turns upon its makers without cease. Yesterday's champion of darkness, today is released. This is the first stand for the games we love and the joy we demand. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of Gamergate. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was Gamergate. The first stand. The warriors still remain. The first stand. Gamergate.
Yeah, so there you go. That's basically the videos I've made so far. Like you said, I'm working on the one with the inconvenient truth, and then when I have spare time, I'm kind of working on Killdozer on the side. I wanted to do Killdozer first, but I think the inconvenient truth is more pertinent with AI and digital ID right now. So, well, I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, so I've been working on, like I said, the songs that I do, like I'm not doing them because, like I just want to listen to them or anything. Like I'm literally just trying to get a message across with each one. Well, you know what? But when I say I'm just trying to get a message across with each one, this is a good example of that, I think. You'll see what I mean. I'll let you listen to this, but I'll work on the model a bit more.
In this enlightened age of peace and understanding, let's take a closer look at a most remarkable man. Some call him the final prophet, mercy to all mankind. But history tells a slightly different tale you'll find. He was an illiterate pedophile warlord, couldn't read or write or sew the Hadiths record. But somehow he dictated the perfect holy book, while marrying little girls. Take a second look. Aisha was 6 when he took her as bride, 9 years old when he took her to bed that night. Consummated, such a delicate word they choose for a 53-year-old man and the child he'd use. Oh, the illiterate pedophile warlord, he conquered by the sword and married by the score. Execute the poets who
You not a word of a lie. Yeah, I know. Why do you think I'm doing it? Exactly why I'm fucking doing it.
Pedophile warlord. What a progressive guy. He hired a scribe to write down what.
And there's not a lie in this song either.
A fellow named Abdullah as the stories weave. But when the scribe caught him changing verses on a whim, he realized the whole thing was made up by him. He left the faith, he ran away. He called the bluff. The warlord didn't like it when people called his bluff. Kill the apostate was the merciful decree. He led his raiders out on many a merry raid, beheaded the Jews of Kureza. Woo, those days were long. He took his son's wife when the fancy struck. Said Allah made it lawful, what tremendous luck. 13 wives and concubines by the dozen, all perfectly halal for the final prophet chosen. Oh, the illiterate pedophile warlord, he wrote the rules himself. Isn't that just grand? Critics get the sword and the girls get the bed, and they tell you it's perfect, just don't use your head. The illiterate pedophile warlord, truly the mercy to all mankind.
We're just listening to offensive songs that I made. Sorry if that's not your jam.
Pedophile warlord, what a progressive guy.
I'm sorry if you're not into that, but hey, what's up? You might like this one more. This is just let's see, Moody Paul liked it. It's fun for a laugh. Okay, then you might be down for some of the other shit then if you like a laugh. I'll play this one for you because I think it's Moody Paul said y'all needed an anthem, and I was trying to provide one. Or I think I have.
Sailing the 7 seas, grabbing every treasure that we please.
Yeah, just don't share it or anything, you know. They had a whole Amelia video for that.
Wild and free. Sailing 70s. Keep the real ones safe for you and me. Hey, hey, ride the wave with me.
Okay, so you know how I said, I said every song that I make kind of has a message or a meaning behind it. I was trying to get outside of my own head and try an experiment of like writing songs from other people's perspectives, right? So I actually made two songs. One is of Char, which, I think you guys might appreciate, so I'll play that first. Let's see if you appreciate it or not, because if there's anything you guys are gonna like, you might like this. Here we go.
Bound to the dirt, souls weighed down by gravity, polluting the cradle, blind to their own tragedy. They cling to the ground, afraid of the sky. But I see the future where humanity can fly. No more kings, no more lies they sell. The time has come to break this earthly spell. Gravity's chains, we shatter them tonight. Rise from the cradle into the endless light. No more waiting, no more falling down. We claim the stars, we wear the crown. Hey, hey, feel the comet burn. Gravity's chase, it's our turn. They poison the blue with their greed and their fear, while we prepare the path to a future clear. Red trail blazing, a signal in the black. The old world crumbled, there's no going back. I carry the weight of those who came before. The dream of Xeon forever at my core. Not for revenge, but for what we can be. Free from the gravity, finally free. Gravity's chains, we shatter them tonight. Rise from the cradle into the endless light. No more waiting, no more falling down. We claim the stars, we wear the crown. Hey, 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 feel the comet burn. Gravity's chains, it's our turn. No more gravity, no more chains. We rise into the stars again.
Scared the crap out of me.
Baby shark, do do
I was not expecting that. Good one, Nike.
One more thing I must disclose before I say what I came to say. I came to laugh at you.
I love that. I'm so glad you played that, especially right after the song that I just played. It was literally called Gravity's Chains. It's one that I made because it was supposed to be from Char's perspective, you know? Like, I did another one, actually, that turned out really good. Like, too good. I didn't mean to. It's the most goth song I've ever written, but I was trying to write a song from, Albedo's perspective in Xenosaga. The IBO kit's the Gundam Assemble. Gundam Assemble IBO kit. So it's just a little guy. It's the 3 different miniatures. Is what we're working on. But this one is from Albedo's perspective. I think we lost the other people, but that's okay. I like this one. I want to play it because it's just really good. I didn't mean to write the best goth song ever, but I did. Oh, sweet. Okay, yeah. I didn't mean to write the best goth song ever. But after I heard this, I'm like, this is a contender. Holy shit. Like I said, it was just writing it from the villain's perspective from Xenosaga 1 through 3, which is a game series I'm doing for retro gaming. I'm just building a model right now. I'll probably go back to that like tomorrow or something. But I am playing the game. This is a villain in this game, and this is a song from his perspective, and it just was like, whoa, that's good. Okay, here's another fun one. I forgot I had this one. I either want to edit this or I don't know what I want to do with this one. Should I make a video for this? I mean, like, you think this is going to be spicy enough?
A lady from Michigan cried with great heat. Crime is committed by those we mistreat, but 60% of the crime, it's quite clear, was done by just those 6% living right here. That's not a magic curse or destiny or fate. It's crimes per person, not the total rate. If you've got 100 natives and only 10 guests, the total crimes from the guests will naturally be less. But when you look per person, the story can flip. That's when the real picture starts to slip. So don't just count the crimes and shout, "Aha! I've won!" Ask how many people did each crime come from? Per capita, per capita. Divide by the people, that's the key. Per capita, per capita. Don't let the big totals fool you and me. Per capita, per capita. It's boring old math, but it sets you free. You see, when you look at the total, it makes quite the impressive claim. But when you divide by the people, the picture isn't quite the same. So the next time someone throws a scary number at you, just smile very sweetly and whisper, "But what about that thing called per capita?" Like a math-savvy bard with a mischievous grin, you weaponize arithmetic, one fraction per spin. You see, when you divide by the people, those two magical little words have a remarkable tendency to deflate the moral standing of one particular faction. Statistics don't take sides. They merely sit there, quietly exposing whoever can't do third-grade division. Per capita, per capita. Divide by the people, that's the key. Per capita, per capita. Don't let the big totals fool you and me. Per capita, per capita. From taxes to crime to the GDP. Do the math, and then you're free. And that, my friends, is why we always check per capita. Class dismissed, and remember, friends don't let friends skip denominators.
All right, so yeah, you know, obviously I've got an angle, and it's like, oh, will it make people upset? Is it true? Do it. So yeah, that's kind of a theme, I guess. Let's see. I had. Oh, this is a really good one. Because like I said, I wanted to do economics mainly initially. Like that's kind of what I was trying to do. So like this is why my songs dealt with like economic terms. This is actually a term I have coined. It's not an actual economic term, but it has been referenced in multiple books that I've read as a phenomenon, but I've never heard it actually named. So I have given it a name and this song.
A well-meaning activist stood up with great zeal and said rent control is the way we should feel. It helps the poor stay in the homes they hold dear. Then our little professor just smiled ear to ear. You say rent control will keep prices low, so the poor can afford a nice place to go. You freeze the rent, you pass the law with great pride, but here's the equation you've been trying to hide. Landlords can't raise rent to cover repairs, so the building falls apart, nobody cares. The roof starts leaking, the pipes start to burst. The wiring is ancient, the heat doesn't work, no money for maintenance. The value declines, the owner says, sorry, I just can't afford to fix up this wreck. I'm selling it off. So the property crumbles, the value declines, until one day a developer drops by with designs. He buys it for pennies, tears it all down, and puts up some luxury condos in town. Now the sales shoot up like a rocket in June. The old tenants are gone, they were priced out too soon, are now living farther away from their jobs and their kin, while the activists smile and raise up their chins. You preach with such passion, so loud and so pure, convinced that good intentions are all that endure. You never stop to think of the third order costs, just happy to signal you're one of the good ones, no matter the loss. It's the gentrification equation, the cure that creates a much worse situation. You freeze the rent to help those in need, but you only succeed in planting the seed of gentrification. It's the gentrification equation, the policy that causes its own damn creation. You're meant to do good, but the math doesn't lie. You just made the problem much worse by and by. And that, my friends, is the gentrification equation. Class dismissed.
Alright, yeah, so... Sadly, got to love you and leave you, mate, near 1 a.m. here. Got more do stuff tomorrow. No problem, dude. I am going to leave you, I guess, and us, and whatever. I'm going to get back to the videos, but I'm going to play one more happy song. Good song.
Popcorn popping, snacks on the counter, negotiations getting louder and louder. Friday night, blockbuster run, picking the perfect movie, everyone's having fun. Popcorn bowl overflowing, lights down low, best night ever with the people I know. Hey, hey, this is how we play. Friday night, best night of the week. Hooray! Mom wants drama, dad wants action, little brother wants cartoons, no satisfaction. We compromise, put it in the machine, curl up together on the couch and dream. No phones ringing, no worries in sight, just us together on a Friday night. Laughter filling up the living room. This is the magic, this is our tune. Friday night, blockbuster run, picking the perfect movie, everyone's having fun. Popcorn bowl overflowing, lights down low, best night ever with the people I know. Hey, hey, this is how we play. Friday night, best night of the week. Hooray! Friday night, best night ever, blockbuster forever.
Alright, back to the videos.
AI typically can't get to on their own if they're coming out of a spawn closet. So yeah, there's just a lot of things that could have been followed up on that were contextual to what they were playing through. But I think this sort of thing comes down to experience. which I think Ollie's going to be able to pick up eventually. He's been in content creation for a long time. But what I think probably happened was that he just got too much in his own head. This is his first go at it. You know, Jared's there staring daggers into him, and Elliot was part of the whole group, which is like putting hosting on hard mode. If you've ever watched that guy in any of the other live streams, he's got such a big personality, and sometimes he just likes to goof off and like go off on tangents, and Jared typically has to reel him back in. It's hilarious. I've met him before. He's a great guy, but he's definitely is easy to get distracted by.
Did you make me drop my SMG before, Elliot, when you took me out?
I didn't make you do anything you didn't want to do.
Okay.
So don't sweat it, man. These sorts of things happen, and I'm sure you're going to be able to do it better next time. And if I could offer any other advice, I would say that if you're going to do this sort of mission type thing again, to play through it first yourself if you have a chance. I don't know if you did it this time, and think ahead of time what sorts of questions you might want to ask. And just remember along the way to treat it as though they're your friends, they're your buddies, and don't live so much in your own head. Have fun with it. Something's always going to go wrong, so you just got to roll with the punches. I mean, I know that's easier said than done. I know I've personally made some poor choices sometimes on live streams with how I react to stuff. It's a thing you got to learn, but it happens. And I can't speak for everybody, but I personally want to see you succeed in your new job. So remember, there are people out there rooting for you. So what do you guys think? Do you agree? Do you disagree with my thoughts here? Let me know down below, and please be civil. Remember your manners and be nice to people.
Well, I think we got enough of
Can't
that
believe
for the Star Citizen stuff. I mean, I don't know, gem reviews. How
It
quick is
does
it gonna be?
feel a little bit like Redemption, you know?
No, I don't care. All right, what we got? Okay, we already watched that. Let's see what we got from
Oddly,
Jake.
okay? And if you're in the US, you most likely don't know who this is. Back in 2015, Jason Oddly overcame illiteracy until the age of 18, nonverbal until I think age 10 or something. I'm making that up, but he was nonverbal for quite some time of his life. He overcame this adversity. He studied his little heart out, and wouldn't you know it, he submitted a thesis, and he developed he got awarded a PhD. Little Ghanaian Jason Ardley overcame illiteracy at 18, and at the age of 38 or whatever, I can't remember, I don't know what age he is, he was given a PhD to be a professor of sociology. I think the University of Liverpool, I think, is where he was a professor. He was the youngest professor ever for sociology, I think, in that entire university, actually. And wouldn't you know it, he's black too, as you'd imagine with him being Ghanaian. He's from Ghana, well, his parents are anyway. So you have this 38-year-old guy who overcame insurmountable adversity, incredible amounts of it, learned how to read and write through mimicry. He ran 600 miles in 6 days. These are real things he said. He raised over 5 million pounds for various different charities. Oh yeah, he was also a visiting and honorary academic at various other universities. He also appeared in the BBC series 7 Up. He overcame death threats, even having a pig's head delivered to his parents' home by masked men with knives, who also showed up to harass him and his parents. He overcame all of this and became the youngest professor of sociology in the University of Liverpool, I believe it was Liverpool. Unbelievable feats of physical and mental prowess. In 2015, this man developed developed his thesis and then was given a PhD for sociology and studies at the University of Liverpool. In fact, his story is so unbelievable that he was on BBC Radio 4 twice for 2 different things. BBC Question Time. Question Time's a good show. Sunday with Laura Kuensberg, Channel 4. He was on other BBC appearances, including A Good Read, Outlook, and related Today podcast segments. He was also on Full Disclosure with James O'Brien. This guy was all over the BBC property, right? He was on TV, he was on radio, he was doing editing. Was this because he was a fantastic presenter? He was an incredible professor? No. It's because of his background, because of his story. A Ghanaian, a child of Ghanaian parents. Hang on, let me turn this music down a bit. A child of Ghanaian parents, overcoming adversity, teaching himself how to read and write, raising 5 million pounds for several charities, running 600 miles in 6 days. And do you know what? For about 7 years, his life was perfect. Accolades pouring in. You had the BBC, you had Liverpool universities that were just Oh, can we get this Jason fella on? I can't believe what this guy's done, what he's overcome, what he's done with his life. What an amazing person. And then something happened in 2022, 2023. There was an individual whose name has completely left me, but there was an individual who reached out to the University of Liverpool because he noticed that something was a little bit strange about this guy's thesis, about Jason Ardley's thesis. There seemed to be a lot of overlap with a certain other person's thesis back from 2009, a white woman called Paula. Jason Ardley's thesis for his sociology PhD seemed to be very close to this Paula chick from 2009's thesis about the same subject. Well, how do you think the University of Liverpool responded to someone questioning their golden boy? Do you think they appropriately investigated the inconsistencies and overlapping with his thesis with Paula's from 2009? Do you think they adequately investigated this claim? Or C, do you think they ignored it entirely to preserve their golden black boy? If you answered C, you're incredibly racist and correct. How dare you assume that a black person's gonna have better treatment because they're black? But you're also 100% correct, okay? Liverpool, the University of Liverpool, 100% ignored it. They ignored any and all calls to investigate their golden fella. And ever since then, everything's been fine. Oh wait, no, there was something that happened back in 2025. Now, there was another fella, a different guy. You noticed the same overlapping with Paula's thesis from 2009. Jason Ardley's 2015 thesis also, to him, seemed very suspicious. There's a guy called Jack Grove. He's an editor for the Times Higher Education, the THE. He also wrote into Liverpool University to be like, hey, couldn't help but notice something fishy going on with your golden boy's thesis here. What's that about? Now, initially, I would say nothing happened, but something did happen. An investigation was launched, okay? Jack Grove pointed out more inconsistencies and overlapping with the thesis. An investigation was actually launched then. Into Jack Grove, not Jason Ardley, the Ghanaian guy who may or may not have plagiarized his thesis. No, Jack Grove, the journalist who pointed out the overlap, he was being investigated. Only recently did they drop it. Only recently. Isn't that nuts? Met Police Commissioner Sir Mark Rowleys, that's the police officer that was involved with the investigation. He admitted that his force dropped the ball by investigating Jack Grove for 4 months after he emailed questions to Cambridge professor Jason Ardley about his academic record. And you won't believe why the police investigated Jack Grove. It's because Jason Ardley, the Ghanaian super athlete student professor, well, his mental health was being affected. I'm not even joking. Yeah. His mental health was negatively affected by Jack Grove insinuating that his thesis was plagiarized from a white woman in 2009. Jack Grove, a reporter and deputy features editor, Times Higher Education, was one of the earliest and most detailed critics investigators of Jason Ardley's academic record. In 2025, he compiled a substantial dossier on textual overlaps, plagiarism concerns, in Ardley's PhD thesis and later papers that then emailed Ardley a series of questions as part of offering a formal right of reply for a planned story. THE ultimately did not publish the piece after receiving a legal letter from the firm Carter Ruck, acting for Jason Ardley, the Ghanaian super student, who suggested the scrutiny may be racially motivated. The police investigation alleged harassment. Isn't that unbelievable? So it turns out he was right. Jason Ardley did in fact plagiarize his thesis from a woman called Paula from 2009. So it turns out that the thesis was actually plagiarized. He did steal it from her. He lied. But at least all the other stuff is true, right? The 600 miles thing in 6 days, the 5 million for several different charities, being an honorary professor at various other universities. At least all that's true. I mean, the guy's still amazing, right? Still incredible. Overcame all these things. Overcame illiteracy at 18. Ultimately developing a thesis that he stole from somebody else. And turns out, no. Turns out literally nothing about this guy was true at all. Like, actually none of it was true. This guy lied his ass off his entire tenure as a professor. Would you like me to go through his lies? Don't answer the question. I'm already going to go through it. Jason Ardley said that he was in the British television series 7 Up. Okay, he appeared in the BBC series 7 Up as a child actor. He stated he was part of the series as a child and was pulled out at 14. Get a load of this, okay? Just listen to this. This is impossible because the series began in 1964 and he was born in 1985. 21 years. The BBC confirmed he had nothing to do with the films. He later said he was referring to a different community project. So that's a lie. On to the honorary academic positions, claims of visiting professorships or similar roles at Ohio.
It's not even a race thing. I have seen so many bullshitters skate through, and I've seen them just lie and be stupid and dumb their whole lives, and I've just seen people around me eat it up, and like, you try to call it out and you're just the asshole. It's so frustrating.
Ohio State University, University of Glasgow, Nelson Mandela University, and honorary professor at Durham have been denied or significantly disqualified by the institutes themselves. Ohio State and Glasgow said no such roles existed, and Nelson Mandela described only a temporary adjunct position. He also said that he wrote a book. He wrote and published a book, he said. He's a published author as well. He repeatedly claimed to have authored/published a book called Being Young, Black, and Male, Challenging the Dominant Discourse with Palgrave Macmillan, which is the name of the book publisher. Turns out that never happened, never released, nothing happened with it. It was abandoned by the publisher and never released. Most likely because it was bollocks and written by AI. What about his 600 miles in 6 days that he did? What an incredible athlete this guy is, as well as a world-renowned thinker. Claims of running 600 miles in 6 days, which is near record territory. 300 miles in 3 days and 30 marathons in 35 days. These lack independent verification and are doubted by ultra-running experts. He later revised the story to 600 miles over 12 days, including rest days. Whoops. What about the philanthropy? What about the fundraising for all these charities? He raised £5 million. Yeah, sure, he might be a liar, but the guy raised £5 million for several different charities. I mean, we could at least let him off because he did that, right? We could consider that, if that wasn't also a lie. He repeatedly stated he had personally raised £5 to £5.5 million, which is like $7.4 million, for dozens of charities through these athletic challenges that he was doing. Under scrutiny, he said it was part of a syndicate of around 100 people bound by NDAs, so he can't talk about it. Early verifiable records, for example, 2010 Just Giving page, which is the name of the charity, Just Giving, show far smaller amounts for specific challenges. Publisher bios and university pages were quietly edited to soften the claims, which means once they figured out that he was once again lying his ass off, the university quietly edited his claims to reflect the truth without telling anybody and without firing him. What about the threats, the pig head that were sent to his parents' house, the men in masks with knives that showed up at the campus? The Metropolitan Police stated no such thing happened with the pig's head. There's also been absolutely no records of any masked men with knives showing up on campus, specifically to harm Jason Ardley. He also claims to have claims of international water aid work, installing water points, were contradicted by the charity. Also a lie. So what about the illiterate until 18 thing, the nonverbal for the first portion of his life thing? What about that? Well, it turns out the foundational story, diagnosed with autism, global development delay, nonverbal until around the age of 11, and unable to read or write until 18, remains largely based on his own account, with no corroboration. In other words, trust me, bro, I'm the source. Some observers have noted potential timeline tensions with school qualifications. Ardley has linked some academic citation issues to autism and learning through mimicry. He has described himself as not being a liar. Does this have a happy ending, Jake? Where's the happy ending here? Well, you'll be happy to know that he has resigned as a professor of sociology at the University of Liverpool. He is no longer the golden boy, but not without giving us one final laugh. Okay? Do you want to see what happened when he resigned? Okay? He resigned, right? And usually you write a letter of resignation detailing exactly why you're resigning and what you're going to do post resigning, how much you've enjoyed the position, blah, blah, blah. Plagiarized it. Professor Jason Arday's letter of resignation, plagiarized from 1999 resignation letter by professor in Oxford University. He couldn't even write his own... Maybe this guy is illiterate. He couldn't even write his own resignation letter. And you know what? It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. You're like, wow, this guy knew about another professor from 1999 who also resigned and copied that? Well, at least he has a knowledge of prior professors and most likely used this professor's letter from 1999 as an inspiration for his own. No, it was plagiarized by AI. I was laughing my ass off today. I was laughing all damn day. Oh my god. AI plagiarized it. He didn't. Hell, dude. Every single thing about this Ghanaian student's life was a lie. And the only thing that hasn't been documented to prove that he's lying is his own personal accounts of things that can't be corroborated with anybody else. A trust me bro approach. Has this guy in any way given you reason to trust a word he says? So let me give you what I think happened here, okay? You've got the University of Liverpool. It's 2015. Woke is blowing up. Leftism is infiltrating institutions left, right, and center. They're desperate for a DEI hire. They're desperate for a token black guy because, and this is no word of a lie, okay? Black professors are exceedingly rare. So lo and behold, what happens here? A black guy comes along, gives them a sob story that Liverpool University 100% believed. Wow, he overcame illiteracy at 18. He was nonverbal until 11. A global learning delay. That's insane. And he's studying and stuff. Let's read the thesis. Wow, this is solid but familiar stuff. You're hired. You're a professor. Youngest professor ever. Liverpool University proceed to parade this guy around on BBC television, radio, most likely getting a ton of funding, looking really good for their ESG ratings. University of Liverpool, man, we look so good right now. Oh, there seems to be some pesky fella trying to point out the fact that this thesis is bullshit. We'd much rather protect the DEI hire than maintain any sense of academic integrity whatsoever. Police, go after him, please. He keeps trying to bother our golden boy. Pressure mounts so high that they have to do away with all of it. And then Ardley can't even resign without using AI to plagiarize somebody else. And it's not like this guy was even a, like a good talker or like, well, when he was on the BBC, was he intelligent? Was he able to pass it? Listen to this.
There are people suffering at unprecedented level. And I think actually when we think of monarchy, I think there's an opportunity there, if we were going to abolish monarchy, to redistribute all of that and to give to the majority of society who don't have. 70% of the British population consider themselves to be from a working class background and are currently living below the breadline. And I think there's a huge opportunity.
It's nap time for sure. Somebody's super crabby. When you get a moment, come into our bedroom and turn on your laptop.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you. Love you.
Isn't that mind-blowingly stupid? That is the most infantile approach to fixing the economy
I haven't heard anything
that I've ever heard in my life. This is what
there, if we were going to abolish monarchy, to redistribute all of that and to give to the majority of society who don't have. 70% of the British population consider themselves to be from a working class background and are currently living below the breadline. And I think there's a huge opportunity, if I had my way, for all of that resource to be redistributed between those that are greatly in need. Because what we do know is that those that are greatly in need are not particularly served well.
Isn't that mind-blowingly stupid? That is the most infantile approach to fixing the economy that I've ever heard in my life. This is what happens with DEI. Whenever you scrap meritocracy and you embrace things like DEI, DEI specifically is utilized to elevate people who are mediocre, underqualified, inexperienced, uneducated, into positions that are far outside of their understanding or capabilities. Purely just so the company can look good, to tick some boxes. He was given every single opportunity the UK has to offer, and he still couldn't get a resign letter. He couldn't even make that by himself. A letter of resignation, he couldn't even do that. This is what happens when you do away with meritocracy, which, by the way, is self-sustaining. If you're always hiring the best person for the best job is going to be done. You don't need to worry about it. You hire mediocre people to do excellent jobs, or jobs that require excellence. Then you need to constantly monitor it. All the time you need to compensate. They kept this guy around to be like, see, you racist, see? But ultimately proved our point for us. Idiots.
All right. I'll be right back.
I work, I sweat, I pay, I bleed. So some couch potato gets free TV. You vote for more, call it fair. My overtime's gone, you sit in a chair. How much of what I earn is your fair share? Your fair share, your fair share. How much is yours? Pacifists pay for war and fund both sides. Iron Dome, and so rockets can fly. Vegans pay for meat while they preach the Green New Deal. It funds spiders on crack. Can you believe it's real? How much of what I earn is your fair share? Men can get pregnant now, haven't you heard? Now empty your pockets, you're part of the herd. Priests fund clinics while they pray for grace. I paid for rockets, I paid for domes. All I want is to pay for my home. How much of what I earn is your fair share? Keep your hands off mine! Off mine! Off mine! Off mine! Off mine! Off mine! How much is yours? You better not keep taking mine, or we'll rise up if you cross that line. I know your game, I know your plays, I know the end your ways will chase. Nah, keep your hands off mine.
In AD 2014, war was beginning. What happened? Somebody set up us the bomb. We get signal. Main screen turn on. It's you. How are you people? All your base are belong to us. Ha 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 ha. Take off every meme.
darkness without a name. Like the black thing from forgotten tales, it rolled across the stars and veils, enforcing wonder. Uniform shade, crushing every spark that disobeyed. It made its home where laughter reigned, twisted joy into chains of shame. Two Pandoras of the modern age. Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian lifted the lid on the forbidden jar, unleashed the howling storm of war. False accusations, public scorn, one innocent soul was crushed and torn, driven to the final silent night, a casualty of their holy fight. This is the first stand for the light we built with our own two hands. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers who
I'm back. Sorry about that. My son was he needed stuff. All right. Well, we got ads coming soon, so I'll wait until after those are over. Start up. All right. I need a drink. I need a drink. Oh, I'm back. Okay. Go ahead and play a video now.
Thanks for the $5,000, Elon. I appreciate it.
Elon's a trillionaire now?
He made me a lot of money today. I'll say.
Oh, damn.
I made like 5K in one day. It was insane.
He's SpaceX went public. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I bought a fuck ton.
By the way, people who don't know, I only am saying this because the New York Times leaked this, but like my wife and I are friends with Elon. He's a great guy.
He seems really cool. He seems very, very tribe.
Oh, he is. He's so cool. He's so likable. He's yeah, really, on message. He every day is working his hardest to try to fix society. I think that I might choose different lifestyle choices than him, but I think that he's doing the best with sort of where he started and his perspective. And he's definitely moving us forwards more than any human, maybe in human history. I mean, keep in mind, he did solve wokeness by buying X. He did, get us to the stars. If you've ridden in one of those self-driving Teslas, they're cool as
I have one. He's my hero, man. Like you know how like chat, you know how I don't really get starstruck by people. I would 100% get that from Elon. He's like one of the only people in this world that it would happen.
You would get what from him?
Starstruck. I'd be like, oh my god, it's Elon.
Yeah. Starlink. Oh, one of the things that will strike you about Elon when you meet him is he's much taller than you expect him to be and much more buff than you expect him to be.
Really?
Yeah. His physique these days, yeah, he's very buff.
Damn. Have I been to
we also did
Starbase?
Doge. We almost forgot about that. I mean, I think some people just want to hate on somebody when they're successful, but like genuinely, he did a lot of big stuff.
Yeah.
Being able to land the rockets, and we see what happens when other billionaires try this. The rockets blow up, right? The Jeff Bezos one.
They told, dude, I remember everyone saying that he was retarded for trying to land rockets and that it wouldn't happen.
Oh yeah, everybody did.
Yeah, everybody was talking mad shit.
Everyone's always talking mad shit about his stuff, you know. Wish he'd have a collab with Asmongold again. Yeah, well, Elon allows minor misunderstanding. I mean, he's a big ego guy. The same thing happened with him, not just with him and Asmon, but with him and Trump, right? You know, but he holds things together for a while. But I've been, just cool stuff. We gotta get. I mean, he's been a little quiet for a while now, but I guess it's the SpaceX thing, you know, doing that. What's interesting is to think. This is actually interesting, and I sort of want to focus on it. I don't think he stopped trying to communicate with the public as much, but it feels like he has a lot less reach than he used to have. It used to feel like Elon was everywhere. Sort of going into this, like this last election cycle, for instance.
Do you think it's because maybe a conscious decision to like possibly he took the spotlight when he needed it, and then it was like a conscious decision that it wasn't like as important right now as other things, right? Because at the time that he was really he was in the spotlight, it was absolutely necessary for him to be in the spotlight in terms of like effectiveness.
I think that's a big part of it. Yeah. I mean, like his advocacy for pronatalism has basically stopped in any sort of meaningful public way. And it's not because he stopped caring about it. It's just, I think actually I have a thesis. I think what really happened is the media died out in terms of its relevance. And when the media died out, the things that they were obsessed with screeching about disappeared. And one of the things that they were obsessed with screeching about was Elon. And now that there's no more media, we don't see Elon plastered everywhere because our circles of the internet don't need to constantly remind people that Elon's pretty cool.
That's true,
so
yeah.
like we're just like, oh yeah, Starlink did well. Like we're always going to do better if we're talking about, you know, people freaking out about something silly.
I think it also benefits like our, if I can say our, what benefits our side, like our faction, is to focus on the goal rather than individuals. I think like focusing on like what's the overarching goal that everybody can get behind, and like kind of making that the driving factor rather than it being like a system of like hero worship. I think is more effective for us.
Yeah, I agree. But I don't think Elon, I mean, I think that there's some like lame hero worshippers of Elon, but I think a lot of the people who admire him don't really hero worship him. Like I wouldn't say I do. I think that he's done like strategically good things. But I'm like, I wouldn't trade my life with his life. Not in a million years. To be a trillionaire. It's like, oh, you're a trillionaire. Yeah, but I don't have a stable, happy marriage. Right? You know?
That's the thing that's like so crazy. He's like that just seems like so much money. Like I wouldn't even know what to do with it. Like actually, like I mean, I guess like I could use it to further things. See, like the thing is, it doesn't that translate to a thing that I want. It translates into making it easier to create the result I want, but it doesn't actually directly. It's not like I want like a car or like a mansion. You know what I mean? The only reason I would.
Yes. I wouldn't upgrade my life significantly if I had that money. It just wouldn't change really anything for me. It would give me money to troll people. But
unless it aligned with your goals, right? Unless it aligned with your goals. Like for instance, right? Like if you could have a bigger house so that you could have more kids, then you would do that. But then like the bigger house it's not getting a bigger house for the sake of getting a bigger house for the visuals of it. It's for the utility that it has.
Yeah, yeah, but it's also just like in terms of like quality of life. Like if I'm just hedonism maxing, it's way easier to do in my life than it is to do in his life. Infinite money. Also seeing the way he interacts with the world, the things he doesn't like being himself. He's spoken about this multiple times. He finds it very hard, and he's always sort of like at maximum overdrive in terms of working. He's juggling
Stress and stuff.
multiple women who he's created difficult situations with because he's having kids with lots of people, and this can create conflict that I don't like to deal with. I don't have anyone interpersonally in my life who makes my life stressful. Not a single contact. And I've got Simone. Right, like if somebody's like, "Oh, you're really saying you would trade $1 trillion for a good wife?" And it's like most billionaires end up saying that. Millionaires, trillionaires. A famous example of this is the guy who did the what's that photo fortune? The photo like stamp on everything. Somebody will Palmer Luckey, yeah. I guess it's what's the guy. Who is it? Is that Palmer? Anyway, so there's this photo company, one of the most wealthy companies in the world. They license photos to people, and super billionaire guy. And so he, upon his Getty, that's what I'm thinking of. Getty said he would have traded everything he ever had for just one stable marriage.
Wow.
And I think that's the truth of it.
What
for a
causes
lot of
that?
these people.
Like why is it that these people, that have everything, why do their marriages become unstable?
Well, it can become very hard to. I mean, if everyone around you is, first of all, you have access to any woman whenever you want, as many times as you want. But right, like, keep in mind what that creates, right? A really weird power dynamic, and a lot of guys that really sort of messes with you. And then you're in an environment where no one who is around you is going to tell you you're making a mistake. No one who's around you is going to tell you you've done something wrong. So every decision you make is constantly affirmed. It's very hard. Like even I would probably spin off if I was that isolated. You've got to keep in mind how isolated that kind of wealth makes you from the rest of the world. And I think Elon has maintained a degree of sanity largely because he is so obsessed with like X, which has kept him a lifeline. But keep in mind that if X is your tether to the external reality of society, that's not the best or strongest tether ever. It's a bit of a poison tether. So I think that he's done much better in terms of actually living a fulfilling life than most people like him in history. But yeah. Also the autism. Yeah, he's very autistic in terms of like the way he jokes and stuff.
I love seeing like his interactions when like they like film him at like these political events, and then if you just like look at Elon compared to everyone else, it's quite entertaining to like actually see the difference in like how everybody acts compared to Elon. The sorts of stuff that interests him, right? Like
that is great. Yeah. I mean, he's interested in the stuff we're interested in, looking like he's good at video games, memes, helping society. He spends a lot of time with his kids.
Just doing stupid shit in the corner. That's great.
Well, he's autistic in the way that like my wife's autistic, right? Like
fidgeting or
no. Like he's like obsessed. When you're around him, like the thing that he makes the most of is quite jarring is he loves puns. And I mean like dad joke level puns are constant. So it's like he's a fake gamer. A lot of gamers are fake gamers, okay? A lot of people say they're better at games than they are. But
that's true.
Yeah.
That is a gamer thing. And it's like to be honest, like my take on that whole thing is that sure, it's annoying, but everybody does something like that. Like nobody's pure in that sense.
Yeah, somebody said he was diagnosed with Asperger's. Just in case you're not aware, Asperger's has been retired at the diagnosis, and now it's only autism. The reason it was retired is because the primary and really only difference between Asperger's and autism was that if you had Asperger's, it meant you were high IQ. And so it made everyone think that all autists were stupid, because the only way you could get the autism diagnosis is if you had this condition and you were stupid.
Oh, good to know. I didn't realize that there was correlation specifically with Asperger's and high IQ, but it makes sense. They told me that I would be, because I'm category 1 autism, that I would have been categorized as Asperger's previously. There we go, cool. Makes sense.
Idea. Do you think this is a bad idea or a good idea? I haven't really like completely thought through it yet. But like, what if you paid people to sterilize themselves? Like, do you think that would be a bad thing? Like, willingly, obviously. Like, willingly. Like, it's not like you don't force anyone to do this. But you say, like, if you do it, we'll pay you. Eugenics? How? It's voluntary. You can do it if you want. You don't have to do it. And then what that would do is, like, anybody who doesn't care enough they would correct themselves, and then they'd get paid for it. It's dystopian. It's similar to Planned Parenthood. No, it's not, because basically what you tell people is like, okay, well, if you want to just do that all the time and like be hedonistic, then we'll pay you money so that there's no problems in society. And I think it's preferable to abortions, obviously. And like, again, I don't know if this is like a good idea. I'm just thinking about it out loud, but like, it would be totally voluntary. So again, you're not forcing anyone to do it. But if they do it, the incentive is like, well, we'll pay you some money to do it, to get it done. And so it kind of filters people, because the people who are willing to do it are the people that aren't looking ahead enough anyway to like, they're the people that wouldn't be looking far enough anyway to like consider that to be an important thing to them. And then you make it so that they're not causing trouble for everyone else. Does that make sense? It's a terrible argument. Why is it a terrible? Why? Why is it a terrible argument? No, I'm serious. Like, why is it? That's like being pro-transitioning because only the stupid people don't realize it's a one-way operation. It's like being pro-transitioning. It's like being pro-transitioning because only the stupid people don't realize it's a one-way operation. I'm honestly fine with it for adults, to be honest. I think adults have the freedom to make that decision. Sure. If they want to do it, then whatever. What am I to say? And then we can get the data from any mistakes people make. Sure. Like, for instance, I brought this up before. When they invent the bunny girl surgery where I can be a bunny girl, I don't want anyone fucking telling me I can't get it. It's a voluntary version of China's one-child policy. Yeah, obviously, totally voluntary. Like, no forcing people like that. Bad. Forcing people into this program is bad. But if people want, we'll pay them, I don't know, like $3,000, $5,000, whatever. I'm sure we can come up with an amount. And basically, like, you would voluntarily sterilize yourself, and then you would get money. And then, like, the reason for that is that they're not having kids that they can't support, and they're not having kids that they can't support, and they're not aborting. So it seems like a pretty win-win situation to me. I don't know. Like, what's an argument against it, chat? Anybody have a good one? Bodily integrity? Well, I mean, you have the bodily. You can agree on it. I mean, people do it voluntarily, right? People who don't want to have kids anymore, they do it voluntarily. That's like a thing that people do. So, yeah, you would just be getting paid for it. But again, totally voluntary. We already have that system. People already get that surgery. People will regret it after a year. Well, too bad. Too bad. You're an adult. You made a decision. Oops. Should have thought more. They're not doing it voluntarily. They're being coerced with money. So hold on. Them there being a financial incentive for it means they're not. No, they're doing it. No, they are. They're doing it voluntarily. I give you money, you sterilize yourself. Yes, no. Yes, okay, here money, you sterilize yourself. It's totally voluntary. Financial incentive is still coercion. Okay, well, I mean, people get coerced all the time and marketed all the time into stuff, into purchasing things that they don't want. Yep. You can still say now. It encourages promiscuity, sure, but then it also encourages people. It also makes it so that the people who are promiscuous won't have problems. They're not going to cause like the need for like all the abortions. Like I think this would lower abortions, which would be great. Libertarian brain rot. Well, like, I mean, prove me wrong. Like, tell me what's wrong with it.
Who the fuck is Leaf?
Like, you can say that it's libertarian brain rot, but like, where's your argument? Like, I'm just thinking about it. Like, I'm trying to like think about the idea.
I like the way that
she
just wants an argument.
I don't know. I'm asking you guys. We're thinking about it right now. The issue is people in their 20s will tend to be short-sighted. So
I think the real issue is just going to cause a split in society between the haves and the have-nots, where the haves have children and the have-nots get paid not to have children. And I don't necessarily know that that's a bad thing, but I do know that people will view it as a bad thing eventually, and then cause problems because of it.
should we increase the age of adulthood then to like even higher than 18? Because you can make other decisions when you're 18 that could be like that you could make like, for instance, like a student loan. Like can people that are 18 not apply for student loans? People in 20s, 30s? Okay, so like I'd say that getting a student loan could fuck you up even more than this thing. I'd say it's about like at least on the same level of fucking up your life. Secondary effect of reducing local population, possibly increasing the need to import labor. Okay, if that's the case, then what if we also simultaneously did an incentive for people that want to have kids? Like we lower taxes simultaneously for people that have kids. We balanced it out that way. Then is it okay? Say you could prove that. Say there was like a study and we said that oh, well, we'll just lower taxes like per kid, like for families, and then that will lower it will lower the tax burden, which will increase their incentive to like have more kids. And like we determined like this amount of like lowering of taxes will balance it out. So it's no longer a concern. Lower taxes will usually be a better reward than sterilization. Well, I mean, let's just say theoretically that there was an amount. There was an amount that people were still okay with getting the sterilization for the money. Let's just say that. Like, sure, like there's details there, right, that we can work out. I'm talking about the morality of it. It can be used to target ethnicity. Wait, what? No, it applies to everybody. What do you mean it targets an ethnicity? It applies to everybody. Like global, it's the same amount of money, and the same request. Anybody gets paid. Anyone can receive money to sterilize themselves. So does Planned Parenthood, but it's placed in black neighborhoods. Well, I mean, this would be a global thing. This isn't like we're putting like shops in like black neighborhoods. This is like a global thing. This is like everywhere. For the sake of argument, like it could be everywhere. You aren't, others will. Okay, well let's say that there's an even distribution. All right, even distribution across like geographic locations according to population. People do this themselves without being paid now? Yeah, exactly. Now leaflet, bad take, just saying. Why? Like you guys are like bad take and then like that's it. Like bad take period. Okay, well why? Most of these arguments are weak or purely emotional. I think so too. You always say take the leftist concepts to the extreme. Who is to say it stays voluntary? We put a law that it has to be voluntary. Whatever you want. We put it in the Constitution that it has to be voluntary. There it is. What constitutes voluntary? Are you guys serious right now? What constitutes voluntary? You get sterilized. I give you money. Your choice. You can say no. Like you guys, this is you guys can't be serious right now. What if I unsterilize? No, it's like permanent. It's like a permanent one. Whatever would lead to permanent. Incentivizing sterilization will probably allow the weak-minded to make a poor lapse of judgment that they will later regret. Yeah, and? And? You could say the same thing about college. I don't think the government should pay to have reversal surgeries. Sure, I can see that. I can see that argument that the government shouldn't be the ones doing it. But what if it was a voluntary organization? What if it's not the government? It's a voluntary organization. The lawmakers have determined that, like, okay, if you're gonna do this, like, you have to at least do it evenly across all demographics. Sure, we'll do that, and we'll have, like, you know, we'll set it up so it's everywhere, but it's not the government paying for it. Who will fund them? I don't know. Whoever. The Mongolian basket weavers will pay for it. Pragmatic take by Leaf, but the response from chat shows how much resistance there'd be. Imagine the reaction outside this chat. I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned with the ethics. I'm concerned with, is this a bad idea? I don't know about if you would be able to pass something or be able to enact this. I'm asking, is it a bad thing morally? That's literally what chat is bringing up. What's that, Sapphire Aegis? What is chat bringing up? The ethics? Yeah, what's the ethics? Oh, okay, you know what? How about this? I'll bring you up. You're the new spokesperson. I have designated you as a spokesperson. Yeah, you get what you ask for, don't you? Okay. So what's the moral reason behind it? The issue here is execution. How would you do it? Like requiring documentation of approval before sterilization. Okay. Okay, Sapphire. In the hypothetical,
who the fuck is Leafit?
Let's assume that the execution is as good as possible. That's it. It's as good as possible. It's going to be executed in a way that is the most fair. Yep. Sure. We have some magic technology where we do something that is painless and it just makes it so you never can have kids again, and then you get paid money. You may regret college, but it doesn't have a permanent effect on your life. So, do you think that people shouldn't be able to get this voluntarily? Because this surgery exists right now. So do you think if a person who's 20 years old wants to have this surgery, they can't get it? Are they not adult to, like, make that decision? Who are you to say that they can't have a thing that won't have a permanent effect on their life? By that way of thinking, Leaf Maid would be okay? No. Because I'd make a different argument for Maid. I'd say that there's no good at all that comes from Maid. They're an adult, but they should be thoroughly educated about the effects, like how trans should be. Sure. Let's say in this hypothetical, we sit a person down. We say, okay, we'll pay you for this amount of money to, like, get this procedure. And then we will walk through all of the negatives of it. We tell you literally everything that we know with perfect, 100% perfect information. People just don't want to admit that they're okay with stupid people removing themselves from the gene pool in a voluntary manner because it's too close to eugenics. No. It's not even remotely the same. It's not forced. They can do it if they want, or they can choose not to. It's up to them. It's totally voluntary. We don't force anybody in this scenario. It is illegal to force people to get it. It's a transaction. It's, you do this, I pay you. That's it. It's towing a very fine line. Yeah, I don't really care though. Is it reversible? No. It's explicitly non-reversible. Also, by the way, everybody practices eugenics, to be honest. Like, literally everybody does. My basis of the argument is religious. The gift of life is sacred, and to deny even yourself the gift willingly is against God's commandments. Okay. Veto. My argument to you is that this is preferable. This is preferable to abortion. It's my argument. In a world that abortion exists, this prevents abortion from happening more. Eugenics, okay, everyone does it. Everyone does do eugenics. When you find like a certain girl to be hot and you want to like fuck her, it's because you think she's hot. Or you think she's smart and you want to fuck her because she's smart. So what are you doing? You're picking and choosing like what you want in your kids. It's not the same. Well, I mean, it's a low form of it, but it's the same as in like the intent. The result is the same. You're trying to select promiscuous people out. Basically trying to. I mean, I guess like my argument for it. My argument for it would be that it lowers the societal burden on people that have kids and can't like actually take care of them, and also removes people from having abortions as much. Complete sterilization is removing all future options. Yeah, well, I mean, if the money is worth more to you than that future option, then I feel like seems like I don't really want you having kids anyway, to be honest. People don't know what they want. Often they think they know when they don't, therefore creating another opportunity for them to fail is unethical. Not to mention economic factors linked to population. Well, I mean, I just disagree with the entire notion that like people should not be allowed to fail on anything. That seems dumb. I just like reject the entire notion that people shouldn't be able to fail. Paying people to sin is immoral. Well, sin is an argument that only works against religious people. So say for the argument, I'm not religious. For the sake of argument, say I'm not religious. Like you have to convince me from like a secular standpoint, which you can still make a religious, sort of semi-religious argument from a semi-religious argument from an ethical standpoint, like using like natural law or whatever. But like if you are just saying that, well, it's a sin, you can't do it. What if I say I just don't buy it, or I say I don't agree that that's a sin? If you're not religious, then it doesn't matter if it's voluntary or involuntary. No. I can say I agree with the founding fathers in that it shouldn't be forced because of your rights. It'd be a good temporary solution, but the Senate would change the bill altogether to make it a terrible and horrible idea later on. 30 on 30. Well, I'm saying that it's not a bill, as in it's a private institution. So the extreme would be they sterilize everyone at birth in order to reproduce. You have to pay a subscription. No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not voluntary. That's them taking away something from you involuntarily and then forcing you, basically holding you hostage. That's not what we're talking about. That's not even close to the same argument. Your perspective makes complete sense in a secular perspective. It's not really my perspective, by the way. I'm just I am exploring an idea. I don't know if I believe in it yet. I'm exploring an idea, a thought. It's not really devil's advocate. I'm exploring the thought. People struggle with the concept of voluntary because you can't reconciliate the fact that stupid people also have personal responsibility and they want to protect themselves. Yeah, like I totally believe that stupid people like they make stupid decisions all the time. And they should have the consequences of those stupid decisions. It is the goal of humanity to thrive into the future, but it must continue to breed to pass on its existence. Yes. So the people that don't care enough about breeding, then they stopped. They don't care enough about it. So removes the burden from society to have to take care of their mess and prevents them from killing people. What problem we're trying to solve too is people creating children that they can't take care of, one, and then two, killing children that they can't take care of. And then again, I said, like, you know, we can incentivize population growth other ways. Sterilization prevents people from killing other people? Yes. It does. It's a second order effect though. Reaver. Because if you sterilize people, they can't get an unwanted pregnancy, and then they won't kill the baby after. It's very obvious. It very obviously leads to that, Reaver. Sterilization effectively kills sperm cells. Yeah, don't care. Sperm cells aren't people. It's a bad argument. Nice try, though.
Here at Quingo Comics, we offer a free Fumo, custom Oshi model, and a lifetime anime and manga subscription with every voluntary sterilization. We are a third-party, non-government
I don't know if that's enough, though.
that offers this
you need to give them like money.
Rich person can influence the sterilization incentive to target weebs. I can add on a FUMO to whatever system you come up with of my own separate initiative. Abortion clinics are in black places
Sure,
to
but
do
like
eugenics and disproportionately target them. Good luck.
Yeah, see, you could do that. You could target them. You could target them, and then I could counterculture, and tell weebs that it's more important to like multiply. So I would be countering you through my own initiative. Sure, why not? Well, you don't even have to beat the free fumos. You just have to like convince people that the ability to reproduce is more important than the money, and that they should be more responsible with it. That it is an important thing to have. Hold on. If you take away the consequences of childbirth, you'll have a massive outbreak of STDs. It says stop being annoying on Twitch. If you take out the consequences of childbirth, you'll have a massive outbreak of STDs. I feel like we're already like pretty much in that. Thank you, 72 Archetypus. Leave no amount of tax incentives will prevent a population collapse if sterilization is paid for. Not unless those who refuse are mandated to breed. Well, a lot of those people anyway, they're either having kids that they don't have the resources for to take care of properly, or they're killing them. So I think it's already kind of what's happening right now. I don't think it changes anything. What are the qualifications for the pay thing? Okay, we have a scanner. We point it at you and we click it. We check if like you're fertile, and then if you are, then we do a thing that makes you non-fertile, and then irreversibly non-fertile, and then we pay you. That's it. What if they already have kids and they want it done now? Sure. Sure. Why not? You can pay them for that too. Sure, why not? You can adopt kids. People don't know orphans still exist. I think I'm not convinced that this is a bad idea. I don't think I've been thoroughly convinced. Would they be allowed to adopt? Sure. Why not? Not it's bad trust. That's like what an argument. This is bad trust. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Bro, there's a pack of fucking dogs at my house. What is happening? There's like a giant pack of... Where does they come from? No. They're taking our cat food. I'm gonna go check. What the hell is this? Alright, Vinergy says, why not just ban birth control abortion to lessen incentives to do the deed before marriage or when ready or whatever? Okay, I got another one. But I don't want to talk about the other one like that long, because I want to get back to the video. Thank you for the bitch, Jago. It's a bad idea because a woman came up with it. All right, here's another one. What are you guessing about this? Okay, we replace the current system, right? So this is in replacement of the current system, okay? As a compromise, and the compromise goes like this: if you get you can get an abortion, but if you do, and it wasn't the result of a rape, you get sterilized. What do you think? How's that one? Yeah. Sounds good. Instantly punished forever. Yeah, I mean that's like the price to get it. Yeah, the price is that you never can do it again. Right? Why not just euthanize them? What, the person? I think that's a completely different calculation. That's a completely... What? What is this? Going back on the one freebie thing I posted, you have you get the freebie, I get one. So made them. It's not the same thing. Because the tool still remains? What do you mean the tool still remains? What do you mean by that? Grape and incest are validations, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so too. Just to be completely honest, I'm against all abortion. Like, full stop. I'm like total abortion ban. Even in cases of incest. Yeah. What about an abortion when the mother dies? That never happens. That never happens, but like if there was a situation in which like they had to do it, like they could just induce the pregnancy instead. Or do like a C-section or something like that. Would you allow a child to live if that child is to suffer for the rest of its life, like having a defective lungs which cause it to breathe in extreme pain? Yes. Why? Because I believe that human life has value. You asked your Christian sister and she agreed with you, what, that you should kill it? So like their value of life depends on your idea of pain. Think of it that way, Sherman. So the value of their life is dependent on your perception of pain and your perception of whether or not life is worth it. So you can decide for another person whether or not their life is worth it. Because fates are worse than death, and like you are the one that's allowed to make that decision. Like you believe you're qualified to make that decision for another person. Like let's say like in the future, right? Let's say in the future, they looked at you, Sherman, and they said, man, Sherman, and I'm not like hating on you or anything. I'm using this as an example, okay? I'm not saying this is true. But they said, Sherman, you're really fucking ugly, bro. Like you're so fucking ugly. It's a fate worse than death to be so ugly amongst all of these beautiful people. So, sorry, bro. Boom. And they just shoot you in the face. Do you think that's fine? Because they think it's awful. Like, you're just gonna get made fun of all the time. Like, why live? The social pain that you will feel is tremendous from their point of view. Because a child will hate you for allowing such intense physical pain in your life. The child will hate you for allowing such intense physical pain in their life. How do you know that? See, you're making an assumption that the child will hate them. You don't know that. You're not them. Again, you're making your own assumption and you're judging the person's life by your own standards. You're living in such a society where a single mistake will lead to punishment. Like, I could use the same argument to say, and this is actually an argument that the woke people use. They use this little argument. We should abort all kids because this world sucks and is suffering. Since life is suffering, we should kill them. That's literally like a woke person argument, by the way. They make that argument all the time. Because they have no idea what true suffering feels like. Well, to them, right? Kind of like how it's to you. To you, the suffering of the child that you're gonna kill is worth it to you. But to them, it's worth killing their kids because of the suffering of life. So who are you to say that your subjective idea of like what is worth it should be applied to everyone else? I'm talking about extreme suffering? Yeah, well, I'm saying that it's extreme suffering to be alive right now. From their point of view. Who says that your extreme suffering is like means more than theirs? Like, I'll give you an example, right? Like how you view suffering, it's completely different based on your perspective. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. When people, you have a very different this is why I have a very different standard on abortion. Like, let me give you like an example, okay? So, you know when like people used to shit talk me? People still shit talk me like to this day. But you know how people like people would shit talk me like a month ago, and they'd be like, "You're the fucking worst, Leaflet. Like you're shit. You're stupid. You're ugly." They say all of these things about me, right? And I used to suffer from that. I used to feel bad that they did that. But now, it makes me feel good because it means they're thinking about me. So do you see how, like, even within the same person, their idea of what suffering is and what joy is completely different, even based on a different time frame of that person's mind. Lemlem says, Leaflet, you are great. You actually think and use logic, naturally become a target. Well, I'm interested in finding out more about the world. Like, isn't that interesting? It's so interesting to learn more about the world and what we believe and like why we believe what we believe. It's really fun. Like, to me at least. Like, I think it's the most interesting thing. If you're doing it out of malice, they're your enemies. Yeah, but do you see how my idea of what suffering was completely subjective? It is completely subjective based on my frame of reference. Right? Whereas like a month ago, my frame of reference was different and it was suffering. But now my frame of reference is completely the other way around and now it's fun. So again, Like, would you subject other people to your frame of reference? Like, you want people to be exposed to your frame of reference. Would you push extreme suffering to those that who you care about? Well, of course not. But you're talking about killing somebody. Take in, for instance, Ricky Berwick. He's living the life of his best ability and he doesn't give a damn what people think. Yeah, exactly. So, like, if you knew your kid was going to be like Ricky, like, would you just kill him? Because you could make an argument
Ricky
that it would be
Berwick is
suffering to be
awesome.
like that. How early on? Doesn't matter. What does it matter? I'm not really a big fan of, like, the timing of killing a person matters. It seems cope. Seems cope to be like, well, you know, the person is, like, less developed so we can kill him, but then, like, we can't later. It doesn't make any sense. A fetus is not a person? What is a person, then? What is a person, Reaver? We don't know if souls are real. Okay, well, I present to you Schrodinger's soul, then. If you had a barrel, and if there was a barrel, and I told you that there might be a person in it, and there might not be, can you shoot the barrel? Can you morally shoot the barrel? If I said there's a 50% chance that there's a person inside the barrel, but 50% chance there's nothing. But what if I were led to believe there is no one inside the barrel and felt free to shoot them? But what if I were led to believe... You were led to believe that no one is inside the barrel? So you're saying that, like, you're ignorant? So you're saying that you can make a choice based on ignorance? So if I were to say that I don't know if killing is bad, and then I kill you, like, am I subject to... Like, is the morality of that doesn't matter anymore? Like, I still have... Like, for instance... If you were like, I don't know if it's bad to kill people, and you're like, I'm just gonna walk around and start murdering kids. I'm sorry, but I'm Zoltracking you. I don't really give a shit. If, like, if I don't really care if, like, you don't know.
Yeah, she is.
Well, the only way you
nailing
can
him
understand,
down.
like, what you believe is to talk through things like this. If you don't actually do this kind of shit, then, like, you're never gonna know. And what you believe is just gonna be, like, whatever you feel like. Because you haven't actually pushed against it. The reason I know these arguments is because I've thought about it. Like, I had already known that before you even engaged with me, I had already known that if there was a psychopath out there that said, I don't know if killing people is moral or not, and then start slaughtering kids, like, I'd shoot them. Because I already thought about it. Cure, you just made an argument for every school shooter who pleads insanity? What, for killing them? Yeah. At the very minimum, they need to be put in the box forever. That's, like, bare minimum. But if they're in the act of doing it, they're getting deleted. Anyway, I'm gonna move on now. But it was very fun. She is deleting people. Well, no, I'm not trying to delete people. I want people to think for themselves. I want people to think about why they believe what they do, so that they can have much stronger arguments.
Here's a fair one for your leaf. If we have 2 lives go and 1 life come out, let's flip a coin. Heads abortion, tails coma then birth then maid. This is the only abortion I'm okay with if I had to be okay with it. Every life deserves a fair chance.
Wait. Thank you, Manipple. If we have 2 lives go in and 1 comes out. Wait, 2 lives go in and 1 come out. Coma, birth, then maid. I don't know. I don't get it. Oh! Well, I think that if you had the life of the mother or the child in question, and there was no consent, as in, like, you couldn't get the consent from the person, then I think you... And if this was true, like, this isn't like, you know, this isn't like a bullshit reason. Like, if it was actually scientifically true, like, we're assuming, like, this is like red truth. If it's red truth that it is necessary to abort the child in order to save the life of the mother, and the will of the mother is, like, not discernible, then I think it is fine to abort the child to save the mother, because then it's like a life to life. But the mother might not be okay with that. Like, the mother might rather die to save the kid. So that's why I said you'd have to ask her. Like, there's an example. There's like a scenario in which I would die. So here's like the scenario in which I would die. Say I really, really love my husband and I was pregnant and then my husband died. And like the child that is in me is the only like legacy left from the man I love. And I was forced to either die to save the child. I would do it. Who raised the child? I don't know. I assume like my parents, my mom. Like, it would suck, obviously. Like, it's a terrible decision to have to make. But that's like the remaining legacy of like my husband, right? And me. It's like I might die, but you know, our will moves on into the future. His will moves on into the future, right? Anyway, I'm gonna move on. That was quite a tangent, sorry. It was fun though. I like those kind of discussions.
I got it. I'm sorry. I've been struggling trying to get some particulates out of the paint. I got to figure out what color I'm going to use next. We got another video. Let's see what we got.
Basic Logic. And if you don't know who Basic Logic is, he, within the right-wing YouTuber space, is probably one of the fastest growing channels I've ever seen. I think in just a few months, you went from something like 20,000 to over 100,000 subscribers. And your content is really solid, like short form, both data and philosophy heavy. Not that I agree with everything, but it's definitely like thematically aligned with a lot of the topics on this channel. And I decided to reach out because I always try to have conversations with anyone in this wider intellectual space, because we're all having what I sort of call an asynchronous conversation with the world, with our watchers, with everything like that, where a lot of us are watching a lot of other creators out there. We're getting ideas from them. We're spinning those ideas into something new. And so bringing people together to have these conversations can be really interesting. What I wanted to start with is, what was the context of starting the channel for you? What was your goal with the channel? And how did that goal evolve as you've gone on?
Thank you for having me. The way I started this channel was as a dare, actually. So I'm not the only person on this channel. My friend is an editor for this channel, and we co-own the channel. It's 50-50.
Okay.
And the relationship I had with this friend for a very long time is that I like to go deep into certain topics. In particularly, I converted to Christianity some years ago. And he was the first person I started talking about Christianity with. And then he converted shortly after, I think like a week or two after I converted.
Wow.
And so we've always had this dynamic of I go deep into a certain topic and then I explain it in a very concise way. And then he started telling me, like pestering me, like, man, you have to write a book about this, because everyone I talk to takes like an hour to explain something simple. And he has ADHD and he doesn't like, sitting down for an hour for something that can be explained in 3 minutes if you really focus. And then at some point I was getting bored of my own personal life. I had some spare time to kill because there were some professional ambitions that I had that didn't go as intended, which had to do with me trying to start a startup out of college. But then the people who I was relying on, they didn't really follow up with the promises that they made. And so I had some spare time left over as I was waiting, and I was bored, and it's like, okay, let's make a video. And we posted the video, and it was 0 views for like 12 hours. And then afterwards, it started getting some traction, and then started getting a lot more traction. It's like, okay, let's try this seriously. And so now we are at the time of recording, we are at 96,900 subscribers. It hasn't even been 11 months yet. So
that is completely demoralizing. I've been doing this for every day, an hour edited episode for 3 years at this point, Simone? Yeah, it's 3 years.
Oh yeah.
And we're 75,000. I mean, we'll probably hit 100 before the end of the 4-year period. I know it took Nuxiner 4 years to get to 100,000. So you're doing incredibly well. but I see why when I look at the form of your content, which is as quick and with nice animation to the point of a philosophical concept, which I am just terrible at doing, right? Like, it would take me so long to create videos that short. But that's also why I'm glad to have you on here so people can get the wider context on you, because that's not going to come through on your videos. The big question I would have is, what convinced you to convert to Christianity so much so that when you talked to your friend, he also converted? Like, what was the argument or the trepidation you had beforehand?
Well, there was no argument. I was an extremely stubborn atheist before. I respected Christianity. I started studying Christianity probably a year or two before I converted, because I was realizing, okay, everything's going wrong in society. The Christians seem to have some good ideas. Let me learn from them. And I did. And I thought a lot of the wisdom there was very good. However, I wasn't convinced until I kind of had to be convinced by a... How can I say this? I'm not even sure if I should say this, because every time I do, it gets a lot of people like demoralized from trying to convert, in the sense that I had a religious experience, and that's what finally converted me. And the reason I don't always share that is because the common response I get when I tell them that I have a religious experience, like, okay, I'll convert when I have one. It's like, great.
But how did you convince your friend? Did he have a religious experience? Or
He
did
did not have, no. So very quickly I realized I can't just tell people I had a religious experience and then they're going to convert. That doesn't make any damn sense. After all,
By the way, I want to say how much I appreciate that was immediately obvious to you. You do not know, because I also converted from being an atheist for ages, how many times a Christian would just be like, well, you know, God just started talking to you. That's how I know. And that's why you should know too. And I'm like, but he doesn't talk to me. Like, what are you talking about? That your personal religious experience does not impact my belief, right? So
Yeah, that's how I feel.
that was obvious to you, but go on.
Yeah, so like people from different religions have their own religious experience, or they claim to. People can also go insane, and people can go temporarily insane. So it did cross my mind, hey, maybe I just went crazy for like one morning. That might have happened. So I decided, okay, I've already been studying this religion. I like the ideas. Let's actually go deeper into the philosophy of it. Let's see if I can understand it, prove it, or debunk it. And this was like my fixation for 1 or 2 weeks. I don't remember exactly, where all I cared about doing was studying the Bible. I hadn't told anyone that I had converted by this point. All my fixation was on just studying the Bible itself, learning about what theologians believed. I would be listening to theology podcasts while doing everything or anything. And so I ended up adopting like a mix of beliefs of different Protestant denominations, especially, but I also respect the Catholics and the Orthodox. I'm not militantly Protestant.
Yeah.
And
like
so
we are, and we have a reputation for being so. But okay, so that's really, I find it interesting that you were able to get so much from studying theologians. So I guess like this actually makes sense to go into my history on this. I really enjoyed, when I was an atheist, Christian radio, and I listened to tons of Christian radio. But what's really funny is, if you're super into Christian radio, which is probably not good for me, I approach this wrong, you get really into arguments that are never gonna matter to an atheist's conversion, like pre versus post millennialism, right? Like that yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And I would get super into like all of the arguments on both sides of that, because I just loved the lore, I guess. But I never came in on the more practical things that I had never had somebody sit me down and give me good arguments for. Actually, this could be a fun thing for us to go into in this, is how would you today, first, how did you convert your friend, and how would you go to convert your younger self before the experience? Because there are so many tactics that I think a lot of Christians seem to default to when they're attempting to convert people. And they don't, like, it's like it does not pass go. And I think one of the big ones that we sort of touched on is not just personal religious experiences, but claiming that X group of religious people say they saw a miracle, or that some miraculous thing happened in the Bible. And then obviously your atheist is just going to be like, yes, but the Muslim who just tried to convert me said the same thing. And the Buddhist who just tried to convert me said the same thing. Like, how would you how did you crack that nut?
Well, it's tailored to each person. People respond to different things. You asked me about how would I convert myself. I think the most important thing to have done to myself when I was an atheist would be to intellectually humiliate me, because I was way too prideful. Every interaction I had with Christians was incredibly poor. So every Christian I've met outside of my family was, to put it lightly, an idiot. And I had never actually heard the gospel before I had become Christian, because every Christian I ever talked to, the only thing they cared about was debating evolution. And they had very poor arguments to debate evolution was the issue. So that was my sole experience of Christians outside my family. And it was not very convincing. And so every time I had one of those experiences, I became even more prideful in my beliefs, because I was like, well, this is what these idiots believe. I'm not an idiot like them. Now, it depends, of course, with certain people. Yeah. I've had people where you could use whatever logic you wanted, it wouldn't work. But if you play the right song, then you have some effect. Which is why I also criticize contemporary churches so much of their hip-hop nonsense, where they're just making an inferior version of modern music. And like, that's not going to reach the people we're trying to reach with Christian music.
It's actually funny that you mention songs is having an impact on people's beliefs, because one thing that's become very popular in our wider community recently, and I don't know how tapped into this you are you tapped into stuff like the Skybrowse cinematic universe and like all the conservative AI music that's being generated these days?
I've heard that there's been some AI music generated, especially from like conservative and religious angles. I've never seen it or heard it.
Oh, I'll send you some. I'm so into it, because what they do is they collect different conservative influencers and they have them as like figures in it, or some of them.
And I wish these guys would see some of my videos, because I honestly think they would really like them. I really do.
Just do their own like things. But I remember really having my mind changed because of one of the songs. And it was mostly just because it made me feel culturally normal to have this point. And it's Leaflet's song about college being a scam.
Oh.
I had felt that college was a scam for a while. I had felt like the math just doesn't add up. But for whatever reason, hearing it in a song, I just walked away being like, wait, that's so obvious now. Why was I over intellectualizing it? But I think you probably mean even in the context of like music that is transcending for people. Like a lot of people you go to like a Roman mass, or you go to evening song, and is so impactful to an individual, they can have a religious like experience. Is that more what you're thinking? Or
yeah, it's along those lines.
One thing I'm curious based on that actually is you're sort of talking about people's standard of evidence, right? For one person, their standard of evidence may be a logical argument. For another person, it may be a religious experience or a very emotional experience. Like, I listened to a song and it made me feel a certain way, and therefore this thing must be right. Do you try to create arguments that are designed for different standards of evidence, like emotion or logic or personal experience or studies or other things? Or do you just kind of try to hit the most commonly encountered arguments? Like, what's your approach to presenting information?
Since I was an atheist, I pretty much know the atheist arguments. And even further context, I grew up as an atheist, but my family and I had to leave our home countries and go to a Muslim country for a while for work. And I really did not like Islam. So I was very into like anti-theist apologetics. And so I had plenty of experience on that. So that I never put focus on that because it's second nature by this point. And then as for focusing on like particular arguments, I know what would work on me. I like the rationalist arguments, but the truth is not everyone thinks. So this goes beyond just religion. It goes on to politics and the likes. A lot of people who are more intellectually inclined, like rational arguments and the likes, they assume everyone thinks like a 130 IQ European. And that is just not reality. It's even the reason why I dropped my libertarian leanings. It's because I realized this would work fantastic if everyone was a 130 IQ European.
Yeah.
But that's not the world we live in. And so some things have to be adapted. It's also why I took like a lot of stronger stance against usury, for example, because previously I would think, just don't be stupid. Don't sign this ridiculous contract with an insane interest rate. It's like, okay, well, some people are stupid. Does that mean that we have the right to use the government to force them into being de facto slaves? No.
And if people are offended by his take on mentioning European in this particular context, I would strongly point you to our episode on why Arab countries are almost never democracies, where we point out that for like centuries, almost no Arab country has ever been a lasting democracy, and almost every Northern European country has. And so, for whatever reason, and you can have 1,000 different reasons why this may be the case, different populations, and somebody could be like, oh, that's Muslim culture, but then we point out in non-Arab Muslim cultures, it's not infrequent that they have democracies. So you could say, well, in some groups, in some cultures, things just operate differently, and different types of societal structures work at different levels. And this is one of the big problems that I think that we're having in Europe and the Americas right now, is we are importing a lot of people that seem to operate very well under systems that look nothing like our system. Like if you go to the Middle East, there's a number of countries that are clean and operate pretty well, but they are the least democratic of the states, like the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Whereas the most democratic of the states are often the most dangerous and least well managed. So yeah, I just think that's a good point there.
Yep.
Yeah. Were you conservative before you converted to Christianity? Or okay, and were you always conservative, or was that something that sort of happened to you over time or through cultural battles or whatever? Yeah.
I think the closest I've ever been to not being conservative was when I was like 6 or 7 and I heard my uncle lost his job. And I was like, how could a company fire someone? It ruins their life. And that was the closest I've ever come to being a leftist. So from that moment on, like from 8 years old onwards, I was pretty dead set on right wing, even though for a large portion I didn't really understand it. By the time I was in high school, it was just straight up like Daily Wire talking points for me. And then it took like a couple more years for me to grow out of that and realize, okay, Daily Wire is perhaps not the answer to everything.
Oh, that's actually an interesting point, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Is the wider cultural change in modern conservatism that we've seen, where the boomer conservatism, which ironically, I think the Daily Wire is one of the perfect avatars of, despite Ben Shapiro being, younger, he sort of got captured by boomers when he was a kid, and he's never been able to escape that mindset, where boomer conservatism is really sort of dying out as an intellectual philosophy. And this entirely new type or flavor of conservatism is beginning to replace it. And what are your thoughts on that as you've seen this happen? Or
Oh yeah, definitely. And it's been extremely beneficial. Like people I had met early on that were diehard leftists, when they realized that the right wasn't just boomer conservatism, have started now going more to the center, more to the right. Boomer conservatism is just so fake. They conserve nothing.
They suck. They suck. One of the statistics that I was watching recently, we went over an episode that hasn't gone live yet, is we were looking at pro-Muslim sentiment in the United States. A lot of people are aware of this. It jumped up after 9/11. What people are unaware of is that the demographic it jumped up most within were very conservative people, very conservative Republicans. Whereas if you look at the new generation of conservative after the October 11th attacks, pro-Palestine sentiment jumped up among leftists, but it didn't go up at all among conservatives. Like, we're not falling for this nonsense anymore, where it's like, oh no, victim blaming. Somebody might be mad at Muslims because one group of Muslims did something.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. I think one of the traps that we were taught growing up, especially by Daily Wire types, is that you had to be on Team Israel or you had to be on Team Palestine. And my personal experience is, obviously excluding the innocents on both sides suck. Like, both sides are really, really bad. And I'm not sure which one I hate more. And if it was possible for two sides to lose a war, I would like them both to lose. That would be my position.
That's definitely, that's definitely a sentiment that's shared among a lot of people. It's not one that we share as aggressively, but our basic position is we like people who are economically and technologically productive and appear to be moving civilization forwards, and who also fight back when people dick with them. But I also understand that Israel has really manipulated the United States to do things that are not in our best interest many times. And so I understand the sentiment there. I'm wondering how you see when you moved away from like Daily Wire thinking, was the number one thing that you moved away from, was it the Israel thing, or were there other things about boomer conservatism you found toxic?
There was a lot that was talks about boomer conservatism. A lot of it was things that you don't really notice early on because they seem to be like champions against woke ideology. And in reality, it was this false, like controlled opposition where we're going to oppose woke ideology, but we're going to let in gay marriage. We're going to let in feminism in our churches. It seemed like they were making a lot of compromises with the woke crowd so they could show how reasonable they were being. And then it seemed like every 4 years, the Conservative Party was more liberal. And now I'm assuming probably 40 years, well, obviously 40 years ago, Democrats are way more, well, 40 years ago, liberals were way more conservative than modern conservatives. And so it seemed like a controlled opposition to slowly push the Overton window over and over towards the side of insanity.
We did a whole episode on that. Like it seems to be pretty well. And well, people have done full like essays on that. One thing I wanted to ask you though, if I may, I'm really curious about how your life has changed since you converted to Christianity. Like, and also what does being actively Christian look like to you? How active are you in your, like with your local church? Or is your religious experience one more about heavy biblical study and prayer and less about engagement with the community? Because when I hear about people converting, it can mean so many different things. Yeah. Like there are people who convert without even believing anything. That's not you. You're very different. But does this mean that you're also participating in a community and your life and schedule are totally different too?
Well, a lot of things changed. I really wanted to participate in the community. I joined the church. I did all the things to be able to join church. So the place I live, I have two options. I can be Catholic, or I can be these modern evangelical types. And I wasn't Catholic. I don't hold a grudge against Catholics. I don't think it's a bad denomination, but I don't agree with it. So that was off the list. And then I thought, okay, well, non-denominational, I guess that will work. I'll go to a non-denominational church and we'll see how well that goes. Right? It's a place for all Christians. It was not. it was just not.
Was it like super woke, or like what was your take on the non-denominational?
It wasn't super woke. It wasn't super woke, but it had problems. It allowed modern infections to get in very easily. It's the type of boomer conservatism that we're criticizing. They allowed feminism to get into the church. They allowed a lot of other issues to get into the church. The pastor only gave sermons on things that were very obviously bad in the political climate. So like we're going to talk badly about gender ideology, but we're not going to talk about how the men in our church don't run the household and actually they're led by their women. We're not going to talk about that. So only the obvious things that everyone already agreed with, nothing that could offend the congregation. There was one time where I wanted to give a Bible study, so I was helping out some of my fellow young adults in the group. I wanted to give a Bible study on Genesis, particularly the curses of Adam and Eve. And they were very happy for me to do the Bible study on the curse of Adam. They were not happy with me doing the curse of Eve. Yes. And so in the end, I just got censored, and it was a decision behind closed doors. And they just kept delaying it. They didn't even let me know that they canceled it until it was like the day prior. Of course, I was planning on teach the curse of Adam and Eve to about 12 people when they censored me. I ended up making it into a video, so instead I taught it to like 120,000. So it worked out in the end.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think this shows why boomer conservatism has been hit so hard and has had such a hard time reacting, is the mechanisms of control that they built were so petty, low level, and internet stupid that the moment people saw around them or found a way to, circumvent them like you did, the impact is so large. And it's a position that young people are put in when they see the boomers. And I think the feminism thing is such a great point, because that reminds me of like the vague boomer conservatism that we so would have seen was like Ben Shapiro always trying to prop up his sister and stuff like that. And like, oh, we need a woman's voice. We need they're still hook, line, and sinker swallowing oh, you wouldn't want to say people are different because that's racist and we don't want anyone like that in our communities. And it's like, but they fucking are. Everyone can see it. But yeah, I guess it's the pushing back. And I hadn't contextualized that, and I need to think about it a little bit. The thing that really changed was the Shibboleth list of rules of things we were supposed to pretend mattered or were important without question. And the glee with which the new right, because what the new right really began to do in response to that is we began to only listen to people who validated themselves through showing that they're willing to push back against these arbitrary rules. And, I was on a show recently and they were like, Malcolm, how could you have these racist looking titles? And I was like, yeah, but you watched the episode. It wasn't racist, right? And they're like, well, not technically, and it's like, well, okay, so I need to authenticate myself with a crowd that has come to distrust people who try to play too aggressively within this very tight ruled format. And I think you do I don't know, is this something that you actively think about when you're putting your videos together, or do you not actively think about sort of this envelope pushing?
I think about it all the time. I constantly have similar comments as you, where it's like, how could you make this thumbnail? It's so terrible. How could you talk about these topics like this? And it's like, man, you can see the argument in the video. My videos are short. They're 3 minutes in the past. Now they're 5 minutes, going to 8 minutes because I want that YouTube ad revenue. So it's not that much of an effort to actually watch the video and make sure. And I also, my videos aren't that clickbait. Like, my thumbnails are pretty accurate to what I'm talking about.
No, your videos have never been particularly clickbaity from what I've seen. You're typically, our videos are, well, no, we don't really do clickbait either. No, we do good, spicy hooks, but it's always on the topic of the episode.
That's true. Yeah, we don't bait and switch. So that is true. One thing I'm curious too is, I mean, I'm assuming you're like in your 20s because you're like other young adults. Yeah. Okay. So of people in their 20s, what do you think are sort of the biggest generational challenges facing that generation? And what do you see as the most important solutions? And do you actually think a large swath of people will adopt those solutions?
The biggest challenge for my generation, and it's not even close, is the lack of reliable mentors.
Oh, wow. I never actually, it's like 85th on my list of things I would have expected.
No, it's like, this has been an issue constantly, where we go to our education system, our teachers are either lying or stupid. Or we go to our church, our elders are either again lying or they're stupid. It's like this constant issue. And it's not, a lot of people argue that Gen Z is rebellious and hostile to authority. And to be entirely honest, I don't see it that way. What I find is, from the moment we were turned 5 and went to school, every person that we were supposed to trust has not done their job. And I talk about the sentiment of other people because it's a rough thing growing up in a difficult world and you not be able to trust mentors. I don't think I know a single Gen Z person who doesn't wish they had a wiser mentor of an older generation to be able to guide them consistently in their lives. We create these online substitutes because that's really all we have. Like, if you don't have it in your family, you're just not going to get it at all. I've had it in my family, thankfully, so they were able to guide me through some of the steps. But you need more than just your family to like really develop all your skills and be prepared for this. And so we've reactively created a more independent system where we use online proxies as mentors, but it's not the same thing. It's not real. Another thing that Gen Z really bases itself on is on stories that we tell through literature and video games and the likes. And naturally, we follow the hero's journey. And every part of the hero's journey has the mentor figure that shows up and he shows you the ropes. And we don't have that. That's not in our hero's journey.
I find something that's pretty interesting about your generation of coming into this is one of the things you used to hear a lot from people is like, oh, I got into this from Jordan Peterson. And I haven't heard that once from you yet. You're saying something?
Oh, sorry. I was saying, yeah, Jordan Peterson. I liked Jordan Peterson for a time, but I did not come into this because of him.
Yeah. And I've learned that he really is the one who sort of was more a bridge for boomers into the new right than a bridge for the youth into the new right. Because
maybe Gen X and older millennials.
Yeah, Gen X and older millennials. When I think about your generation, the right-leaning individuals, the other one, we've had on our show is, do you know what about his Rubyard?
Yeah, I do. I follow his stuff actually.
Yeah, he's very young as well. Not quite as young as you, but very young as well. And he also didn't come to the right because of like George. He came to it from just looking at society crumbling. Like that was, I guess that's also been a motivator for you, or that has not been.
That's why I studied Christianity prior to converting. It's hard to avoid the issues here because we can see it growing up. Like we were told, go do well in school, get your degree, go to a good college, get a good job. Along the way in college, go get a girlfriend, get married, and that'll be your life. But that isn't true, and that hasn't been true for a very long time. And we knew that, but it's all we had, like, it's all we could do, right? We were told that this is the way to go. That's what every adult was pushing us towards. It's all we could do, but we knew it wasn't happening. And so at some point, at random point, for some people, some later, some earlier, it's like, okay, I need to figure something else out here. And we weren't at a point where we had enough life experience where we could figure it out on our own. So we had to go on to online sources. Jordan Peterson helped some people I know, but usually they were already conservative. It was my generation. Like if you're already conservative, then you like Jordan Peterson. If you weren't, you hated him. That's how it was. The actual journey from left-wing to right-wing has been more from new right figures. I'm not familiar with the work of Nick Fuentes, for example, but I know Nick Fuentes, ironically, got some left-wingers to turn right. So things along those lines.
Well, and a lot of right-wingers to turn left, unfortunately.
Yeah, true.
What?
Wait, so
I've heard of that as well. I'm not familiar enough to comment. I know some of the clips, but I've never actually sat down and listened to his stuff.
He's an entertaining producer, but I think counterproductive to the wider movement, at least in terms of getting votes. But I mean, obviously, he's done what. Like I thought his interview with what's his face, the UK guy, Simone. Do you remember? He's the guy who, Piers Morgan. He interviewed us. Yeah, was like very well done on his part. Like he did such a good job.
I saw that one, but that was excellent.
Vis-a-vis Piers Morgan, that it made Piers Morgan just look like an absolute clown. But I think it also showed, well, actually, it comes to the topic of the big moment that for a lot of people when like Piers Morgan was trying to imply that like he's not sleeping around and therefore he's of lesser character. And obviously Nick is like, what do you like to your average conservative these days? It's like, what are you talking about? Like what he's less moral because he's not having recreational sex with lots of women. Just like the absurdity of that on its face. But that is so boomer conservative that they would actually think, and I think a lot of boomer conservatives would actually just think to say that. Like they haven't thought to question, I guess this is, okay, I'm beginning to understand it now. The urban monoculture, as we often call it, or this sort of like leftist net around society, created cultural norms that our movement is based on questioning every single norm or idea that comes in front of us because so many rules in society turned out to be wrong. Like when I was younger, you at a young age, this might be crazy to hear, but you used to think somebody was like a mentally ill tinfoil hat person if they said there is a secret network of pedophiles that is unusually influential in American government and politics. And now everybody knows and agrees that happened. Or if you said, oh my God, the Southern Poverty Law Center is the KKK's largest donor, you'd be like, people would laugh you out of the room. Or the water's turning the frogs gay. Well, even with that one, even back when everybody acted like that was a crazy thing to say, I was like, but frogs are a bellwether species. You would absolutely expect that. And amphibians actually change gender quite frequently. This is something we should look at. Like, I remember even with that one, I was like, why are you guys so mad about that? Like that actually seems like a useful thing to.
Hello.
But where were they going? But yeah, they haven't
are these they don't do them anymore.
Aggressively challenged those sorts of norms, and it makes it so hard to have a conversation or be part of the chat with them because they haven't engaged with these ideas as aggressively. It reminds me, we have a reporter who was doing a piece on us, and they were, mocking, or they were saying, oh, isn't it so bad that at the White House thing, like what's his face said Michelle Obama used to be a man, right? Like is a trans person. And I was like, well, I mean, I haven't looked into this conspiracy yet. So like, I can't take a stance on it. And they were very offended that I wouldn't just immediately say that's a horrible thing to say. I'm like, too many of those horrible things to say turned out to be true.
Yeah, it's been a shock, even for me. It's been a shock all the way through. Like, I knew things were bad. I wasn't expecting like this level. In fairness, after I got more into history and I started learning things from more like a Christian lens as well, applying that Christian lens to history, it became a little bit more self-evident that this isn't new. It's actually happened several times in history, and this is just yet another repeat. We've had transgender ideology in the Muslim empires in the Middle Ages, for example, which is insane to think about.
Yep.
Pedophile rings running the government has been a thing since ancient Greece. So, I don't know. It's when the more I look into history, the more obvious how absurd the lies of modernity are, and the more annoyed I get at my educators who were clearly just not. I don't know what they were thinking. Like, some of them, majority of them, probably stupid. A lot of them, I would argue, are malicious, frankly, because at some point.
Let's talk about that, because you're a young person in today's world. How did you determine what was true?
Well, the way I determined things were true, back when I was an atheist, my philosophy wasn't very consistent. So things were true if they made sense to me, and I thought myself very logical. And that did serve me decently well. I was surrounded by people who were hardcore leftists and pushing leftist propaganda. So I'm not American, but I went to an American high school, an international American high school. And there, every single professor, every poster, every person was just pushing constant woke ideology nonstop. And the only news sources I was allowed to use or credit were leftist news sources. And so I got pretty good at like reading between the lines of how the left lies and knowing how they speak, so I could actually get the real news, right? And that ended up being a very useful skill. I use it even nowadays when I'm having biblical debates, because one thing you'll notice with Christians often is that when they want to prove their point, they'll just bombard you with a bunch of verses from the Bible. And if you have some verses, it's like a contest between who has the most verses supporting their point. And that gets very ridiculous very quickly, because you're effectively arguing the Bible is contradicting itself at that point. You're just making a list of how many verses don't contradict me versus how many don't contradict you. So I've gotten the habit of using whatever verses my opponent uses in a debate against me and against my point. I will use that same verse for my argument. And that's something I started doing first in high school in politics and the likes.
That's I think that's really useful. And what I have found in terms of the Bible in understanding it when people will make arguments against me is it's always just, well, I take the whatever they said to me and then I try to read it in context and look up all the other ways it could be translated, and all of a sudden it makes perfect sense. And I was that was one of the things that surprised me most about, as you said, like everyone I talked to about the Bible when I was a kid had what I call a Sunday school view of Christianity.
Yeah.
And when I went back and began to read the Bible as an adult with a translator next to me, like what does this word mean in other places, that I was then like, oh, okay, like this actually makes a lot of sense in context. And I was really shocked by that. I also find the other thing that's very an alignment about both of our stories, and it's something that I think Christians can use more when they're thinking about how do you actually reach people who aren't Christian yet, is we essentially converted to Christianity before we believed Christianity, because we didn't think that raising our kids secular was going to be mentally good for them. And we knew the research. I mean, if you're a scientist, you know the research. People who are Christians are like healthier, they have less depression, they have less, like all sorts of, they live longer, they have less medical complications. And so I was just like, well, it's, if I'm going to be an atheist and say that I believe to live in a way that's logical, this is only logical. And it was only after we started living that way with these presumptions that things begin to make sense for us and we begin to become more fanatic. Where at this point, I would say I'm quite fanatical, but it took I think that this is a pathway that I had never heard a Christian argue to me once when I was an atheist. Just be like, well, you say you care about the data. All the data shows you're better off being a Christian.
Well, some people are going to be very easily convinced of that. I know that if someone pulled that on me when I was an atheist, I would have laughed at them. Because, like, okay, you're admitting that your thing is false, so you're just saying, let's believe a lie so that it's better for us.
Yeah.
So it will depend on the person. There are parts, I'll give you an example. I know of one case where someone read the book of Proverbs of the Old Testament, and they were so amazed by the wisdom there that they converted on the spot.
Huh.
But when I read the book of Proverbs, a lot of the things there just seemed kind of obvious to me. Now, obviously, they're obvious to me because I live in a society that's already integrated them. So that was already drilled into my head since I was a kid. But that person had not been drilled into it. And so if someone had told me, yeah, you just need to read the book of Proverbs to this person, they'll convert, I would have also laughed at them if they tried that with me. That's why I don't like a lot of these videos that you see online where people are trying to teach you how to convert people with like very specific arguments, because it's just not going to work for most people. You have to adapt to each individual case.
No.
Okay, hold on. I'm really curious because I was surprised to hear that a lack of mentorship is the biggest problem facing people
I
in their
also
20s
never
right now.
heard to ask about dating. But
Right, I want to ask about dating too. But is the solution to the lack of mentorship just finding good people online? Because this is how also people end up in really scammy situations.
It's not a solution. No.
Yeah,
it's
so
like a
where,
desperate
like,
last
is it joining a
resort.
religious community? What is it?
I would have loved if the answer was joining a religious community. That would have solved everything. And I was very excited when I joined a religious community, especially because the Bible keeps telling you about how important it is to join and respect your elders and do those things. Although it became very clear that my elders aren't elders, they're just overgrown children. That became abundantly clear very fast. And I've called other people stupid here quite a few times in our interview, but I actually do take it seriously. As the Bible says, they're not really supposed to go around calling people stupid or to call people fools willy-nilly. So it's been a while of contemplation before I've become so comfortable insulting people who are supposed to be my hires and my betters. And a lot of that has to do with just constant direct experience of them showing a level of maturity that even if you were a teenager, I wouldn't find it excusable. I'm not going to go too far into the details. I went a little bit more into the details of Tom Foe about one of the many scandals that happened. I can also go into another, there was a time where one of the elders came to teach our young adult group why we should believe the Bible. And he said the best argument for it was the faithfulness of the Jews. Because the Jews survived the Holocaust and they didn't abandon Judaism, that's why you, as Christians, need to believe the Bible. And that is pretty much like the standard position of the elders just in that church. And when I looked around more, it wasn't just that church, it was every church. Doesn't matter if it's in this country or that country, if they call themselves non-denominational, chances are there's something similar to that. And it's like, okay.
That sounds, I'm going to be honest, if I saw that, I'd be like, this group sounds potentially infiltrated, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
that's really
I fully believe they were infiltrated by not just things like that, but other like they were very anti-woke ideology publicly because that was a safe thing to say against. It was actually funny. I remember one sermon where it was all.
Who
I
was
know
that? Hey,
this is a
sir.
very dangerous thing to say nowadays.
Oh,
but I
Leaflet
don't
is on
support
break?
gender
I didn't know
ideology.
that.
It's like, great. Yes, we established that men are not women and women are not men, and you can't magically switch. What a great revelation that is. It happens to be a revelation everyone in this church already agrees with. But then when it would come to, hey, how about women in the role of pastor? Suddenly, now we can't really discuss that. And actually, if you discuss that, maybe you have some like pent-up misogyny and you're pushing other people away by having these very traditional views.
But, I mean, it's in the Bible.
Yes, it's in the Bible, but the Bible is clearly misinformed. We should trust our non-denominational pastor. He knows better.
Well, no, it was a different time back then. We've got to.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree. And I think one of the things that you note here before we go to dating, because I do want to pull on this point.
We got to go to
Is
dating.
we can't easily trust our elders in the way that we historically should have been able to, because the boomer generation essentially sold out society. Like an example was even just, I like my dad, I like my family. But when he says something like, when we were talking about, should we come over Christmas or something like that, and he goes, I don't know if we want to have you. He's like, you've got all the kids, and then Christmas just becomes all about the kids. And I'm like, yes, that's exactly what Christmas is about. It's about the children. What did you think Christmas was about? And just like that level of just like not caring about the custodianship of society or the next generation or anything like that. Like it's not even in their mental space. I was like, wow. And I think that it is hard to build. What we really need to do in terms of our ancestors is look to more ancient texts and stuff like that, and philosophy and books and everything like that. And one of the things that is so funny to me, and it's one of the reasons why we dress the way we do, is when people are like, oh, you're trying to be trad or whatever, right? And I'm like, what do you even mean trad? Like, I combine ideas from the medieval ages, I combine ideas from the Enlightenment, I combine ideas from the Victorian period, I combine ideas from the 1950s. And everybody thinks when I say trad, I mean, or society says trad, it means like the 1950s. But the 1950s was the society that broke and led to all of this. That was the fragile society that allowed the rot that we are now dealing with to come about. And so when you look at the new right philosophies and ideologies, it's much more of a stitching together of the best ideas from every century. I don't know if that's the way you felt in engaging with it or not.
Oh yes, yes. I really dislike this view of history that it goes back 100 years maximum. And like World War II is the start of history, and everything is built around that. In fact, I've talked about this in previous videos, and I will talk about it again in tomorrow's video. The idolatry that World War II has caused as a founding myth.
I like that. And I think idolatry as a concept is something that is not. I mean, we have lots of videos on this. Our fan base knows that we're like really against idolatry and have quite an expansive view of it. But I think an expansive view of it is useful. It has tons of downstream civilizational effects that are probably too spicy for me to get into today.
Right.
But dating.
Okay.
Tell me about what it is like to, I don't know if you have a partner or like where you are in the cycle or what works and what doesn't work, or is it just your generation's going to die out? Like what's going on?
So after becoming Christian, I did start dating a Christian girl. And the issue we had is that I had very strict standards. We are not going to be engaging in physical activity prior to marriage. The point of these dates are to see if you are a good candidate for marriage or not. And she did not like that because she wasn't used to that. She was used to the modern view of dating where you have fun. And I was not a very fun person in that regard. And so like by day 3, where I made my stance very clear, I think it was a very mutual understanding, like this is not going to go forward. And so that was that. And then it came to the point where at this point I was also starting to consider leaving my own personal church. And then I was leaving the church I was in. And that pretty much cut off my connection to the outside world, and I became a hermit. And I started focusing purely on my startup for a long time, and after my startup stalled, I started focusing purely on my channel. And I look forward to the time I can rejoin a proper community, because as useful as it has been to be a hermit, so I could focus on my professional endeavors, you need a community, and I don't have one, and that's been a problem.
Well, do you have a Discord yet?
Oh, I do have a Discord, yeah, but online communities are not the same thing. They're not adequate replacements.
Oh, well, this is one of the areas where it's funny. The places where we disagree are the things that everyone would be like, oh, you're having this controversial person on. And I'm like, online communities are better than real world communities. But I have obviously a wife already, which changes.
Yeah, and to be fair, we were living in the same area when we met, even if we were like an hour apart. So it's still made.
Yeah,
a
I mean, yeah,
big
but I was
difference.
young and I was dating. I would be doing it through online communities because I just and that even helps with your no sex of stuff policy if you're dating online, because then you have a reason to have those rules.
I really do like dates as being a job interview, though. Well, like a wife-husband interview.
Right.
But please get married. Like, take it seriously. It's the civilization is dying. All that.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. That's what I think. Unless you're called to be a celibate priest in a denomination like Catholicism, that should be on the first goals of every man after it's 20 and he's starting to get ready to provide.
Yeah.
So, like one of the issues I have is, since I'm not part of a constant, active local community, the only suggestions I have are either go outside and just approach a woman that I find attractive randomly, and then the chances of her being a Christian and a Christian to the standard that I determine is necessary is practically zero. Like that.
Yeah.
So there's no point of me approaching a woman just because I find her attractive.
What if she would be open to conversion?
Well, who knows? But I'm not going to. It's going to be a numbers game if I'm just approaching people like coldly, people I don't know. I don't have the time to invest to keep going one after another. I don't even leave my house that much. I'm not very social. To go after.
Neither
one
are we,
after
by the
another.
way. We leave our house almost never.
Right. So, the few instances in which I will go out, I will see an attractive woman. The chances of her being the Christian to the standard that I consider necessary are practically zero in this country and in this area. And so there's no point. There's no active vetting. So if you look at how societies historically did it, obviously they had this massive vetting process of your family getting involved and your community gets involved. I have none of that. So I have to vet everything myself prior, and I don't have the means to do that.
Well, I mean, I know you're not asking for it, but if I was in your position, I would be using my community to let the community know if they want to put in an application. This is what the dating process will be like. Obviously, you risk getting catfish and stuff like this to an extent, but at least you've got the big pool of people that are pre-vetted to like your ideology. And it's not the best way to do things,
right?
But it is a realistic way to do things, whereas hitting on women you meet in person is not really realistic in today's market.
Yeah, I mean, I could set up a poll of my account and saying, hey, if there are any single women who like what they've been hearing, I'm pretty attractive in real life, at least I think I am. So
that helps.
You can send out your applications.
The
problem is that might work for me. I don't think it's reasonable to expect men in general to go up.
No,
and
it wouldn't work for men in general.
Right.
Well, then how could you
solve my issue if I was just focusing on my issue?
You could create something. I mean, the thing that I'm always pushing, and that I think that as sort of what's so fun is that the new right community of creators has, I know you're sort of new to it, but it really feels like a community where people are reaching out, trying to help each other and trying to help their fans move ahead and do cool things. And one of the things that we're always pushing is, like, if there is a large societal failure, you have the capacity to attempt to fix it yourself, especially in the age of AI. I mean, I don't know how much vibe coding you've done yet, but you could put together a dating system that fixes a lot of these problems. It would be work, but it would be civilizationally important, and you already have an audience.
I haven't done much vibe coding. And to be entirely honest, I'm not confident in the idea. I don't want to disparage it because I think someone might be able to make it work. I don't think I could make it work.
Okay. We gotta find somebody out there to make it work. Maybe I'll reach out to Rubyard. He needs to get hooked up too. The other young conservative. You want to have a religious experience? Let me tell you what. Don't go to ayahuasca, right? Just
right.
That's gonna. But been a lot of fun to chat with you. Is there anything that, because you said you don't do a lot of vibe coding, is there anything that somebody could build that would be useful to you? Because I try to help our community with anything they need. When Kirsha came on, I made a tip app for her.
Well, the most useful thing practically, because we have a lot of online organization in the new right. We have no in-person organization, which really hurts us. If we don't have a local community that can defend us, for example, I live in Europe, right? And you've probably seen the news of how things are being done in Europe and how people are getting stabbed and murdered with no consequence for the murder. We don't have a local community to defend ourselves. So there's a very real issue. If we had a local group of people here that would be willing to like work together and defend ourselves, that would be very useful.
So do you watch Redeemed Zoomer?
I have, yes.
Yeah, so he's been on our show, and I think his Reconquista project is probably the closest project I've seen to achieving that end. In my view, I see it as a bit of a pipe dream, but other people have explained to me, and I think that they have a point here, is it's like, yes, I understand these woke boomer churches, you have to hold your nose to do anything in them, but they are desperate for young people in leadership positions. And if you can just get a group of people together, you could take one over with only 5 or 6 people. So maybe that's the path.
That is an excellent path, especially for the American audience, where there's like a mainline Protestant church everywhere. And these mainline Protestant churches are cultural hearts, so they're very valuable to retake.
Yeah.
It's not the place that I'm in, though. There are no mainline Protestant churches where I live, even though I am a Protestant. My options are Catholic or non-denominational.
That sucks. Well, and especially if the 2 recent episodes we had were on how the Vatican has been preventing organizations who are counter to like the woke agenda from gaining institutional power, which has been incredibly demotivational, I think, to a lot of people. But it's also worth, being aware of where we can put our time. One of the interesting things that I know one of our US fans was doing, just as like where young people are these days, is they actually converted and were going to both Mormon and Catholic church, and were going to settle with the religion that found them a wife. And
like, Jesus, take the wheel.
Like,
no.
But they're like, this is the only place where I'm going to find based women, so I'm just going to do both.
That's one way to do it.
I was like, that's a way to do it. Although it's going to be harder because Catholics get married quite late compared to other Christian denominations, which can make it harder if you're using their cultural institutions. Well, wait, you're in Europe now?
I live in Europe, yes. In fact, I am, depending on how you define it, I am European.
Oh, wow.
This is why he needed his AC on. You're very lucky to have it.
You're very lucky, yeah. I feel so bad for you. Like, Europe is...
Oh, come on, it's nice. It's nice.
Both of us have lived in Europe, in a lot of places in Europe, actually. And Europe, just demographically, is...
Yes, I agree with you.
Rough. Yeah.
A lot of it also is... So I'm not... If I showed you like my DNA results, I'm not from one European country. I'm from several. I'm quite the mix because I wasn't born in Europe. I was born in a European colony, and then we went to Europe afterwards. So first we left that country to go work in a Muslim country. Then we went out to a European country. But that's where we now live. And there's a lot of culture shock here. For example, Europeans seem to forget that the sun exists every winter. And they never buy an AC, and every year is the same story. It's like, we had no idea summer got this hot. We had no idea we'd be having heat stroke. We had no idea there'll be wildfires. Like, really? It's every single summer the same story.
Well, I forgot, though, that, and I was just thinking about it this morning, which is why I asked, the Little Ice Age didn't end until like 1850. So I think to a great extent, societally, like our sort of collective memory assumes that we still live in an ice age. And
we do still live in an ice age, Simone.
Okay, well, but the extra ice age. It was extra chilly.
You mean the little ice age?
The little ice age.
This is an ice age. I don't want to know what a war mage is.
You don't what?
I said if this is an ice age, I don't want to know what a war mage is.
Oh, yeah. Just in case you're wondering, because I often have to remind Simone of this, the definition of an ice age, for people who do not know, because leftists have brainwashed us into not knowing this, is any time in Earth's history where there is permanent ice anywhere in the world. So as long as we have the North and South Pole as ice caps, we are in an ice age, definitionally. You can look this up, by the way.
I had no idea.
No, did you know that it used to be multiple times hotter than it is right now in Earth's history when life was thriving? Urban levels have been at multiples higher than they are now in the atmosphere. We are actually still at one of the colder parts of Earth's collective history.
That much I know.
Sorry, I just have to remind people.
Yeah.
It was extra cold. It was extra cold earlier. And that's why most of Europe was built. Because also keep in mind, most of Europe was not built. Well, not most. Many of the old buildings were built during a much colder period as well.
Well,
with
and
focus
Europe
on
could
insulation.
get even much colder in the near future if the whatever stream breaks the current in the Atlantic. Because if you look at where Europe is on a map, a lot of people are surprised by this, but Europe is significantly higher latitudinally than a lot of, or longitudinally than a lot of people are aware of. Like midline Europe goes through like Quebec. Right, like, and so it should be freezing, but it's not freezing because of the way the current moves in a circle in the Atlantic Ocean. Basically, it moves in a what is this? Is this clockwise or counterclockwise? Clockwise fashion, taking up the water from the southern regions. Nobody cares about this stuff, so
I don't know. Everyone's talking about El Nino, which is probably going to kill the big El Nino. Millions of people this year, so that's.
Wasn't
kind of
El
top
Nino
of
like a
mind.
unique thing from our childhood that was supposed to never happen again?
No. It's a recurring thing, and as far as I understand it, it happens when again it's the result of ocean currents not going the way they normally go, meaning that people's climates don't behave the way they normally behave, and people's whole agricultural systems and like housing systems are based on the expectation of certain levels of rainfall or the lack thereof, and when that changes, everything goes crazy, and so El Nino is kind of an example of what climate change will do. But yeah, this is all getting super off topic.
Yeah,
and I'm being attacked by El Nino right now.
It's been great to have you on. Is there any final thing you want to talk about or anything you want to point people towards?
Well, nothing really comes to mind. Sorry.
Well,
my final question is like, is there anything that you really wish that more people your age or more people like our age and older were doing? I mean, if a lot of people hear what you're saying and are like, oh, I didn't know people in their 20s were looking for mentors who could actually do good things, like, would you encourage older people to try to find opportunities to help people in areas where they actually have expertise? Or do you just think that like older generations are just so intellectually bankrupt that they can't really help on average? Like, it's actually not worth it to encourage people because they're not going to do it. Or I don't know, like, what would you encourage people of different generations to be doing to try to make the world better if they didn't realize that, there was an opportunity they should be capitalizing on?
So for the older generations, a mistake from very well-meaning older generation people, like boomers who don't want to do boomer conservatism, is that they go in and they start trying to teach the current generation, and then they get caught in the fact that my generation does not trust them. And we're not used to trusting mentor people. The better way of getting our respect is actually by doing something we really find impressive, and then just being open to a younger person going up there and being your apprentice and whatever it is you're doing that's very impressive. That seems very helpful.
New
as
follow,
a thing
thank
en
you.
masse. For the
I'm eating
younger
some spaghetti my
generation,
wife brought me.
advice seems almost opposite. I'd say, hey, don't trust your educators and don't trust the current system, and figure out you can trust. Don't trust me. Don't go to my videos and assume that in 4 minutes, in 5 minutes, whatever, I can cover this topic perfectly. Actually, fact check everything I say, and do the same for everyone, hopefully, and see what you can do, because right now it's hard to trust people.
I think that's a really good point.
It's very solid. Yeah, we live in a world in which reality is falling apart, and that, to me, the one thing that's really standing out in every facet of this interview with you is reality and the fracturing in people's understanding of it, in both secular and religious reality, and also the different perceptions of reality people have, in that you can't use the same argument to convert someone, for example, to Christianity. People have profoundly different conversion experiences, and I think people also have very profoundly different experiences with reality. You've given me a lot to think about. We're really grateful for you coming on the podcast, because this has been really fun.
Thank you.
And continue making videos. You're doing a good job. You're reaching a lot of people.
Yes, don't stop.
And I hope you could turn this into a full-time job. Obviously that's the goal for all of us, but you have to do so well to get to that level. But we'll see if we can get there. You have up until this point done an excellent job, and so keep it up. And please find a wife. I know it's hard.
All the best. My family is also asking me to do my best to try and find one. Yes.
That's so
And-
good. Underrated.
Yeah. And if you ever need anything within the wider community, like the online right community, you let us know, and we're happy to make connections or whatever that could be useful to you.
Yeah, that would be very useful. I don't have any connections in mind, but broadly, I want to participate more in the online right and work with more people.
Well,
So-
the one connection I can easily make for you, because we get invited every year and we used to do the invites, is the invite-only conservative society that happens in London every year called ARC. And most of the content creators in our space who are in Europe go to it.
And just to clarify, is it like recorded? Do people see who you are there?
No. It's a secret event. It's like only for, that's what we mean by invite only, right? Like it's you have to be like heavily vetted to go.
Okay, yeah, because one of the things I'm concerned about is keeping my anonymity, because I have pissed off a lot of people in a very short amount of time.
Oh yeah. We made the mistake of starting this with our faces. Although I'll admit, I will say to you, having been in this space for a while, everyone I've known who, when I first met, they were anonymous, has had their identity blown. Like a friend of ours who we talk to frequently is like right nationalist and completely got doxxed. Another European as well. The what you always find, the joke, I don't know, you know this joke on the right, but whenever like a right anonymous person gets doxxed, they're always like a handsome, well exercised, like successful adult. And when it's a leftist, it's like some weirdo troglodyte.
Right.
But yeah, I will say, like, it could happen, and prepare for it. And in truth, the advice that I would give to somebody who is starting this, and I know you're not now just starting, is to start by being what they call a face fag, like have your face, because we have never had to deal with a doxing moment because we've always been public. So people don't see it as a big deal that they found out who we were. But it's a scary thing to live with.
I fully expect one day that I will be revealing my face just voluntarily. If I do get doxxed at some point, it's not going to be the end of the world. I'm not looking forward to it, but it's not going to be the end of the world.
Yeah.
It will be what it is. So I'm not
Oh, you know what you should do?
But I don't want to. I'm not scared of it, but I also don't want to cause it.
Look up how other right-wing influencers who were pseudonymous got doxxed, and try to learn how they got found out. For example, with Raw Nationalist, it was his local grocery store, right, Simone?
That's what I remember reading. Like he was literally buying eggs from like a nice local farm, which was ironic, I guess. I don't know.
And
if that's
somebody
exactly
then
what it was.
tracked like who was buying that many eggs at that store or
I
something.
think, yeah, it was something along those lines. Yeah.
All right.
But just useful to be aware of the things you might forget that somebody could use. But anyway, it's been fantastic talking to you. I hope things work out for you, and we are always a contact for you whenever you need help. You let us know, okay?
All right, sure.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
thank you so much.
And yeah, I am interested in the event. So if you could update me in the future at some point.
Yeah, we'll let you know about the next arc. It just happened, the last arc, but I'll let you know about the next one. It was like
All right.
last month or something.
All right, sounds
bye.
good. Thank you. Thanks for having me. See ya.
That's good, right?
Yeah.
Looks a lot like me.
Hey, Tex, do you think you look like Octavian now?
What is this about?
You can see yourself.
Well, he's smiling. You smile a lot.
Yeah, I don't like it. I like his smile when he looks at me. He's like laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you make him laugh.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, guys? Ruff here. So I regret to inform you guys, the smug Alana situation has actually managed to get worse. This is an issue with many prongs to it. AI moderation, once again, being terrible. on YouTube, but also YouTube in and of itself being very inconsistent with its application of its TOS. Now, over the last couple of days, we've seen the Asmongold ban, and now what's happening with Smug Alana, and it seems like a lot of your favorite content creators are being hit with nonsense, and I'll do my part and talk about it today, and hopefully try to get to a resolution of this situation. Now,
they're trying to take it out because they know they're losing.
Dragon Ball, Smug Alana was banned for 7 days off of YouTube for a video where she was depicting violent graphic content over watching a guy kill mosquitoes. Yes, and as pointed out by Shu here, Team YouTube says all mosquito lives matter. It's a very weird situation where, of course, the main video is totally fine, but reacting to it somehow got her in trouble. And also she points out that there's a lot of AI slop videos that are doing essentially the same thing that got her in trouble. And she says, you know, maybe it's unfair to point this out. I think it's very, very reasonable to point this out. There's a lot of double standards. There's nothing more frustrating than getting hit with strikes and other punishments for reacting to things that other people are doing, and the original videos she's reacting to are completely fine. Now, Team YouTube...
The left is really good at playing the you show me the person, I'll show you the crime game.
Frustration. And of course, their solution provided to Smug Alana was basically to go and report the other videos as well. Amazing move right there, and that's really what we covered up until that point in my video from yesterday. And you can see the comment section, a lot of smugglers, a lot of people who support Smug Alana. I know we have a big audience overlap, and everyone is standing with her. They're tired of seeing this stuff happen to many different content creators, but especially VTubers. It seems like, for some reason, whether it's the AI moderation or whatever, there seems to be a regular theme with YouTube taking harsher punishments on VTubers. And that's not just a Twitch thing, it's also a YouTube thing as well. Now, in reaction, some people think this is a great thing because, well, Smug Alana does the wrong thing. So they're saying, not so smug now, are you, Alana? And then you look at the users posting this stuff and like, do I even have to point it out? Do I even have to point out that every time you see these terrible takes, it's from someone with pronouns and self-described socialists, among others, and also a Dragon Age fan in 2026 is just tough sledding. But you can see people like Ember here saying, hey, why don't we get some humans to look at this issue and correct this very obvious misstep? And wackadoos like this say, same regard that thinks AI is a good thing, go figure until something bad happens to you and then you screech, but my AI. This person is missing the point entirely. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is happy about AI moderation on YouTube. Okay, it's one thing to not have an issue with people making AI art or memes. It's a whole nother thing when it comes to moderation, especially when such critical decisions are being made by AI. Nobody likes that. But unfortunately, these people are very intellectually dishonest. They know there's a difference, but they want to make statements like this anyways. But here is the latest involving Smug Alana. I guess when it rains, it pours, because she has had another video taken down. This time a video from 5 years ago. She reacted to a 5-year-old Joe Rogan clip where, of course, in the video there was a mention of a link to an adult website. And, well, she got smoked. Now, of course, right now, it's very tough, right? Asmongold got banned, Smug Alana got banned. But did anyone see them in the same room at the same time? Tinfoil hat, guys. It's definitely another crazy rabbit hole, potentially. But in all seriousness, this is Smug Alana's video. She linked. It is still down for violating YouTube's policy on nudity or sexual content. Now, of course, she points this out, and it was for linking adult websites, which is exactly what happened in the video, where they were just talking about links to various websites. And of course, the inconsistency with YouTube is always a concern. Here is the clip from 5 years ago on the Joe Rogan Experience Clips channel, and it's still up. No punishment here. And that is the main problem here. How do you punish someone for reacting to a clip that is still up? and much more popular, by the way. This has 4.4 million views. Are you telling me nobody on YouTube had an issue with this, but when Smug Alana reacted to it, all of a sudden it needs to be forcibly taken down? But of course, Shoe on Head would weigh in again on this. She's obviously friends with Smug Alana, and she replies, tagging Team YouTube, saying, please look into this. She is commentating on a video that is still public, yet only her video was removed. This is blatantly unfair. Reply with a person, not with AI. And I also talked about this in the previous video. The worst thing you have to do as a YouTuber, I've had to do it myself many times, when you have something unfair happen to your account, you can't actually go to YouTube or anyone who represents them directly and work it out on the platform where it's occurring. Instead, you have to go hat in hand over to Twitter and then tag Team YouTube and try to desperately get them to respond. And even in this process, you deal with layers of bots. And eventually, if you're lucky and you've raised enough outrage, you get into contact with a real person and then they fix it. And I'm surprised this hasn't been fixed. I mean, her posts sharing this stuff have gotten a ton of attention, including from content creators like Shu. But the problem is, this whole focus on AI moderation is exactly what YouTube and their current CEO want. In fact, this year, he said that the platform will proceed with expanded AI moderation tools despite any sort of backlash. And he believes that AI will enable a new class of creators, which is so ironic given all this. Again, to understand, people who are okay with AI for art or memes or stuff like that, or at the very least don't think you should be like blacklisted publicly for doing so, they don't want AI moderation on YouTube. Of course, some AI moderation is expected on such a massive platform, but when it comes to something like a strike on your channel, that should not be handled through AI, especially when the appeals are denied within seconds. I mean, that's what always happens. I can speak from experience with my situations. My most recent one, when I cyber-bullied EDP445, I mean, my appeal was rejected in a smaller window of time than the timestamp of the clip that got me in trouble, which, again, as I described in my last video, my case was reacting to EDP getting caught in another little sting operation. I said, if this is all true, he should face legal punishment for this. That was apparently cyberbullying. You can see people saying this seems extremely targeted to be a regarded AI moderation issue anymore. And Smug Alana says, I just refuse to believe that I'm someone that pisses off at YouTube staff that much to be targeted. Surely it's just a regarded mistake and they're doubling down because we don't have other options. I feel like they're just not noticing anything. I feel like they put no effort into trying to fix issues like this, and that's how it's been for so many years, and we live on a very fickle platform at YouTube. And I'll get into that more in just a second, but here's another quote saying, VTubers are the most oppressed group on the internet at this point. It's wild to me how so many corporations and platforms show their true colors the moment a creator dares to prioritize their privacy by being a VTuber when streaming or making videos. Now, which way, Western man, who is the most oppressed group out there? Is it gamers or VTubers? That's a debate that'll rage on for many years, but what if you're a VTuber gamer? You're just cooked. You're just cooked, ladies and gentlemen, but this whole thing, again, really reminds everyone of how fickle this platform is, and of course, I'll put a link to the latest, or actually I'll give both links to Smug Alana's posts so you guys can share that and hopefully force a response out of YouTube. But given the very unstable nature of YouTube, it's good to have other things, other options, and I'm going to take this opportunity to glaze myself, ladies and gentlemen. We're about halfway through my limited edition birthday merch drop with Uwu Market. As you can see, the only fundraiser component of this entire campaign is this acid wash t-shirt, and with nearly 14 days to go, we are 187% funded. So if you guys want to check out this campaign, I'll put a link to that in the pinned comment. Support on this not only supports the channel, but also helps ensure future merch drop opportunities as well. And here is the hoodie as well. Always a big hit with Uwu Market. And you can see the design here. It is always a classic with them. The front and back looking great. Again, I will always glaze my own merch because the artists over at Uwu Market do an amazing job. There's also a hat, and of course a mouse pad as well if you are interested in that. And I know a lot of you guys are. They're always a big hit with the community. And on top of that, last but not least, we also have these jet tags and a standee. And of course, you can check out my other merch as well. The ones that are still available, of course. But that is the new drop. Just about 13 days left, so make sure to check that out while you still can with a link in the pinned comments. Thank you all again for the crazy support on this campaign and all campaigns and my videos generally as well. But for now, that's going to do it for this.
Now, you guys know, since you watch me, that I talked about ordering a bunch of history books, most of which are focused on South Africa, including one of a guy who became, like, the right-hand man to Winnie Mandela. I wonder how Reddit is gonna freak out when I read a historical account from a black man about how bad communism is. That's gonna be great, right? That's gonna be wonderful. I have a bunch of retards here. Do you know how little that narrows it down? So apparently the people who enjoy calling me a white supremacist because they wish to see me die know a lot more about white supremacist literature than I do. Because I bought this book based on it being an account about, like, the 1950 status of South Africa. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's a historical context. I wonder what happened back then. I wasn't alive. So I bought it. And apparently this is what the book is according to these people. It doesn't matter that I don't know the book. I've never read the book. It doesn't matter that I don't know the author. Apparently, to people who are white supremacists, he's a very well-known figure. So it's very weird for a bunch of white supremacists to gather on Twitter and get mad at me for reading a book that they apparently know everything about. You know, it's like, if you know everything about this book, why would you get mad at me for not knowing about it? That seems kind of strange. The same retards have never even heard the name Thomas Sowell. True and fucking real. All these Redditors are white nationalists. I'm just saying, it's a little weird. It's a little weird that every time someone wants to call me a white supremacist, they know far more about whatever is supposedly white supremacist than I do. A very, very strange coinkydink. They accuse you of white supremacy while knowing so much more about white supremacist literature. It says a lot more about them than it does you. Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck? I don't even know if it is a white supremacist literature because Redditors are known to lie about literally everything. So it's just like, am I being spoiled here? Or are you just lying because you want to shame people into not reading a book? Because that's what it sounds like. The same people who cry and shit their pants when Republicans in Florida are like, maybe don't have pornographic books available in the kindergarten library, and they scream about how that's censorship, are now saying, if you even dare to look at a book that we deem white supremacist, you're a terrible person. And again, my tweet says one of the books. I know they don't watch me, so they don't know what I'm talking about outside of that context, but it still says one of the books. You could have at least waited until I posted more of the books to try and get angry about this, right? To see what other books I possibly might have bought, which again includes, like, accounts from actual black people living there at the time. I was just interested in basic South African history. I don't think that's crazy. Says Kirsha Verstal flaunts. I'm flaunting this, by the way. Book from pro-white ultra-nationalist. Wow. He's an ultra-nationalist? How did he get that high up in the ranks, man? Like, you gotta grind on experience for a pretty long time to make it past, like, great and mega to get to ultra, don't you? That's insane. And pro-apartheid thinker. What? They use all these big words and then they call him a thinker? Surprised they didn't go with stinker. Andries Bernardus Dufries. Bro, my book says Dr. A.B. Dupries. I didn't even know his fucking name. I was just like, oh, he's A.B. Whatever, man. I don't know this fucking guy. They know so much more than I do about this book. And then they're posting, getting mad at me for having bought it. I don't know the author. I don't know the contents of the book beyond it being South African history. I've never read this book before. And this guy's just like, I know all this shit about the ultra giga beastly nationalist. Get mad at her, not me. What the fuck are we doing here? Is ultra nationalist like Super Saiyan level 2? Whenever a leftist accuses you of being racist, they are far more racist than you could ever possibly even think about being.
I'm about to get racist.
Dr. A.B. Dupreez is a very well-known figure for his unapologetic support for ultra-nationalism and a white-dominated South African society. You know, that's crazy, because on Side Scrollers, I talked about how I had opened the book, and, like, I was checking over the pages to make sure that everything was fine. I landed on a page, and I talked about what I read on that, like, one excerpt, because, again, I have not read this book. I want to read it from front to back, as you do with a book. But I landed on an excerpt and my eye spotted the word communism and I was like, hold on, wait a minute, what did they mean by this? And he actually warns against like the dangers of letting like Russia and other communist countries get a foothold in Africa. Are Russians not white anymore? Like, what? This, like, at least from that one excerpt, it seems like the book is going to be anti-communist and anti-Islamist, rather than, like, a white nationalist perspective. Maybe I'm wrong, because, again, I've read, like, one paragraph at this point. But we're gonna read it on stream, and we're gonna see what the fuck is in this book. My entire content of everything I do is, like, first reaction to things. I try to have, like, an unmolested reaction to whatever I'm reading or watching or doing, because then it's more authentic when I have fun doing it with chat. OP updated the thread seething about me reading this on stream. Good, get fucked, retard! He was also the theological architect for apartheid. Am I supposed to know this? We don't get taught South African history in school. Am I supposed to know who the fucking architects of apartheid were? Reframing human rights abuses as Christian charity. Well, I mean, Christian charity has done quite a lot of fucking damage, so I could see if somebody was a Christian potentially reframing the damage they've done as something good. Who knows? I haven't read the book. Uses religion to attempt to shield criticism for the National Party's heinous actions. What's the National Party? I know, like, the ANC is, like, the African National Party, and I know that they commit human rights abuses as well. Was there a party just called the National Party before them? I legitimately don't know, which is why I bought history books about South Africa. Uses religion to attempt to shield criticism from the National Party's heinous actions. This kind of shit is not okay. Well, I mean, I just agreed with you there, buddy, so I guess, I don't know, you're at the table with someone you consider a Nazi now. Congratulations, you can get death threats too, yay! And is pretty much anti-American in every way. Well, it's a book about South African history, so I wouldn't expect anything in there to have anything to do with America in any way. What are we talking about? People are too safe being racists online, and that needs to change. I agree, and I hope you can get the help that you need, Mr. OP. What's your name? Outrageous Budget? I hope you can get the help you need, because you are clearly a very insanely racist individual. The point of this post is not to farm karma or give this woman free publicity. It's to bring awareness and hopefully drive people to stop being silent, numb, and accepting of this kind of shit in the VTuber community and online in general. It isn't about whether or not it works. He just does it for the love of the game. He wishes death upon people he dislikes for the love of the game. It's about making someone like this feel as uncomfortable as possible. Wanting to know more about the history of other nations means that you should constantly feel as uncomfortable as possible. I'm gonna make the prediction that this guy is probably going to do an appeal to authority and claim he's some sort of like history major from college or some shit. Because that's what they always do, right? Anytime someone tries to question them, by the way, anytime someone tries to question them, they appeal to authority and they're just like, actually, I know more about this than you do.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
Thank you. Thank you for posting this absolute trite nonsense, you dumb piece of shit. Because now I get to farm you for content. And when I farm you for content, I get paid. And that's great. I get paid to read the dumb shittery that you post about me. That is the furthest thing from the truth you could possibly have. And the fact that people like you and the people in the comments I posted on Twitter want me to either be as uncomfortable as possible, gee, I wonder what that could mean, or literally wishing for me to die. That's not gonna get people on your side, buddy. That's not gonna convince people I've done anything fucking wrong, unless they are also radicalized, missing brain meat type people. Congratulations, you played yourself, Mr. Racist. Kind of telling that Reddit can't conceive of posting something on the internet as an interesting thing.
Damn, she can flow those insults. That's awesome.
Not. Instead, it must be to get Nazi updates. Not an interest for the sake of an interest, but to get clout, as is their custom. If I wanted to court a Nazi audience, I wouldn't consistently make jokes about femboy genocide. I would be trying to court the femboys. What are we doing? Flying the Nook, thank you. These people probably also don't want you to know the history of Mao, Stalin, or Mandela. I'm really excited to read the book that I got about Winnie Mandela. Because, like, we talk about how horrible of a person Mandela was, but there are still people in America who, like, cheer him on as some, like, beacon of civil rights or whatever. And so having, like, an actual African dude work alongside Winnie and be like, damn, this bitch crazy. That's gonna be a very fucking fun book to read. Mr. J, thank you. When will these lobotomites learn they can't take down the Foxu? I'd say, if only I would do something actually bad. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. We got Water's wet. Not as wet as she was when the book arrived. I do like reading about history. I might not remember everything because my brain is pretty bad memory-wise, but I try my best. Appreciate the sentiment, OP. This is vile. This just in. Reading history books that you know nothing about a country you're interested in, is vile. Very, very interesting train of logic from the people who cry about censorship. I think we've long reached the point of, look at this turd, look at this actual turd, I'm putting it in front of your face. Actually, those are coffee beans that I smell like. She does it for attention, and at this stage, it's working. This isn't new information. I got a secret for you, actually. Every post on social media is for attention of some kind. Whoa. Posting about something as mundane as receiving a book has spawned a thread with 230 comments. Congratulations, you are the attention.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations.
Read theory, educate yourself. No, not that! Don't read that! I know it's easy to score brownie points pointing out obvious evil people like her. Damn, that's crazy. I'm whole-ass evil. I wonder if they can point to the evil things I've actually done to people that are actually real and not made up in their fucking head. My point isn't just to bring attention, it's to make this enough of an issue where the backlash is too much to ignore. That's literally never gonna happen because I literally do not do anything. I'm not out here like Hassan Piker being like, we need the streets to run red with the blood of Democrats. Like that's just not something I've ever done. And so there's not going to be any kind of backlash. You guys tried that, but unfortunately everything was made up in your stupid little brains. And so I got to cease and desist. That cost a pretty penny, by the way. I don't want to have to do that again. Please actually live in reality instead of making shit up. That'd be great. John in English, thank you. Hey, retard! I know you're seething. Here's your hourly rate if you even have a job as a dono. Oh, and that line of you giving her publicity. Hilarious. It is hilarious because obviously this guy just wanted to have the attention of like, ooh, I'm taking down the big bad fox woman. Look at me, I attack the socially acceptable cartoon to wish death upon. Yeah, that's great, guy. Yeah, that's great. If anyone ever shows up at my house, just know that if they have to get ventilated, it's because of you. All right, please don't send people to attack me again. The Wastelander, thank you. Old McKirsha had a farm. M-U-N-Y-A. And on this farm, she had a tard. M-U-N-Y-A. With a Riri here and a Riri there. M-U-N-Y-A. How did you actually make that work? Thank you, Wastelander. Anyways, this guy finishes off by saying, I've personally grown tired of people like her getting away with it all the time because we've become so numb and conditioned to this shit, just existing and floating around in the ether. You know, you're so right, my guy. We need to start burning the history books again. You know, why should anyone be allowed to read something that apparently you think is bad? I don't know what's in the book aside from that one paragraph about how communism would be disastrous to Africa. But, you know, you're right. If you disagree with it, we should just throw it in the fire. No one should ever be able to read it. You're so fucking right, babe. Get finger snappies for you, all right? I'm gonna be, cognizant of your mental health issues and I won't make loud noises. I'm gonna snap at you instead. Accountability is something people need to remember again, and I feel like I'm doing an injustice sitting and staying quiet than getting the word out there and trying to spark a change, even if it fails. This guy's like, yeah, I'm trying to get more people to harass this woman who's already had to leave her apartment once and go into hiding. We need more people to do that. We need more people to attack this fox woman. Brother man, please do not encourage people to do that. I do not want to read a news article on my own home break-ins. Do not do that. All right? Don't do that. I have a security system. I own firearms. Stop encouraging people to do dumb shit. I think the specific instance is helpful. For one, he isn't linking directly to her Twitter. That doesn't matter, bro. People can see my fucking name, bro. Like that. For two, I really do think there are people who might find the discourse around some of what she said or done confusing. Well, yes, because everything on Reddit has either distorted or straight up lied about everything that I've said. That is why my cease and desist letters at Vice worked. It's because my shit was twisted or lied about. That's how cease and desist letters work if they don't want to go to court and defend it. I haven't heard of the book or the author, but you're willing to bet the synopsis the Redditor gave on the book isn't even accurate? He probably saw that the author didn't like communism and instinctively busted out all the buzzwords. I didn't even know that communism was something in the book until I was like flipping through the pages when it got here to make sure all the pages were readable. And then I landed on that one page, which I guess people must have opened to quite a bit because the book just kind of settles on that page. I just thought communism was one of the words. So it's like, I don't know anything about the book or the author. Isn't Vice in the ground now? Pretty much. They are even worse than they used to be. On the other hand, be disturbed by, hey, look at this book she bought by a real extremist. Is he? Is he a real extremist? You guys apparently don't want people to read the book. So how am I supposed to know if he's an extremist or not? It's hard evidence, so to speak, and might resonate with people who don't keep up with the current discourse. Yeah, it's hard evidence to retards who don't look at anything before they say shit. If I had known who this author was, and I had known what the book was about, and if this guy in OP is not lying about what it's about, which he probably is, based on missing half his brain, right? If I had known all of this, don't you think I would have been smart enough to not post the book? Don't you think I would have just not talked about the book if this was actually some, like, white supremacist screed about let's kill everyone in Africa? Did that not even occur to them? That I would, like, actually not post about it if that was the case? Like, if I had some sort of diamond-encrusted copy of Mein Kampf signed by Hitler, I wouldn't be talking about it. I wouldn't express that I have it. Because it would cause people like this to freak the fuck out. What did I post? Camp of the Saints or something? I don't even remember the name of the fucking book. It's Inside the South African Crucible. And when I went to buy it, the synopsis was just like, this is an account of someone living in South Africa at the time about the state of religion and race relations and what a post-apartheid might look like, right? Like, it didn't sound like it was anything horrendous. It was just, oh, history of South Africa. That's fun. I bought a whole bunch of South African books, including ones written by Black South Africans. A Fork Found in Kitchen. I don't think there's anyone left who thinks that creep isn't a Nazi. The viewers she has watch her because she is. Much like Donald Trump, I'm sure the viewers that I have respond to these people with, I wish she was even a 10th as based as you claim she is. They might watch her because she's a Nazi, but they'll still try to claim she isn't in public forums to try and get people who aren't aware to watch her. It's because I'm literally not. I'm quite literally not a Nazi, by definition. Doesn't link to her Twitter. My brother in science, because Reddit. Search engines exist on your phone now. You'd have better luck describing her like Nux's nickname of the Blue Jew. How do you fail at vague posting? There was a period of time that the retards who hate me would spell my name instead of with an I, with an exclamation point or an asterisk in order to prevent like any kind of algorithm glomming on to my name. And so I changed my name on Twitter to like remove the I and replace it with an asterisk for a while. I was like, that is the funniest fucking thing, holy shit. Yeah, literally Voldemort. They can't even type my name. They are so scared of what they might invoke by typing my name. Don't worry, I will find you online, and I will farm you for content. You heard if you say Kirsha 3 times in front of a mirror, she'll come and ratio you. I'm sure Fillion and her defenders would find a way to still ignore it. I mean, as they should. I don't know why you're bringing up Fillion specifically, but I mean, you could just replace that with, yeah, I'm sure anyone with any amount of brain activity would ignore it because it's literally just me buying a book. I actually like this, only for the reason that it keeps Kirsha from mending fences. Oh, this guy. I got some bad news for this guy. And getting back into the regular VTuber sphere. I don't want to hear her dumbass voice in any collab ever again. Well, I mean, here's the good part. You don't have to watch me. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? You don't have to consume content I'm a part of. Yeah, they're now trying to implicate Cha-Cha in the fact that I bought a historical book that I know nothing about, alongside a bunch of other historical books that I don't know anything about, in order to read them. When was this? July 16th? I was literally about to give her the benefit of the doubt after seeing her ice choke, and then that flashbang of a notification dropped. Hey guys, on August 20th, I'm gonna be doing another collab with Smug Alana and Cha-Cha. You know, our conspiracy collab got shut down by the feds, so we had to do a part 2. That's gonna be hitting you probably on August 20th, buddy boys. Let's fucking go. I blocked all of Cha-Cha's stuff after the poor deportation/ice joke, but I didn't think she'd start associating with right-wing grifters. Oh god, it's both a grift, but also she's evil and believes all of it. Also, you're not allowed to make jokes about ice. Damn, that's crazy. I wonder if these guys have fucking seizuristic meltdowns every time they go to a gas station and see the ice box in front. Well, I don't agree that Alana is right-wing. Cha-Cha is undoubtedly starting to associate with these who are, like Kirsha. She's even been starting to interact with Powder recently on Twitter. I think Cha-Cha's in for a rude awakening if she keeps going down this path. Man, that's strange. That's weird. Why would you just start threatening random people for associating with us? That's kind of crazy. The people who want to call you a Nazi to ensure that you come to physical and financial harm say that you're in for a rude awakening if you keep going down this path. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. You love it when the anti-fascists start acting like fascists. You know? This guy, the next time we see this guy, he's gonna be like, "Are you hiding the fox women under the floorboards?" You bet this guy's implying that Cha-Cha, as a Latina, is going to get targeted for some dumb thing by Foxy or Elfin fans? It's because, like, they are the racist that they call us. We literally do not give a shit. I didn't even see this until that super chat. There is actually a guy that says, yikes, this is hecking problematic. I hate that since then she collabed with Krelly. I don't think Krelly leans into that direction, but I would wish for her to have a backbone for stuff like this and not become just another Fillion. First of all, comparing someone to Fillion, that's crazy. Also, second of all, this is literally witch hunting. This isn't even like association. This is association of association. You are unironically doing the Nazi witch hunt thing. These people are fucking crazy. People banging the stop giving her publicity drum in a drama subreddit when the entire point of discussing a content creator's drama is so people can make informed decisions about supporting that person. The Nazi elephant doesn't leave the room if you refuse to address it. You know, that's crazy. The entire point of this drama subreddit is to make people have informed decisions. It's a shame that any kind of information posted here is just flat out wrong. So you're actually more uninformed by reading Reddit. And I have to thank these people for the publicity because they create this effect where normal people read this shit and they're like, wow, how is someone so obviously dangerous able to exist on like YouTube and Twitch? And then they come here and they're like, hello, Fox woman, here's $10. I decided to check you out because I saw all these people seething about you, and I don't really understand why they're seething. I don't really hear anything out of your mouth that makes sense with what they're claiming that you are. And then they just stick around forever. So the damage is done by AI scraping from Reddit. It's incalculable. That's true. An AI taking its information from Reddit is incalculable levels of misinformation and damage. The only other person who read this book recently was most likely Stephen Miller. Does the book talk about deportations? I don't understand the joke. Ah yes, the Jewish white supremacist. Hello, fellow white people. You're just wondering what all these VTubers are gonna do once the right-wing gravy train runs out. What do they mean by this? This isn't a gravy train. What? Me wanting to, like, support conservative politicians in my home country isn't a gravy train. That's something I wish to do personally. What are we talking about? Cry and try to act like they never did all that bad and it was just a grave mistake. My beliefs are not a grave mistake, nor are they white supremacist, nor are they Nazi-esque. And the same thing people who clung to that ideology did after the Second World War, deny their own involvement or downplay the severity of their rhetoric and the suffering they caused. You mean like all of the leftists during COVID? You mean like all of the people on the left who wanted to put those skeptical of the mRNA vaccine in literal concentration camps? You mean like that? You mean like how now we're being told that it's the time for forgiveness and that, oh, it actually wasn't even that bad? I kind of wonder what these people would be like if they had an ounce of self-awareness. It's a gravy train because they believe you to only be a grifter. Insanity. What Asmongold is currently attempting by now having a girlfriend who has made improving his hygiene and lifestyle a condition of their relationship. See, kids, he's a normie now, not a chud at all. Asmongold doesn't have a girlfriend. She even said it herself that it is a transactional relationship and she sees nothing wrong with that. That's not a girlfriend, buddy boy. That is a content agreement. Oh my god, I can't wait for them to fucking crumble. That's kind of weird. And yet the Foxu remains. And yet... Probably get a normal job since the VTuber stuff would be extremely hard to connect back to them if they stay as content creators and they move on to the next idiots to milk money from. This guy's fucking retarded. It's like they don't even realize the real world damage their witch hunts cause. Like they just glom onto it in the hope that they can see someone they dislike feel pain, not realizing how real that actually is. Really, you'll find once the gravy train ends, those that keep up right-wing content are the ones that actually believe what they're saying and aren't grifters. I've been doing this for 8 fucking years. Like, I did start as a Terra streamer, and I didn't mainly discuss politics, but I did discuss it when waiting on dungeon queues and waiting for Tangerine to set up groups. I read articles still. So if I've been doing this for 8 years, hey, I feel like that's a pretty good fucking chunk of time. Nazis are fucking fascinating sometimes. Like, they treat these dry, withering hate pieces as if it's some desirable art they seek for the entertainment. I mean, I wish people would stop making hit pieces on me, but until the defamation stops, the farming you for content and money dollars will continue. Thank you for the additional super berries. Or at least they pretend to signal being a part of the hate movement. What? These books are not easy to find. They gotta work to get a hold of them. I literally typed into Google rare and obscure history books. It's really not that difficult, actually. We had a talk about archiving things on stream, and I was like, that'd be really cool if I could get my hands on some more obscure or rare to obtain history books. So I literally typed that into Google. My moderators can back up the fact that my Google foo is pretty fucking piss poor. So if I'm able to Google and find them, I'm pretty sure a monkey could do it. Search his rare books. Hey, look at this rare book. You hateful piece of shit. That's literally what happened. That's crazy. These books we don't like are very hard to find. What did they mean by this? Also an interesting point. Girugamesh, thank you. Funny thing is some of these books can be acquired on Amazon. Hey, you know what's really funny? You want to know where I got that book? Amazon. I found it on other websites, but the cheapest copy of it was on Amazon. And so I was like, why would I pay more money if this one on Amazon looks perfectly fucking fine? It's not my job to educate you. No, wait, stop educating yourself. No. This guy continues, it's not easily available at Barnes and fucking Noble. Well, Amazon's kind of like the Barnes & Noble of the internet, if you think about it. But this isn't even like some stupid chudlord shit where they fixate on their dumbass hobbies and smear Nazi shit all over them. What the fuck? Like the Quartering does? Guys, is the Quartering a Nazi? I thought he was just kind of like dumb with a coffee company. What are we doing? These people know exactly what they're doing. They're entirely self-aware. Incompetence isn't a defense. You would now grant these rainbow Puritans. I agree. It's just like, you have to wonder at just like the sheer ignorance of everything they do with like the absolute conviction behind it, right? They know nothing about anything, and yet they assert their beliefs with such certainty that they are willing to put people in physical danger over it. Like, it's actually insane. This is full, like, I will read the hate pieces stuff. I once listened to a communist review the Turner Diaries, and it sounds like it's the driest, most bland, yet most hateful piece of writing ever. The most evil kinds of Nazis are also apparently the most boring ones. By your logic, wouldn't the communists reading the Turner Diaries also make them an evil, hateful piece of shit? Because, like, isn't that what you would say about me if I were to read the Turner Diaries? I've never read the Turner Diaries. I don't know what it's about by the name. So, like, I can only assume you would call me some kind of evil piece of shit if I were to read it. Jove the Masks, thank you. Red Flag Bros know exactly what they're doing. They just openly lie. That's one of the many reasons debate is impossible, unfortunately. Also, curious to see where the Kirsha Defender weirdos are now. The same place they always were. The same place they'll always be every time you guys make up some dumb shit to try and harm me with. The Turner Diaries did inspire hundreds of hate crimes and terrorist attacks around the world, so of course the book is going to appeal to people that also dry, bland, and hateful. Chat, what are the Turner Diaries, bro? The diaries of the Oklahoma City bombing. Oh, yeah, no, that's fucked up. But I mean, I would still want to read it and learn more about it, right? You can read things that you disagree with. And I think it's helpful to read things that you disagree with, is it not? Used to work at a bookstore, you had a copy of the Turner Diaries, and it was not well written. It was about a race war, basically. Even though you're not white, guess you're a brown... What? Guess you're a brown Nazi for reading it. Jesus Christ, that's crazy. It basically explains what he thought and why he did it, so essentially schizophrenic scribings. It's essentially the schizophrenic ramblings of a madman. In a just society, this drivel would be banned from every platform. Right? Like, I don't understand. You should be able to read any book you want. It's insane. You thought banned books was bad? I guess so, but they're not even saying, like, the book. I think they're talking about me. You know what gets me about fascists is they like to tout genetic superiority when like 99.9999999% of them are by their own metrics the most genetically inferior people I've ever had the displeasure of meeting. I would challenge them to find a clip where I talk about myself being genetically superior. Please find me that clip. I used to get a little schadenfreude when I visited r/behold the master race. That sounds cringe as fuck, buddy. When your parents are siblings, your genetics do tend to be fucked, yeah? What's this one? Most of the people you call fascists probably trash the idea of genetic superiority. Heck, if you start raving about beliefs like that, it'll look at you, or I'll look at you the same way. I look at someone who believes in things like white privilege. -19. Beyond amazed in a bad way at how an individual can think of and go out of their way to do this. To read a book? To read a historical account of someone who lived in South Africa in the 1950s? And even prior to that, because they were probably old when they wrote this book, right? I can't imagine they wrote this book as like a teenager. Be careful, she might fake getting doxxed again for pity if she sees this. It's not fake. And do not encourage more crazy people to do this. These people would even probably call the like bomb threat on the Gamer Subs booth fake. Like they know exactly the danger of their rhetoric and they just have to try and call it fake so they can weasel out of being culpable in part of harming people. By their logic, everyone's genetically fucked. Do Reddit bros act like only white folks watch the Foxu? Dear white supremacist Nazi Fox, your audience is far browner than previously expected. I can't even make jokes about my mods all being brown anymore. My moderation team used to be overwhelmingly South American until like recently. They say it's fake because Kirsha isn't seriously harmed. And then when I am, it'll be good. She deserved it. How do you know that something written is vile and deceptive if you don't read it? Apparently, you're just supposed to trust the Redditors when they call you a vile, evil person for even wanting to read something that you know nothing about. Don't forget, she's not a Nazi. How people can actually believe she isn't exactly what she appears to be is astounding. They believe it, but Nazis protect their own. If any of us were Nazis, we would literally just be like, yeah, what of it? But like you even see that from some people attacking me, and some guy will be like, yeah, as someone who believes in Nazi rhetoric, she isn't one. And I'm just like, what the fuck, bro? I have unironic, crazy extremist people being like, yeah, we don't want that one. You know who else reads books? Literally Hitler. We must stop reading books immediately. Anyone who reads is a Nazi? Where did the bad Nazi touch you? Whoa, you mean to tell me that Kirsha is racist? I'm shocked, I tell you. These people, man. Is she becoming a lolcow? She did collabs with other VTubers. A while back, I saw her doing collabs with right-wing political streamers. I wonder what the fuck happened. I think she might have an attitude where she's trying to rub it in the faces of her detractors. It's also a way to get attention. Maybe because she feels attacked, or she decided to die on a shit hill. Am I becoming a lolcow because I defend myself from baseless accusations of people who try to financially ruin me and get me harmed in real life? You know, I don't think that's lolcow behavior. You know, I just call her me crazy. What is the Foxu rubbing in faces? It should have been me. Can all the Kirsha Sims just go to an island already and never come back? These people believe that I'm a white supremacist Nazi and that my audience is full of white supremacist Nazis, and here they are advocating for us to build a white ethno-state. Gee, Kirsha, your white ethno-state is far browner than I previously thought it would be. She can post this, but apparently I'm wrong to call her a white supremacist neo-Nazi when she does. You are! Unironically! Another evidence that white supremacists have set up shop in the VTubing world in case anyone was still trying to deny it. I'm not a white supremacist. I'm like aghast at just how dumb everyone is. Kirsha's awesome and cool. Thank you, future mongoose. Read some books. Yet another, but she's a Nazi, guys, for the wall of lobotomite takes on Reddit. She bought it to learn the history of South Africa, but that's bad apparently, since you thunder cucks need her to read the right history. This is why memes of Reddit being the syndrome, yes, the Incredibles villain of the internet. Oh, hey, the comments just auto-load. I didn't know that. Watching the Foxu as we speak, she's farming you mental midgets for content. I looked at this part of her stream, can see why she interpreted my comment as some kind of threat, but that wasn't my intention. Of course I could have worded it better, but it was more along the lines of less and less VTubers might want to associate with Cha-Cha. If a VTuber has believed lies about me and tries to either strong-arm Cha-Cha or refuses to associate with Cha-Cha because Cha-Cha does things with me without them, like they're not even involved in the content and they're getting pissy panties, that's a them problem. What I do on my own time has no bearing on Cha-Cha, and since I'm not a white supremacist and I'm not a Nazi, no one normal cares about collabing with me. I could understand somebody who's like a far leftist not wanting to and not liking me, but a normal functioning person would not care if somebody else associates with me, as I am not the things that the Reddit freaks claim that I am. Cha-Cha's a mom of 4. She's immune to children telling her what to do. Yeah, exactly. And it's also this every single time. It's like, I made a threat, but actually it wasn't a threat, but I could see how it's interpreted that way. I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired of these liars. Every fucking time. Literally, the people who were running the cancellation campaign against me last year not only did the same exact rhetoric, but when other people told them that I had been doxxed and I had received credible threats and I was told, hey, you know, we can't do anything until something like actionable happens. If you have somewhere else safer to stay, go stay with a friend or something for now. And that's what I did. None of them would disavow that. They want this to happen. They know it's a threat. They're just fucking lying. How different is this exactly to someone reading the Turner Diaries? I'm so surprised. Monia. Hey, Kirsha on her Nazi shit again. Hilariously, the real 1940s Nazis wouldn't tolerate her since she's so fucking fat. I feel like they have more reasons they wouldn't tolerate me, right? Like, those who know how she actually looks can give the best laughs about her grift. Just openly talking about, like, potentially knowing about doc shit. The good guys, by the way. If they're so happy about making threats, why won't they stand by them? Because then they can't pretend to be good people. It's the same reason why the Democrat politicians push crazy violent rhetoric, and then when something violent happens, they're like, we need to turn down the temperature. It's like, well, you're the one that turned it fucking up in the first place, bro. It's called stochastic terrorism, taking actions and saying things they know will cause violence, but not doing the violence themselves. They have plausible deniability. 1940 Nazis would be like, is this woman fucking French? Right? Doesn't matter at this point. It's not like she's well known anyways. Literally like top 10 super chatted VTubers in the world, by the way. Anyway, I mean, at this point, just let her become more irrelevant than she is now. All right. You know, it took me a while to understand that I was no longer a literally who, you know? It took me a bit to accept it, but you'll get there eventually, little buddy. No unified VTuber community, true and fucking real. Doesn't really matter. He can't read. True. True, I can't read. And I'm glad they didn't misgender me. I am indeed a large black man.
Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantical.
Redditor getting upset about someone educating themselves yet again. It's a book, buddy. Not really that deep. Also, it's Dupree's, not Dufries. Dufries sounds cooler, to be fair. A Redditor read Marx once and became a commie, so they think books are magic, and it's not that they're just weak-willed enough to get suckered into a cult. Books are magic! That's why I believe I'm literally in the Harry Potter universe and I have magic spells that can take down my enemies. And yet Alana gets banned for mosquito eating. Alana getting banned for fucking squishing mosquitoes is crazy. She even posted like all the wasp killing videos. Like, what the fuck is YouTube doing?
Go away.
Can I please come in? You have juice and I want to sit in it.
Shoo, get lost.
OP thinks reading a book means you must agree 100% with the author and the subject matter, which tells me OP doesn't read books. A fun fact, reading something does mean you agree with it, but I wouldn't expect anything less from a Nazi like you. Educate yourself, chuds. Oh my god, no, don't read those books. Even owning them makes you a Nazi. True. There's also a theological architect for apartheid, reframing human rights abuses as Christian charity, uses religion to attempt to shield criticism from the National Party's heinous actions. He's like, the people were shouting Islamophobia to defend, but for white people? I think I understand what they're saying. They're comparing him to like a Muslim, I guess, and like the people who defend like Muslim takeover stuff with religious excuses? Maybe? Question mark? Don't give her free publicity. Does it anyway? True! Thank you. Finally, we're getting to the blocked comments. You mean to tell me people can only ever read books from authors with the correct opinions? People can't read different perspectives, different authors, different historical times. They have to stick to a pre-approved book list that's as sterile and non-problematic as you deem them to be. Not very woke of you! You are unironically for book burnings. And the retard OP said, imagine being so lazy and disingenuous you create a straw man to attack me on a non-existent point that I already clarified several times. Are they in other hidden comments? Because I haven't seen him say anything else yet. It's like you have selective reading and only want to read what you want and create your own delusional headcanon from it.
Ironic.
Is this guy looking in a mirror? Is he arguing with himself? As an accredited historian! Put it on the bingo card! I fucking called it!
Flashback.
That this guy is probably going to do an appeal to authority and claim he's some sort of like history major from college or some shit. Because that's what they always do, right?
End of flashback.
As an accredited historian, I firmly believe in reading works from opposing views, including works like Mein Kampf. There's a difference between reading Mein Kampf to understand differing perspectives and reading Mein Kampf while simultaneously pushing its talking points. So he's admitting he was just like cock hard, ready to jerk off, thinking about causing more harm to me, making a post on Reddit without even knowing that I know nothing about this book. You couldn't even do like 10 seconds of, I guess, research. You know, my mods tag everything in my videos, right? You could probably find where I talked about these books in my VODs. You could have found out that information if you actually thought I was maybe pushing the stuff in the book, right? But you didn't do that. You created a false narrative. I know the poster of the comment I'm replying to is purposely mischaracterizing my words to fit a cynical and frankly weird narrative. That's literally what this fucking retard is doing. This entire post is just nothing but projection. That's fucking crazy. This is like one of the least self-aware posts I've read in recent memory. What? The irony is off the charts. It fucking broke the Geiger counter, man. Nonetheless, I'll still approach this with good faith and clarify my overarching point. This again is why discussion is impossible. When I see somebody on Twitter who I probably shouldn't give the benefit of the doubt to, but I'd still say, hey, I'm going to assume you're engaging in good faith, and so I will explain. Every single time, they have not been engaging in good faith. And they know that they're not engaging in good faith. They're engaging to try and get either some weird gotcha or to waste my time, because they're not going to change their mind. And so maybe they think that way because anytime they say that they're going to approach something with good faith, they absolutely know for a certain fact that they're not. It's all lies and projection. I hope this guy can get the mental health help he needs. Don't bother with that user. In another thread, they said they believe in the great replacement theory. You can say that on Reddit and not get banned? As an accredited historian. Yeah, fucking true. Comment removed by moderator. Oh no. Socialists are not wearing white hoods and burning crosses. That's true. That's true. When the communists kill people, it's actually equality. They don't kill people based on race. They just kill people indiscriminately. I like my genocides to be inclusive and diverse, actually. Gotta get the paycheck somehow. What else can talentless hacks do? Think of the poor grifters. Insane how genuine filth generate more money than most people. She's obviously rage baiting. Stop giving her the attention she wants, my guy. How is it rage baiting to post a book that came in the mail that I'm going to read? If she was reading Mao's book or the Communist Manifesto, you all would never post it here. True. As always, you conservative idiots make up fake scenarios to get mad about. Biggest fantasy LARPing snowflakes on Earth. So I should buy a copy of Mao's little red book? I mean, Hassan Piker praised it, so it could be good reading, right? Question for OP, is everybody that read Mein Kampf a Nazi? No, I've made that distinction quite clear. As a historian, I had to read Mein Kampf for a dissertation. There's a difference between reading Mein Kampf and reading Mein Kampf only to then turn around and push Nazi talking points. I think you would also agree that's a fair distinction to make. Okay, well then as a historian, why didn't you do your research and post what reality actually is? Why did you make a fake thread filled with false information in order to try and cause more harm to me, in addition to saying that I should continuously feel uncomfortable? Whoa, I can't believe you're a Nazi. That's true. He read Mein Kampf, and by his logic, he is a Nazi, you know? There's no other way to cut it. We're just gonna have to find him and drive him from his home. Of the people who flaunt their copies of Mein Kampf on social media, how many of them are Nazis? I don't think Brandon Herrera ever flaunted his copy, and he still got attacked for it, so... Also, posting a book is not necessarily flaunting. I plan on posting all of the other books I ordered as well. I think it's more on history purposes for most people, but not for Kirsha! That's a different case. Yeah, it's definitely a different case when you build a fake amalgamation of who I am in your head and then you just start getting afraid of it and mad at it. It's kind of crazy. I love seeing people on the sub mad, -6. Kirsha needs to leave the internet. Stop giving this racist bitch more publicity. Those who care already know who she is. Those who won't will say based. You can't win. If they don't know who I am, why would they say based? It frustrates me that none of this stuff is ever reported by the VTuber news people, nor anyone called out. Rather, they will spend time sniffing through docu number 100. While it might make you happy to know that the VTuber news people also never cover when anything bad happens to me either. So there you go. Reading Mein Kampf doesn't turn you into a Nazi, but promoting and pushing the ideology does. Well, it's a good thing I've never actually praised the Mustache Man then, ain't it? Redneck DM, Redditor farms karma by giving person they hate more publicity. Self-awareness, non-existent. If all of his other posts are anything to go by, this man is literally incapable of any kind of introspection whatsoever. Rather than farm karma as you are cynically trying to frame this post, instead maybe I'm trying to bring awareness and try to push for accountability. Not all good publicity is good publicity. Yeah, people might be able to give you the benefit of the doubt for this if you were not lying out of your ass about everything you've said. You aren't bringing attention to anything, you're farming while trying to put a moral spin on it. How many Kirsha is a piece of shit posts need to be made before you guys stop jacking each other off and realize anyone who cares already has enough to make a decision? But no, you're gonna keep doing it and then use Reddit karma as validation for how much of a hero you are. And every time, it's not actually even informing people, it's lying about me. It is lying and warping the things that I say in order to bring harm to me, which is why these people are looked at with such ire. Oh my god, the OP has been edited 4 fucking times? Is this guy actually just fucking losing his mind? What? Edit 2. Calling Alex Preddy a pedophile who deserved to die and saying that he was not a victim is pretty evil, Kirsha. We have the receipts to prove it. No, you don't. Because that's not what I said.
Flashback.
This is like someone I would expect to see Chris Hansen saying hello to.
End of flashback.
I said Alex Preddy has the physiognomy of a pedophile. That's a joke. I am joking around about how he looks. They even edited him when they put out his picture on news websites to make him look prettier. Damn, that's funny, ain't it? I also didn't say he deserved to die. You're not gonna find me saying that, because I didn't. You don't have the receipts. That's crazy. I did say he's not a victim, because he was led to this by his own decisions. You can protest. You can stand around the ICE agents. You can't interfere with them legally detaining people, because they will then try to detain you. And being detained by ICE does not give you a reason to draw your firearm. He didn't know that he was already disarmed by another ICE agent. The other ICE agents did not know that he had been disarmed by one of them. They just saw him reaching for his holster. Edit 3. You push articles from places like the Daily Mail and the New York Post. Bro, I read articles from everywhere. And what I'm specifically known for is reading articles written by leftists about what they want to do. Like, I'll read the regular news from any source I come across, and yes, sometimes that's the Daily Mail and sometimes that's the New York Post. The bias is usually pretty obvious when they're not just giving you the blatant information. Are they saying the Daily Mail is right-wing? I think so, which is kind of crazy. The Daily Mail is considered garbage by even the British. Well, it's a good thing as an American I don't give a shit what the British think then, eh? So when you ask if you would post something like this knowing the context, yes, I think you would, because you have. What the fuck is he talking about? Furthermore, I've made the distinction between owning a book for historical perspective as opposed to what you do. That's literally why I bought the book. This guy is still lying out of his teeth even in his fucking edits. He's actually insane. He's actually insane. I bet he was a fucking DEI acceptance for that history degree. Is this guy some kind of like a fucking woman prancing around? Holy hell, he's watching right now. He's seething in real time. Thanks for the money dollars, bro. Owning a book for good reasons is different than for bad reasons. It's just insane. These people will lie and make shit up and then try and defend it instead of admitting that they were wrong. They can't take an L. And you know what? If he admitted he was wrong in lying about me, if he admitted, oh, I didn't know that she actually just bought this book to read it with knowing nothing about it, his side would fucking eat him. They would be like, oh no, you're giving a Nazi leeway? How could you do this? He knows if he steps off the plantation, he's fucking fucked. And that's what makes it ever so funny. They must continue the spiral of lies and the desire to cause me harm, or else their snake turns and looks at them. Oh my, we don't have to play these games, and you aren't very good at them either. There's no games, there's you lying, and me pointing out to everyone that you're lying, and trying to farm Reddit updates because you think you're a good person by lying about me online. Crazy. Edit number 4, the guy's definitely not seething. Saying you should be held accountable is not the same as saying you should die or have harm brought to you. You're also a streamer, you're not entitled to your money, and if valid backlash is a brand risk, costs you money, that's on you, not us. Yeah, you guys swarming companies and making them feel unsafe and telling them that you're going to cause harm if they don't get rid of me. That's definitely on me. That's not on you guys being fucking insane. I really wish that they understood just how equivocal to the actual Nazis that they are, right? Like, they want to go around and call everyone a Nazi, and they call people Nazis and white supremacists so that they can get financially harmed, even when they're not. And they know that I'm not. They don't think that I am. They want to call me that to cause me harm. Communist thinks talking in euphemisms means we don't understand that he does wish harm. Exactly. Like, I even posted it. I haven't seen it in the thread yet, but I posted it on fucking Twitter. It's about making someone like this feel as uncomfortable as possible. And someone said, so not to sugarcoat it, you want to start another harassment brigade. She's been getting that, plus lost opportunities, plus doxing and death threats for a while now. At this point, your public outcry is only feeding her resolve. And then 2 people responded. It's about people like her not deserving comfort or being permitted to settle into a space without pushback. I hope that helps.
Grabbing some silver
people
paint.
like her should not feel safe ever again for the rest of their life. This is a neutral statement. That's not a neutral statement. That is a radical statement. And the guy in OP, I don't think the guy who is OP here would ever actually physically harm me himself. He posts things like this to get the more radicalized to do the dirty work for him so that he can cheer when I do get harmed. So that he can celebrate when sponsors drop me because of his lies. So that he can celebrate if someone comes to my house and actually does manage to cause harm to me physically. He didn't do it, but he's gonna celebrate those that do. Oh my god, stop shifting the weight of responsibility of my own actions onto others. I literally bought a book. I bought a book that I didn't know anything about and anything about the author. You are the one lying about me and what I believe. Also, I never made threats to your life or safety. Well, we already covered that. Only someone in bad faith or cognitive decline would instantly try and link criticism of someone equating to violence or calls to violence. Now, why would somebody who's had calls to violence against them for over a year and had people post lies about them leading to calls of violence think that someone posting calls to violence would be a call to violence? Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's like,
What's
are
up?
you really
The anime
sending your
lady
best
sounds
here,
like a
guys?
boy.
Is the best guy that you can
It's
send to me
Perf.
like 40 IQ? What are we doing, Mr. Accredited Historian? Very weird mentality to have. It is. It is a weird mentality to have on your behalf. I hope you never have to live through the kinds of things that I have, because that is a terrible way to have to live. If you were that thin-skinned, which you seem to be because you've dedicated your stream thus far to this post, maybe the internet isn't the place for you. Find me one instance where I unquestionably allude to the idea that you should be physically harmed. You can't, because it doesn't exist. It's about making someone like this feel as uncomfortable as possible. I don't have to rehash everything I've just said. This is what I've gone through for the last year plus. This is what these people say when they want to cause me harm. They do not disavow the harm. They do not say she shouldn't have been doxxed, she shouldn't have had people go to her house, she shouldn't have people harm her. And at this point, if he makes an edit 5 and say it, it's not gonna count. It's like when you're talking to your significant other and you have to tell them why they need to apologize. If you have to tell them why they need to apologize, they don't really mean it. The scaredy cat is watching. I mean, he's gonna just keep fucking railing on. And he's angry that I've dedicated stream time to this. Just like bent on an alt. Of course I'm gonna dedicate stream time to this. It both shows the duplicitous tactics of your type, and it also makes me money. Money!
Is that the end of it? I guess so. Every time I try to use a silver, I have a problem. I'm really struggling with the silver. I'm having a hard time. Oh man. Gunked up, and I don't know how. Sucks.
He's out here making the stupidest points ever.
You know, high school transgender athletes participating in high school competitions. This is not a real issue. This is not an issue that
he's trying to brush aside something like he has ignorance to how bad this issue is. It's not necessarily, you know, the track athlete, like he ran in the men's division and now dominates the women's division, but it's also like in volleyball where the transgender male to female athlete spiked a ball and give a girl concussion or shattered her skull. It's like she's just not prepared for that amount of speed. Like you think of men's baseball versus women's softball. There's a reason the ball's even bigger, the field is a different size, but the women have to wear a essentially like a football cage around their face because they're not going to react fast enough to when the ball gets hit back to them. It's like reaction speed's different. It's just science. We're not looking at that.
Just stated the differences between a man and a woman. Yeah.
It's like, it's real. But he's sitting here saying, just because it hasn't been impacting me, and I think Trump is bad no matter what, I'm willing to sacrifice the many girls across America for my point.
Impacts any American in a significant manner.
It does.
Right?
Doesn't impact you, but, you know, that's all you care about is you. Your 9/11 poster in the background.
It is a clearly purposefully concocted narrative that was focus tested by the Republicans in an effort to make that the key fixture of American politics. Well, Donald Trump did it.
Well, because the Democrats know in their internal polling that they need to dump the trans argument because most middle Americans don't like it. They don't want to be on that side. But he's so extremely on the other side. Trump has to be wrong no matter what. He can't let it go.
He banned transgender athletes. Did that help you? Do you feel better now? Do you feel like your life is improved in any significant manner?
Yes.
Of course not.
No,
because it was always bull. It was always a distraction, a very violent one for the tiny minority of transgender people.
So the protected class gets to be protected, but then the other, because I would openly admit there are victims of violence in the trans community. I wouldn't say who's the perpetrator of that violence and who we need to address these issues about, but it's just because he doesn't care when it's a young JV or varsity girl getting harmed, because he doesn't care about that. He only needs to have his talking points. It needs to be right.
It's horrible for them, but it's not good for you.
It is.
You know, high school
very, very detached from it. But it's funny though, because the Democrat Party themselves are being upset about Hassan being he's not the face of the Democrat Party, but he's the face that a lot of these socialist candidates are rallying behind. And it's like now Democrats are turning on him.
Analysts there is, and I'm not sure what to understand what Madame is doing, but to talk about the larger Democratic Party post the election in Michigan going forward. I am not going to be in the same party with Hassan Piker. I can tell you that right now. If he becomes a
But you're this old dinosaur that has sat in a Democrat Party that has, for many years now, said we only care about immigrants and getting them welfare and then giving them voting privileges. You don't care about the young, unemployed college liberal that graduates and has no job prospects. You don't care about the base of blue collar working Americans. You only care about your new thing. Sad to say, Hassan hasn't come to power, but Hassan's popularity is more your doing than any conservative's doing.
In the Democratic Party, I'm out of here. I have no intention of ever being.
And I don't mean this in a mean way. I'm out of here. I'm not going to be in the Democrat Party. Sad to say, regardless, you're not going to be relevant in 20 years. I don't wish anything upon this guy, but I don't think he'll probably be alive in 20 years. This is sad. People get older, but the reality is they don't need to cater to you anymore, old man. You've done this to yourself.
In the same political party with that guy. Now, I think that overwhelming majority of Democrats agree with me. But this idea that we're going to seize the means of production and this communism, just go look at the DSA platform. You don't have to look any further than that. And maybe the two-party system is just going to be under tremendous stress here in the coming months. I mean, you see it with Tucker and Martin Taylor Greene, and on the Republican side, you see it going on right now. And I can't sit here and tell you for certain how this is going to turn out. But the one thing I can tell you for certain, Hassan Piker and James Carville are not going to be in the same political party. One of us is going to lead. It might even be me.
It's going to be because you don't have any pull. Hassan barely has pull. But the sad part is you have like Francesca Hong. She's like running for, I believe, governor. But she's now campaigning with him. We don't got to watch this whole thing. But it's like, yeah, Democrats and the Democrat Socialist Party of America are now hitching their ride to him.
So he's running for a political seat?
No. He's a political strategist. He's a talking head.
Okay.
He's been like a Fox News, not Fox News. He's just been a political strategist. He's just been on the internet or whatever, on Fox News, CNN, whatever. But then you see this, and it's like DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America. It's like Karen Bass, Nithya Raman.
Okay.
Los Angeles. One of their cornerstones of beliefs is putting China first. Like, how is this a thing? And again, the dinosaurs, he's done. They're getting replaced by the Chinese party.
In China. The New York Post reporting, quote, members of Mandani's DSA pledged to support and defend China.
Yes.
The pledge says, quote, survival of Chinese socialism is a crucial matter.
They need Chinese socialism to work, quote unquote, because they can't push it on you if it's not working anywhere else.
Other promises, government subsidized housing, free college, Medicare for all, and a shorter work week.
Is this immigrants in general, or just are they trying to... What is this? What is this agenda for?
This is like Democrat socialists feel like the old school Democrat Party. Your Kamala Harris, your Joe Biden has since turned their backs on common American working class, working age people, right? Because they largely have. So they say, we're going to cater to the new Democrat Party by saying, we're going to give you free housing, free colleges, we're going to give you free health care, we're going to make you work less, and we're not going to enforce the border laws. Think about a lot of the people we know in LA. They want all these things, not understanding that one, it can't work, and two, it can't work. Like, it's just like they're promising them the world, and they can't deliver on it. But if you're that naive, you're gonna vote for this shit.
And abolishing ICE, among other things. Hugh Hewitt, host of the Hugh Hewitt Show and Fox News contributor. Hugh, welcome to you. Good to have you on this morning. Now they're calling to support and defend China. How is it that this group, Democrat socialists, are getting this kind of support? This new CNN poll, I'll put it up on the screen, shows that a third of Democrats now identify as Democrat socialists. China. The New York Post reporting, quote,
taking over the party. That's why Carville, you're irrelevant. But the craziest thing about Hassan, you might not have seen the video, but I had the video on the decoy voice channel, the main channel, about how Spain got overrun. We just watched a little bit of this early in the stream. Got overrun by 60,000 people crossing the Moroccan border into Spain. And Reddit had a crazy narrative saying this was Trump's doing. Other people on Reddit saying this was Putin's doing. But here comes Hassan going back to a good old hit of his where he just keeps on saying this is his talking point.
Earlier you mentioned Morocco. What do you mean Israel caused it? Israel and America
it's always them to him.
got the Moroccan government to send like 40,000 people into Spanish administered territory.
60,000 by their reports.
It's not even on some conspiracy either. Like the New York Times is openly covering it as such. You know what I mean? It was It was classic Israel in the way that they did it, in the shameless way that they took
It's
ownership.
kind of funny. I think that's either a Gucci ring, maybe the Tiffany ring. I think he's wearing on the Cartier ring. I think that might be a Gucci ring, matching all those guys we saw going into.
Over it, that even the New York Times was like, okay, well now we have to investigate what's actually going on here. You know?
He's trying to connect. Was he trying to connect Israel to
Everything, because it's all their fault. I genuinely wish I had a very simplistic worldview, because sometimes you watch a story, you don't have anything to say because you're just not well versed, and you're like, okay, cool, take it at face value, knowing the media typically lies to us. But if I had, like what he said, he always says, oh, your North Star is this, your North Star is that. Life would be very simple if I had that, like, what is it? I think it's called gangbusters mentality or gang stalker mentality, where it's like, I'm just going to be like, I don't know, like North Korea is against me or China's against me. They're stalking me. Every time I pull up a video about wildfires, immigration, healthcare, homelessness, drug abuse, I'm like, guys, China did it because X, Y, Z. I could have this schizo way to connect the two, and it would make commentary online or filling stuff up online very easy, because you're going to find a population of people out there that are too also racist like you. And it's like, you may be right in certain aspects, but the simple fact that no matter what happens, it's their fault makes your credibility go out the window.
How is everything Israel? I don't know, man. It's not my damn fault.
It kind of is. He hates his chat. He hates his chatters so much.
New York Times said Morocco did it, but did they say Israel told them to? No, they didn't. But Israel took ownership over it. So
they did?
I'm skeptical that Israel and the U.S. got Morocco to do it. It seems like something Morocco did on its own.
It is. It does.
Really. Morocco's done it in the past.
This guy.
That's why he won't debate that other guy. There's another streamer out there that's very popular that keeps on wanting to debate him. Actually, I think he crashed his live event, and he had to cry to the event organizers to kick him out because he's too afraid of having a two-way conversation with someone that's more well-versed into it, because, sad to say, he'll always accuse you of being inside a hug box. But in actuality, he cannot survive without beyond his hug box. That's why he's oftentimes said he's sick of chatters, he's sick of Twitch. All he wants to do is go be a college professor. So it's like, it's one thing for me to say, hey, we're streaming to like 2,000 people across platforms right now. These are 2,000 individuals on the planet that like me enough to share their afternoon with me. That is very special. Some of these people are going to disagree with me, and that's good to have a healthy disagreement with these people. But he's saying, I got 40,000 people that want maybe 10,000 people that want to watch my live streams. But honestly, the people that love and adore me, to spend their very finite time on Earth with me, that's not enough adoration. I want to only be surrounded by people that get into a very, very high exclusive liberal arts college and are paying an exorbitant amount of cash, probably mommy's cash or the federal government's cash, to come see me. That is the barrier of entry I want of only people around me. It's like, you only want your biggest of fans to have access to you because you cannot fathom the idea that you're wrong about something.
Never to this degree. And not only that, but also they were doing it while American envoys were there. They were doing it after the American government literally signaled that they want Morocco to do it. Come on, dude. Israel also posted about it. Like, the envoys posted about it.
I posted about it. I'm not responsible.
Really? That's a stretch? Are we doing that?
He's so mad.
That's a stretch. We're doing that. Like, this isn't like Israel killed Charlie Kirk. That's a ridiculous conspiracy, which, again, if you want to believe that, fine. I don't. But there are varying degrees of engineering that takes place when it comes to foreign policy, different tools, different pawns. I don't know if Israel has much to do with this. They'll take advantage of it, but Morocco has done this before independently.
You've carefully cultivated a group of psychos online to watch you, and even if your hyper-left psychos are disagreeing with you, you may have gone too far.
No, but never to this degree. And America directly had an involvement here. Okay?
How?
This is yet another circumstance where Israel and America are...
I'm sure if you spammed how in the chat, he'd ban you.
You're just gonna state a point like that and not prove it. And not back it up.
By conveniently ignoring all the information to the contrary.
because they have the same opposition. They have the same international enemies. It has a lot to do with Spain's relationship with Algeria, and it has a lot to do with Spain's attitude against America, against NATO, against America's actions.
There's no talking points here. It's no facts. It's just like, guys, the sources
saying whatever. Just saying. He's just talking.
Trust me, bro.
In Iran, and also Spain's statements against Israel as well.
He's making a very bold. He's saying something. He's making a very bold statement, or I don't want to say accusation, but he's not backing it up.
Well, the thing is, though, I see this as an invasion. This is like an act of war, sending all those other people over there to decimate your economy and cause violence. I see it as an act of war. They didn't come armed, but they did. For him to pin that on America and Trump, to say, "Oh, this is their thing," it's like now you're saying we're at war with Spain, essentially. But again, these aren't actual talking points. The funnier part of it is just the face of the Democrat Socialists of America. Somebody, what was it, on CNN said he abuses his dog.
Overthrowing the establishment. The juxtaposition between Carville and Piker is very interesting to me. Carville's a guy who's won, hundreds of political campaigns in America over 30 years, 40 years. Hassan Piker is an influencer who abuses his dog on camera. And he's very popular with a certain fringe bunch.
Are you aware of this, about the whole him shocking his dog?
Yeah, you talked about it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
People out there, but he doesn't care if the Democratic Party succeeds.
I'm assuming
he wins if the Democratic Party loses. And
he's saying, because notice he didn't say dog shocker, because still can't prove it. I think the reason his buddy cut him off is because he found evidence. To my understanding, he found evidence that he did in fact shock his dog, and I still believe it. I can't say it with certainty. He's like, I'm gonna sue this guy, but he's like, no, he didn't say sue or shocked. He said abused. And there's that old video compilation of his dog Fish that randomly passed away very, very early. And it's like, we can't play the video because he genuinely is abusing his dog. He's like tearing it by the tail. He's threatening it. It looked like he had on the collar, like a raw part underneath his collar. It's like, no. Even minus the very high likelihood that you were electrocuting your dog, trying to make him a very expensive Funko Pop in the corner and keeping him in frame. Even without that being confirmed, we can still comfortably call you a dog abuser because what you've done on stream to your previous animal.
But I want to see what's up with Babylon 5 here.
Now, this was presented to me as horrible news. Babylon 5 may actually be dead, in the sense that nobody is going to pick it up. There's not going to be a sequel. There's not going to be anything happening in the universe of Babylon. And I was like, well, how is that bad news? Do you know what they do to TV shows in 2026? Like, have you not seen how they butcher them? Like, you want that to Babylon? It's a good thing that nobody wants to pick it up. I don't think it should be picked up. I think, like, Babylon should stay as it is, and if people want to pick something up, they should talk to the producer and create a brand new IP, create a brand new universe. Why would you want more Babylon? They probably wouldn't even have the same actors, right? Because like most of them would be old. But why do people say it's over? Well, you can now watch the episodes on YouTube, and you can do this because the stream holders have lost their rights to it. They didn't want to renew them. And the Blu-rays and the DVDs are getting out of print, and the ones that are left are crazy expensive. And so the producer of the show has decided to upload every single episode from season 1. And you can watch them in their entirety on YouTube for free. Like, you don't have to pay anything. And I assume that he's going to upload the other seasons as well. And so the question that I had is like, would you be able to stream them? For example, if you want to, do a watch along on YouTube or have React. And the answer is probably no, because the creator is still making money from advertisements. And so I don't think he would want people to be able to stream them. Although it would have been cool if at least we could have made memes, right? Because Battlestar Galactica has a lot of content which would be nice to be clipped and memed into. But yeah, so I expect a lot of shorts from Battlestar to inundate YouTube. I expect the other seasons to pop up as well. One of the things that I've noticed, because I've watched a couple of episodes again now, is how well the characters were written. I mean, the author is an atheist, right? Like, he doesn't believe in religion. But in season 3, you have a couple of monks that appear. And they're not created with disdain. They're not being treated by the author as if they're lesser human beings for believing in religion. It's not the whole Star Trek thing where, you know, like Picard and the Enterprise believes that humanity has bypassed the mysticism and superstition. No, he actually writes the characters very well, even though he disagrees with their politics and their ideology. They're relatable as human beings. And that's how great writers used to be like. And it's unfortunate because today even anime writers do not manage to do this, you know? Like, whenever anime tries to replicate Christianity, for example, they really don't get the theology, they don't get the religion, and you can see that the author is trying to be sincere when he is depicting Christian characters in an anime. If you watched a couple of them, you know what I'm talking about. But it's more like Christian aesthetic, you know? And yeah, sure, like the Christians are trying to be good, but they generally do not understand how the Christians operate. So they cannot replicate like an actual Christian nun or a Christian monk in an anime. It's a different culture. The West used to do that very well, especially in sci-fi, right? Like when creating alien races that were inspired based on other cultures. You could see that the writers would hire a team of experts that would study extensively the other culture and then reproduce something that was really good. And you just don't have this. And it's so sad. I do have to say. Babylon 5 is something that a lot of the people from my generation grew up with. It was just an absolutely amazing show. Obviously, you know, it aged well, but it's not up to standards with some of the shows that came after it. Like, it's no Game of Thrones level spectacular. I mean, if it was, a lot more people would have watched Babylon 5, especially women, right? Like, Game of Thrones managed to get a female audience and a male audience invested. It has a lot more plot lines. It's got characters that are better built. And I'm talking about the first seasons, not the tragedy that happened in the last ones. But even so, right, like, Babylon 5 still manages to punch above its weight for a show that was done, when was it, like 22 years ago? Something like that. Was in the 90s, right? But I do see people like getting with modern expectations, like people who never grew up in the 90s and never saw Babylon, and they come with modern expectations and they watch it and they say it's shit. You know, it is what it is. Maybe it's just an acquired taste for me. They also had to deal with technological limitations that modern shows don't. Back then, in the 90s, these shows were on television, right? And so one of the things that they had to take into account is that if they wanted to get new audience watching, the new guy would not know what happened previously. Because when you have a show on a streaming service, or like you have it now on YouTube, you can just watch the episodes in order, right? But what if I'm a guy that just heard about Babylon in season 3 and I want to pick it up? And I start season 3, episode 4, right? Like, you don't know anything that happened previously. And so shows at the time, I had to deal with this. And it was very difficult. And so this is why a lot of episodes at the time were standalone. Like in Star Trek, for example, you can switch episode 4 with episode 16, and it doesn't matter. Like, the story remains the same. Babylon apparently was courageous enough and made a story that was linear throughout the episodes. And while it does have like those standalone episodes that you can remove them, the anime fans would call them filler, and Zoomers call them cringe and a waste of time because like they want to get into the action like modern TVs get into the action. You know, they want the Game of Thrones experience where one episode connects to the other, you have to understand why Babylon did it. And you have to appreciate the fact that they don't actually use this as a crutch like many other TV shows at the time, like Xena and Hercules. Babylon genuinely does not rely on fillers. Like, they were convinced enough that if someone was to pick up the show at season 2, episode 4, they would be fascinated by the quality and the writing, that they would stick no matter what. And so I am honestly surprised that the streaming networks did not want to renew the license. I don't know why. maybe the viewership is down and people don't want to watch it anymore. I mean, it is a possibility. I don't have the numbers. Maybe they don't agree with the ideology that is being shared in some of the episodes, because we know with the Odyssey, you had the director coming up and saying that he absolutely despised the moral values in the Odyssey, and so he had to change them. And so, you know, like maybe the modern audience does not appreciate the moral values in Babylon. I don't know. Maybe it's too white. Like, this is also a criticism, right? Like you can see here, you know, very little diversity in the show. But regardless, their loss, our gain. I encourage people that haven't seen the show to at least try. The channel is called Babylon 5. You click on videos, right? And it takes you all the way here, and you can go to episode 1 and start watching it. So let me know what you guys think, and as usual, we'll see each other in the comment section. Take care.
Okay, just need to let it dry. Basically all done, man. Yeah. Right. This on for now.
The
I
woke
actually
effort
think
to
I'm
take
done.
over your favorite
At least with
companies
these for
and
today.
your favorite media
So
was
give me a minute.
largely, entirely successful over the past decade. Now, much of that is coming to an end, but we are beginning to understand the strategy that played out, the Trojan horse they
I'll be back.
used to take over some of your favorite giant companies and content creators. Blizzard wiped out, but now admitted in court to be based on nothing but lies. Disney and John Lasseter, same idea. We'll tell you, we'll expose to you what was going on in the woke era completely right now. It's a great day, it's a groovy day, and thank you folks for coming our way where we keep you ahead of the culture curve. Today we're swerving back in time to examine exactly how they destroyed so much of your favorite stuff, your games, your stories, your movies. We're not moving on until we can prevent this from happening again. Folks, as we dive into a scandal, truly, click the like button, and it's time to begin. It's out there, ladies and gentlemen. We now know the Trojan horse DEI strategy that was employed to great success in taking down some of your favorite companies and sending it down the woke path of go woke, go broke. What are we talking about? Well, Asmongold has this, says that he is revealing the Blizzard harassment scandal was proven fake. And this lines up with what we've heard as well from sources that were inside Blizzard Activision. Quote, all the allegations of sexual misconduct, abuse, harassment, frat boy culture, entirely fake. California, the state, admitted there was no evidence substantiating any of the claims. Remember when they had to rename their characters? McCree in Overwatch couldn't have that name because it was named after a guy who was supposedly involved in this. All of it fake. The breast milk theft, the Cosby room, the harassment driving an employee to delete her existence. All of it was threatened over the fact that only 1 in 5 Blizzard employees were women. Blizzard at the time, the most successful, best gaming company on the planet. They destroyed Blizzard. It says the entire controversy around Blizzard was essentially generated in an effort to sack Blizzard, take them down, and reconstitute the company in the way that the wokies viewed it. It's a DEI Trojan horse experiment. And folks, it's not just Blizzard that suffered from this. I'm going to show you, it's also Disney. Disney also used this exact same strategy. Here we go, Marv. If you wouldn't mind, Marv, please play the video.
I don't even know if you can hear it. In case
we can hear it.
All allegations of sexual misconduct, abuse, harassment, and quote, frat boy culture were entirely fake. And the state of California even admitted that there was no evidence substantiating any of the claims. The entire controversy around Blizzard was set up by California to force the company to stop hiring white men using Me Too allegations to strong-arm them. Some of the accusations were so bizarre and insane that they included theft and consumption of breast milk during work hours, a rape room named after Bill Cosby, sexual harassment to the point of an employee ending her life. All of these claims were essentially a theater performance over the fact that only 1 in 5 Blizzard employees were women. As a result, Blizzard agreed to pay roughly $18 million in fines and set up HR hiring practices that would discriminate against white men. Internal messages between California Civil Rights Division officials showed the entire thing was a ploy to send a message to the industry to literally ruin video games. Wow.
Well, what can I say? Mission successful because people are retro gaming like never before.
Yeah, seriously.
So go back, Marv, about 2 seconds on that. So we can see that prior headline. Eventually, it says Kish scaled back his demands. California, the state of California, in December 2023.